they have the anti-strats. If
Yeah,
they're
what's
able
up?
to
How we
adapt
doing?
on the fly to some of the curveballs
yo.
that ZETA throws at them, then yeah, it's probably possible.
And I do think Team Secret, given all their experience on the roster, they
I
are
think
one of these
everything's ready
teams
to go.
who are very adaptable, and they've shown it against other very fast-paced teams or very creative teams before, and have also overcome that. That said, we're going to go to the stage and welcome out the players.
Mitch the Fellow, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 17 months. Thank you, thank you. Musician K as well, right? Musicia NK, thank you so much for the prime, bro. Thank you. Consolete with the 16 months as well. Thank you, thank you. Favorite region? Depends. For what? To watch, enjoyment-wise, it's going to be Pacific. And then, in terms of what I think is best at the moment, I still think America's is the most stacked. You missed the Lev Sen game? Oh, you should for sure watch the end of Lotus, bro, if you missed that. Legit win? Yeah, legit win.
And it's the old rivalry between Team Secret and ZETA Division.
Agna, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you very much,
come
man.
out now, the Black
Thanks
and White
support.
Brothers.
Yeah, their colors are coordinated.
Let's hope the play is too.
That's a great point, Kilios. I certainly hope the play definitely is, because Icebox starting out on this one, if it isn't coordinated, Team Secret's probably going to have their way. Bear in mind, it was a 113 in kickoffs, and they didn't win like, yeah, they only won one round, right? It was in the first half. They struggled so much on that defense.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my eyes trained on this one. I mean, ZETA Division, they were put in a pretty tough spot coming into this draft, just given that Secret have pretty proficient performances on both of their worst
Did I rate
maps.
Lev top 3
All right, well, we're
makers?
going to see what
Pretty much
the
same
outcome is. We're
as
going
I
to
did
go over to our
before.
casters who are going to bring us through the
Yeah,
first
them
map,
around
Icebox,
fourth.
William, and Paperthin.
Problem is, Aspas is just... Problem is, Aspas actually might be the best in the world, and I never wanted to actually say that.
We are getting ready for our first match. Of course,
keep putting up numbers like this on different teams.
Again, but as we just saw on stage, it's going to be
Very
Team
hard to argue
Secret
against
versus
them.
ZETA Division. William here with Paperthin, and we're really already getting into that zone
David,
where every
thank you
team
so
starts
much,
to
man. Appreciate the
desperately
15
need a
months.
win to continue their hope to
Thank
make
you,
the
thank
playoffs.
you.
Yeah, especially on that alpha side of the bracket. Everybody
Just a
other
close
than
match?
Gen G
David,
looking to find
I'm
their
telling you, if
first
anyone
win
missed
so
the
far.
Lotus
It's pretty
game
crazy to
yesterday,
think that
I
way,
don't
but
think you have to watch the
I mean,
second map.
definitely Team Secret can get it done here
But
today. Yes,
in terms
I
of the
think
Lotus
ZETA, but
game
man,
yesterday,
I
you
would
should
not be shocked
watch
at
that.
all. These teams are generally
Or at
pretty
least
neck
start
and neck with
watching
each other
from, like,
historically. Like Tedesco was talking about, there aren't huge roster
remember
changes
the
on either
score.
side. You know, obviously
Around
ZETA's gone
double
towards
digits.
the younger end of
Sure.
things with their two new players, but I definitely think that Team Secret can bounce back here today. Maybe even up their
That's a win.
overall series right
Man,
now.
I just think
leading
that
3-2.
when I watch
Is
ZETA,
today gonna be the day?
I
Yeah,
literally
3-2.
think
I mean, like you
that they
said,
should
that
just
means
lean
this is the sixth
kind of
time
similar to
already,
Bleed.
right,
They're in
in
the same
past
boat
2
as Bleed
years,
for me.
and
They
now
gotta
if
lean
Team
way
Secret's
more
able to
into
win it, the
chamber.
rivalry continue. But if ZETA Division wins now, I think they
They look a
start
lot
to
better
try
than,
to just inch ahead, right?
Kickoff.
Especially with the roster changes, saying that we're working in a newer direction, a direction where we're trying to grow even further.
Do you think the
And
matchup
something that's
against
interesting now
NRG?
coming into
I
Icebox,
still think
yes,
NRG
it
should
didn't look
win.
great for ZETA at kickoff, but
That's
both
gonna be
teams
really
came
fun
in
now.
with new compositions coming into stage one, right? They've kind of tweaked a little bit, trying to advance to what seems to become the
Most
new meta in
consistent
this
duelist? Yeah, I
somewhat
think so.
evolved Icebox, and I'm curious to see who's going to be a little more locked in their
What was that
overall
one
play.
LAN?
Yeah, I mean, so far, when
Is it
ZETA's
Tokyo?
innovated, they've generally looked pretty good, or at least, you know, shaking things up versus
they
what the
didn't
normal
buy 'em in
meta
op?
is. They often have a fair amount of success. Thinking back to Lotus,
Put 'em on, like,
you know,
Neon
last
and
year,
stuff?
depth on the Neon potentially. We'll maybe see that again. Could be something to watch out for, but yeah,
Okay.
neither team changing up from what we saw before, but certainly ZETA's going to have a lot of
We'll see. No
new
chamber,
ideas coming
no win,
through. I
maybe.
was a little
This
I'll just be
comp,
frank,
in
unimpressed
terms
with
of this
some
comp
the
that we're looking at
coordination
from
with the initiators
ZETA,
for Zeta Division
Sure.
the last time.
they start an
They
attack.
went
Okay,
against
let's
Team
focus
Secret
on
this
yellow
map. It
because
didn't
this
feel
comp
like
really
there was
struggles
quite
to
that
clear
cohesion
yellow.
you really needed
We
to get
talked
over the
about
line,
it
especially
slightly
against a really
yesterday.
good Icebox team like
I say
Team Secret.
really,
One
it
of their
doesn't.
favorite maps. You know, obviously
This
they
is
were
a
very
bit
sad
better
to
because
see
they
it
can
leave the
normally
map pool
flash
last
dash.
year. Now that it's back,
But I think if
yeah,
the
their
knife hits
success
you,
hasn't
always
been
play
the best, but
anti-flash.
they've had to go up against, you know, the likes of Gen G and others.
So we'll keep an eye on
to
this.
try to get over
Maybe their flash dash is
the
pretty good.
line on this map,
Yeah.
and it has.
It's
you know,
better than
it
some of
has
the other
ups and
comps
downs,
that
but it's been really close
can't,
usually against some of the best
clear
teams.
yellow.
I mean, even in their previous matchup
Chamber
last
and
week, right,
Icebox,
it
I
was
think it's
against
possible,
RQ,
bruh.
and quite frankly,
Yo,
if it
you're
wasn't
asking
for
me,
that
dude.
ace by
I'll
Chip
be
getting
running
overtime,
it.
Secret may as well have pulled it across the
I'll be
finish
running
line,
no
of course,
duelist
very neck and
chamber.
neck. Both of those teams showing a little bit of improvement here on Icebox as well in a grueling best of 3. But I love that you called that out because this competition for Zeta Division, we're seeing it pop up more and more. Obviously,
I actually
Pacific
think that
Gen G, one of the first teams
I'll
to
be using
really
the trip
popularize it,
aggro
but
as
then
well.
Sentinel's also using it throughout Masters of Madrid and back in Americas.
It's
And
just
we've seen
good,
the
man.
coordination of
You
the
don't see it
double
on this
flash
map?
between the
Ah,
Gecko and
man.
KO. Not quite at that level for Zeta Division,
Good
but
on
they're
this map.
going to need it. They want to go up the likes against Team Secret, especially with Jesse Vash continuing on that Sova, trying to make sure that he's able to delay
Okay,
the enemy
Team
with
Secret
the
on
line of
defense,
sight he has with the
ZETA on
intel
attack.
that they're able to gather.
And it's one of the things that makes Team Secret so difficult to go up against, especially on this map, is that Jesse has a
E1, yeah, it
phenomenal
looks
feel
like they're in a bit of a
for
slump.
the movements on this
Even
map.
just
He does a great
individually,
job,
they don't look
bouncing
like
off
they
of the
were.
information from his Sentinel like NDG, as well as his own utility.
We'll
to
see
kind
what
of keep his
happens.
opponents in check, keep them under control, and maybe even stall or prevent.
My
some
chamber
of those
cope is
util
worse
combos
than your
from ever
deadlock cope.
really bearing any fruit. So
Yeah,
really curious,
but at least
how
my
this
agent's
one's
way
gonna
more
all start
legit
out.
than
Zeta on
yours,
the
man.
attack side,
Come
Team
on,
Secret
surely.
on the defender side,
You-
looking like it could
You can't
be
actually think
a
that.
relatively
It depends, though, actually, to be
pacey
fair.
hit. We'll see.
Because yours would
Jesse's
work on
ready
an
with
agent,
a
a
recon.
player that isn't as good.
Gets cleared. They're going to dodge the 0 points.
Oh,
But
and
maybe
I love
yours
the
is more
early zero
legit.
point coming out for Zeta Division
Okay,
as
Team
well.
Secret
Covers Nest and
on
Pipes.
defense,
Now,
like we
Jeremy
said.
just trying
ZETA
to
on
pretend that
attack.
he's
What do we
still
got?
over on Pipes,
Oh
but he can't
boy.
land the first shot,
Well,
and he
convincing
will go
start.
down to a calm and collected depth. And already, Team Secret trying to gain an advantage in the pistol. They purposely send both.
You just
of
seen
their
the
intel
Aspas thing?
util
Oh, man.
to buy you extra time
Again,
for Jeremy
chat, for anyone
to
that
get
missed it,
snubbed
Lotus,
right in the nest,
mark
but
it
that
down,
won't be
save
happening
it,
now
watch
on
it
5v4 in
whenever
favor
you
of
get
Zeta.
time.
It's well read by Zeta here. Hirodon really on point already with some of his util usage. We'll see if that is going to continue. Team Secret, though, still holding this 2-2 split as Zeta.
It was one of
Their
the most
sound
fun
cue's
maps I've
quiet,
seen.
So they're not revealing their presence just yet. But that 0 point is going to give the bank away, and now you've got the
Knife
full-on
goes
force
in, hits
blast
so
forward.
many.
Team
They
Secret
decide to go
making their
one
way through some
behind
rotations
turrets
here.
here.
Some
They
long
decide to
lurks
go
from three of
3
their players.
behind.
It's going to be tough for Zeta if they
Yeah.
don't account for this.
And this is up to Jesse Vash to try to draw as much time as possible. The turret will
Okay.
get taken out, but only one
And
classic
can this
bird in
Killjoy
the
get
flank, so
anything?
Zeta
And
says
can
it
this
doesn't matter how
Sova
many there are, we
get
wanna
any
push through.
delay?
And Laz is going to lend the
Of course,
numbers
Laz
just
can
a
get
bit,
one,
continue
and we
that
have
numbers
no
advantage,
delay
4-3.
here.
But Hero on depth sitting at 40 HP right about. Hero 1 will get a kill to try to stabilize. Jesse Vash, NDG split apart. It really comes down to NDG currently on belt. Jesse's just trying to draw a little bit more aggro to his side.
Cool.
NDG finds a kill, but Depp will also trade on the other side of the site.
ZETA shooting
And
like
now,
this.
NDG, the rookie, he's been a little quiet in the
very good
early
sign.
games, both in kickoff and stage 1. But Team Secret needs him
Who's
to come
favored in this
alive
map?
right off
Oh,
the
man,
bat, and
this
the
is
pistol
a
already
close
spotted,
50.
Trying to isolate the 1v1,
interrupt
and a quick
my
one
work.
off of the tap. Tries to get the second, but won't land the headshot.
Yeah, this
Sugar
is like a
Syrup
really
cracks
close
for it.
50-50.
Yeah, this is good
We-
stuff
the
already
problem
from
is we haven't
Zeta.
seen enough
Already
like
good util
maps
usage, counter
from
util
people,
usage,
so we don't
on the
really know
opening
who's
to make
favored.
sure that they didn't get fooled
Still
by the
early.
positioning of Jeremy, and then the turret placement in the back. I mean, look, that's kind of a stock standard. If you know your team's going A on the pistol round, you set that turret in the back, and it gives you so much info. Laz with the Sheriff, yeah, maybe not as clean as you're used to seeing, but that's a tough angle to shoot from, and still finding some good damage. Depp picking up a couple kills as well, and that's pretty huge. But I just want to point out, Will, you and I were seeing this before.
Yes.
I kind of hope we get to see Depp with a classic
Yeah.
in hand. That's all. I'm just going to hint at that.
Yeah, hopefully we catch it at least once during this map here, because Depp clearly very energized coming into this match. Jess talked about it a little bit. He's got some extra motivation, but now Team Secret going to be a fast
Whoa.
push out, and Envy's going to land
5
a
people
clean
here,
headshot
though.
right at the tip against Laz. That lets Zeta Division know they want to go for a fast
Yeah,
hit onto
and,
B. They know the strong
good news
side
at
is
least
on
for
A,
ZETA
but do they
is
choose to
they don't
continue
pick
push?
up-
Yes, they want to make sure is there
Don't
an
pick up
anchor
any
by
kind of
Snowman. It's
bomb.
not going to be
They
there,
don't
but
give
the
him
spike's
a
planted
good gun,
for
just a
main.
ghost.
And Huron will have to make the call as quickly as soon as he gets a
This,
spot here.
however,
It's going to be the first swing.
would be a good kill.
Ready for more. Pop flash out. It's going to be a deep one just to push your run back. Team Secret They're approaching and they're not stopping. It's just a swarm of 5 members with their pistols. Huron takes a big hit, but Sugar Zero's there in long range with the crossfire. Huron spotted, but he's now just drawing aggro as more members coming in from Snowman. Sugar Zero still good for a third. Huron finally gets one, and Sugar Zero gets the fourth.
I mean, nice agents to start getting all these kills.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff here from ZETA. You know, leaving that controller on the other side of the map, even though he dies, gets you plenty of info. Gets you the safe
first
plant.
big buy round, surely not.
Crossfire set up there. Hiroro not overstaying his welcome. There's something Team Secret was doing there a little bit that I thought was really kind of cute and maybe would go unnoticed. They had the Sheriff right in Envy's hands, and Jesse Vash was baiting that initial shot outside of green to set up for that Sheriff peek from Envy to see if they could get some value out of that Sheriff in that round. Didn't come to fruition, but little things like that can really kind of snowball around, kind of change the destiny for a
bonus
team.
though.
Didn't pan
Bonus
out,
is
but
looking great.
I like what I'm seeing from both teams so far.
Envy goes in, 2 away from his ult.
For that fast war. We've been seeing that a lot, especially with the KO. You're able to kind of push them back with the early util. Of course, the Silva Recon also helping in that. They can really buy a lot of time here on A. And Team Secret with their first buy round.
Dude, Shockdown nearly took him down.
So they
Like
really
what, 5 HP with
sure
that?
they can snowball forward from here on out.
All committed over towards A,
pushes,
4
ZETA,
line of sight
it's the bonus.
over
Just gonna
towards
go for a
B.
set execute. We've got 2 Bulldogs, 2 Rifles, Phantom and Vandal on top of that. And a Stinger in the hands of Hero, who's already ticked down very low by the shot
Yeah,
darts.
Silva gets over here.
So much damage done to
Silva has
ZETA
drone.
on the way in, though. They have a lot of weak players. Jeremy under a lot of pressure.
Oh.
The fragments are really starting to push them out, and Jeremy eventually was going to get routed out by Depp. Good for 2 already in the
Damn,
sight.
this
Spike
is nice
by
at the moment.
Wingman.
Bonus is
And
looking
suddenly
good. The
retake's
low
not
HP
looking
was
so
still
happy for
alive.
Team Secret.
Double
You've still
molly on
got
the spike.
4 members you have to battle through before you're even concerned about any potential post plant.
Wrong
We can see on
plant.
the minimap, it's just a 1 nano swarm. NDG being held at screens. Look at this, to swing back around by the double of ZETA.
What's the triple
And
swing
Huron
like?
there for the swing out as well for the trade. He can't quite get the shot onto Borkum. 2v2. ZETA Division, if they can go up on a 3-0 start, it would mean absolutely everything. But they
vision
can't
block and he
quite line up
diffuses
the shot. He's
just on the
crushed
edge.
right under it. It's a tough one to hit with the
Yeah.
toxic screen.
They,
and the defuse will eventually go to Team Secret.
The
Now,
issue when you
as they're
plant sometimes on the edge
expecting
here,
the
people
player
just
to
diffuse in the box and then
Diffusing
they
from
don't
up
see too
inside
much.
the nest, but in
Yeah.
fact, they were on
All
the
over
box
full
underneath
10
and
to
able
block
defuse
vision.
from that
Pretty
lower
much what you want
angle,
to see
so
these days.
didn't really get the shots that he wanted to connect. A great spray down there for Borkum. Broke this round open for him. Gets the third as well. And that's going to allow Jeremy to hold that defuse. A decent idea in the post plant there for ZETA.
Table
But
though,
able
in
to
terms of
find
Zeta
just
as well,
small
yeah, first of all,
weaknesses
good
Team
idea.
Secret for
Second
that
of
early
all, just
setup.
nice
Yeah, they
damage.
do some damage on the way in, but
Like
ZETA's able
this,
to once again
there's only
just bully their way through. You could see
3
the depth
people that can buy Nexus,
already
these
kind of
3.
feeling it. 5 kills in
Smoke
here
goes
as
over
the
towards
Blade
middle,
Storm
knife goes over
popped
towards
into
A.
this round.
Recon
Recon
scans
are
1, that's it.
Potentially could be left unaccounted for. I think
This is
most
pretty
of
good
ZETA
info
was
though.
able to sneak
Most teams
by all of
4-1,
this. Gonna grab the orb, give a little
and I
bit
think
of
the
noise
knife
away.
hit Killjoy,
G and the others
and then
switching
obviously
over.
they scanned
Getting
the
ready for
Viper.
some contact here.
You kind of can heavy a lean, and that might be what we're seeing.
He's gonna have his work cut out for him. Never
Dude, they
mind.
tried to
Borkum
disrespect
just
the
going to
smoke.
make sure that he slows everything down before that. So Team Secret, they don't decide to greet it
Yeah,
any
one-way
further.
smoke was
Really
here, and they
nice
tried
with
to
the high-low
disrespect.
and the
We've got
poison
Molly
pod
to
as
stop
well.
the
And
plant
then
as well.
We do have the Blade Storm
They at
getting
least got the
eliminated
KO
by
out of
the
them.
Null Command. Envy, perfect timing on that.
Whoa.
Wants to make sure that they can continue the round win streak here
Didn't
once they've
massively
already
work,
got a hold.
but I
So
see the
Laz,
idea.
his lurk has to make some impact. But look at Team Secret's position on the map. I mean, they're prepared for anything and everything. They're prepared for a lurk in A. They're prepared for a deep lurk in mid as well. And ZETA, unless they get some contact kills, this map ain't opening up.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we're seeing so far from Team Secret, is they're very content to mostly stay planted until they really have full confirmation. Vash there good with the Guardian to take down Laz through the window. Depp, Blade Storm ready again as the no command is
Sugar-
wore off, but
Sugar
still
Zero might
looking
have a
for an
kill here.
opportunity to distract.
Oh,
Jeremy
okay,
has
well
the
that's
read
my
on it
bad.
anyway. Takes
Dude, that
Zero
push is
down.
really strong.
Yeah, Depp's on
You
a
see them,
separate mission right
you see
now.
them as they
He's
go
gonna
up the
rack
rope.
some
You
things
see
on
the
scoreboard here for himself
you
while
see
he
them
has
if they
the
look
chance.
to the right, like you have
Of
to
course,
tuck
no
wall.
reason to stop yet. Couldn't quite get the refresh there as Envy.
Us, yeah,
Another
I
Guardian
was
kill
just
as well
testing
for
it.
Team
Just
Secret.
testing the
So clean
waters for
with these
today.
long-range shots
Today,
from Secret.
it's
And as you
changed.
mentioned, I mean,
See
understanding
if
the
anything's
entire
new.
team, knowing
Apparently
that they're
not.
content to play backwards. So
Apparently
as long
still
as they
a thing.
cover all the potential flanks, they should be safe holding one angle each.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a little bit ahead of schedule there for those two initiators. That's what I'm worried about with ZETA, is the util doesn't really connect, and Borkum kind of has an easy double, and Depp, for whatever reason, didn't feel comfortable to go flying in there yet. Maybe was still worried about the null command getting popped while he was in the air or something, not exactly sure, but
Okay,
regardless,
low buy,
it's very well held.
double hero
Team
gun.
Secret doing all the right things at the right time,
They
using that
go
ultimate to
official as
really
well.
make
We'll see if
sure
they
that
use it
Depp
into this
can't get
round.
any
And
value
Borkum has his ult,
out of
but
that blade.
doesn't
So,
look
yeah,
like a
still
set
gets a couple
round
kills in the late round
in
when
terms
it
of using the
kind of is
Viper ult.
over. And a little bit more pressure towards the belt
Bit of a
area
bait into the
as
corner already.
see Zeta's fanning out,
Jeremy
trying to
pop
make a
dash.
little bit more space here for depth.
It's a fast dash in, and while the flashes aren't quite there to cover yet, Jeremy still gets out
Man,
alive.
this site here looks
Not
strong.
gonna take
Like
the
this
fight
whole
just
bit
yet. They don't
looks
want to get
impossible to
swarmed
play.
by the potential stingers, and Envy will get a long-range shot right across from screens. 2 members still
Hey,
on
what?
the site as well for Team Secret. Envy still holding on the screens. with
Yeah,
a
and
triple kill
my
as well.
one
Laz,
criticism
all of a
here
sudden,
would
the last
be,
one alive.
and maybe
Sure,
this
he's
is on
picked up a
purpose, I
rifle,
don't really know,
there's
but
also the flank that he has to be
the
working
other
on. He hears
three
it, he
without
gets
the
one a
guns
little
made
late on
moves
the swing.
before the other people
Still
could really kind
85
of get a
HP.
kill. Like they were
3
taking
more
all the
members
risks
to
here,
battle
but that
through
might have
for
been
Laz. He's got 50
on
seconds.
purpose because they have the
Everything
guns that they wanted to
that he
trade.
has to work for
The
here.
timing was
He's gonna go
slightly
for the
off
long way
from
around. Now, Team Secret, how
my-
good is your internal timer?
when I
Because
saw.
Laz is even going to go further
I like
through
this though,
kitchen,
instant
trying
reposition.
to make sure that he catches all possible angles from an advantageous sight line.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to piece this together from Team
Yeah,
Secret pretty
NDG
quickly.
looking
They're waiting
for,
screens,
he's at least
that's
looking
sure.
for
We see
middle,
NDG
but he's not
before.
looking
They're
for
not quite
this.
ready for the entire wraparound. The real
Oh,
question
man.
is, Laz, are you going to have time for this? Because you're going to have to go.
Ah,
If you go
bleed
this
turret,
far,
but
if
it's
you want
still-
to commit, you
still
got to go through heaven.
covers the
then
same
you're
thing.
not going to have the time. 18
Oh, man.
seconds on the clock.
How
It's gotta
calm
be
is he
the
with this?
snappiest 3K we've seen. He spots 1, he spots 2, but he can't even finish the first kill. Unfortunate for Laz.
The idea
Team
was
Secret
incredible
leads
though.
3-2.
Yeah, had to go for the fast play. Even got the dink
Yeah,
on NDG, but
just the fact that there was like
wall,
what,
so didn't get the
14
kill.
seconds,
Like,
the
decent attempt from
14
Laz
when
there,
you saw this
but
guy.
Again, Team Secret starting to get their feet planted, starting to understand the pace
Give him like
of
10
the
more
Zeta
seconds
attack
there.
already. So you're going to need to see a little bit of change from these rookies. Yoran and Hiroron really going to have to kind of step it up. They've been walking in and kind of getting eliminated pretty quickly, so their utility isn't finding value yet. I wouldn't mind to see an early timeout from Zeta, because right now it doesn't still feel like they've got all of these pieces working together like we're used to seeing when people run the Gecko KO.
This is interesting. They knifed, they recon deep to try and get info over towards B, but they knifed on top of it, so it didn't hit anyone.
On the other side of the map,
Kind of
but
double info
once again, Team Secret
over towards
happy
B.
to play back. Player up on screens, player on site behind the box.
Big buy round, we're going to see
Jesse
Fischl into
watching
this.
mid.
We're going to see potentially
All their
Laz get
bases
an orb.
covered.
Sugar Zero,
See
maybe
if
with a
Zeta
plant.
can
We'll
finally
pick it out.
get through past the pistol and the eco.
Yeah, I
Are
mean,
we,
it seems
are
also
they
perhaps
trying to
be a
get the
little bit of
Gecko
conditioning
up
coming
here?
in from the pistol round, right? The early
The
rounds,
the
Team Secret
Gecko
does
ult
push
from
out with
here,
the
where it
Util,
jumps
as we
across
see a lot of
410,
teams do
is
with
so
double
sick.
initiator.
Yeah, this
So
one.
now Zeta always waiting to clear for that. The real question is, do they
Wait,
wait
what
for the
happened to it?
refreshes? Now the pop flash, but he's not hit by a Jeremy. He's way on top of screens, and the flash goes a little bit too deep into the site, doesn't quite clear it. Now Zeta will still get the plant, but they're already down in numbers. And like you mentioned, Paper Thin, a crucial round here for Zeta to secure, so they'll even commit the lockdown. Comes in after the plant, so they're going to buy
He
maximum
got
time
knifed? He
possible.
couldn't have got knifed.
You've
The
got a
KO knife
mosh
is still
and
up.
a snake bite left for the post plant. So choosing to still fight close quarters on the site. They don't want to risk it.
Jesse just cancelled it. It was just to clear the first
Trying to
angle.
buy time once again, just using to delay, trying to swing it
Shot.
off of it.
Lovely
Huron
swing
wins
with
another
it. It's a
sound,
nice
but he
trade
gets traded
though.
by Jesse Bash as Team Secret
Sugar
starts to pile in.
Zero.
The high-low double swing is good on both sides of the site, mind
Whoa.
you. And Huron just trying to spray
Whoa.
down as he sees the second peak, but it's just too many members.
Yeah, it's really good discipline.
Shock damage?
Team
Ooh,
Secret
that might be the one.
Very happy now.
That
to
might
play
be the one.
retake.
Shock darts
Just
cancel.
sit back,
That sounds right.
Let some of this util come at
And
them,
that is the
dodge
issue
it,
from doing it
find
up
the picks
here.
where they can. If none of that happens,
Because
okay, fine, they get the plant.
even though it's
And
like
then, you know, Jesse
unreal to
Bash
catch
gets a
people
really
off
interesting
and it's
recon
hard
dart
to
here
shoot,
the left of the box,
it is easier to
just where
shock.
Deb
Yeah,
got
that's gonna
killed
make
actually
sense.
at land. Nobody from Zeta gets revealed, but you kind of get a ton of information that nobody's on the bottom floor. So Jesse, even though one of the players gets traded early by Hirodon up on top of the nest there, he's able to swing in right away, take that kill, and then they can start pushing a lot of space. So Zeta giving up a lot of ground.
It's a really
Team
savage
Secret
round to lose.
Really taking advantage of it.
And now there's
Big
that
sh-
timeout.
big buy round, you probably got
Perhaps
an
one or
eco,
two rounds
and you
late,
lost
later
Fischl
than a lot of us
and
might have hoped for,
Ojo.
but still going to come out well enough for the Zeta division to have room
What does
to
the shock
recover.
do?
6
I mean,
rounds
if you're in
left the first
Fischl and
half
you take
right now,
damage, it's like
Zeta will continue the
like when you're in
attack.
drone
Something
or
again that
dog,
they'll have
right?
to
It just
continue working on
cancels
is, do they even have the read that Team Secret hasn't really been pushing out? Do they really use util to gain value? Because like you said, Beaver, then sure, they're throwing the Dizzy out, right? They're clearing the close quarters, but they're not really working other parts of the map or anything else off of that. They're not getting a reaction out of Team Secret. There's just not really any net positive for Zeta Division.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really think
The
they
flashes,
need to just
yeah, there's a few things that are looking a
spread the map
little bit timing
see if they
off
can bait out some of that early util,
on
you know,
Zeta,
seems
right?
like at the very least, Team Secret
We've
is
seen
happy
a couple
to
of the swings early,
get any contact
whether
on
it was
A,
this
and then
double
Jesse
B
Bash
one
lets
or
loose
whether it
with
was
some of
like
shock
on
darts and
the
stuff. So bait a
save
little
round
bit
where
of
there were
that
2
util
hero
out,
guns.
keep Laz on
the timing
maybe
of
A
some
side,
of
have him
the
try to work that. Not this round because it's an eco, but
some of them swarming
in the
into
future,
sight is
when they
just
have rifles again,
a bit off.
see if you can really spread the defense.
Looks too easy for Team Secret to get a kill and then reposition or just tuck around the corner.
Depp and Laz, incredible players in their own right as well, of course. So see if you can find some opportunities.
Okay, info for info, and this knife is nice. It hits 3, and they also use that to their own advantage, and they just insta-group towards B, because you would imagine a heavier stack towards A with all this info. And because of that, they don't want to get the orb yet, but they leave the orb and they go close, because they feel like they're going to expect him more towards A.
Content to just hold their default positions. They've not really filled any part of the sites, even on A, and just barely holding onto pipes, ready for the exit by Jeremy. And now it's the Odin, ready for the
I haven't seen this for a long time. It actually works pretty well. It's just very hard to kill Wingman. Holy. And they might be able to pick up that gun, but Depp instead decides to heavy go over towards the site. Still no plant.
As we do see Kitchen entirely
The
filled
Sugar
up by
Zero
Team Secret.
attempted to use
ZETA
his
will
ult
have to
here.
slow things down.
Use ult and block the full of spawn.
Of that timing to sneak underneath the bridge.
Just
Team
the
Secret
guns aren't here.
be somewhat aware somebody's in that vicinity. Some shots at Borkham, trying to keep them busy, trying to get the rest of the team over here as Team Secret seeing if they can sneak around the back with Jeremy. Plant trying to come down here. Sugar Zero may finally get the opportunity, but Hitterdon wiped out.
Yeah, they at least know where 2 of them are. They have no idea about. They should know about Depp.
But not going to happen for the time being. Depp still not spotted just yet, but he gets surrounded on the drop. He's too distracted by the members in Snowman, and now suddenly Team Secret is all over the site. Laz, the last one remaining with a Sheriff. He's good for 1 tap. Can he get 2? Gets 2. 2 remaining. 1v2. Can't continue on to the 3rd. And Team Secret will lead 5-2.
You can't give Laz those 1v1s like that.
Yeah, you gotta have good spacing against this guy.
That was one of those moments when you're really calling the play and you start to feel like, oh, this might actually happen. Like, I didn't think it would. But Team Secret eventually gets a wraparound as well.
I'm right there with you. I really felt like for a moment there, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Depp revealed his presence there a little bit too early. I feel maybe could have held on some of those shots, but whatever. It was an eco round.
I mean,
it's not a big deal.
It's one of those things where also they spent so much time trying to bait out the early peaks. They don't get it, and eventually they lose control of yellow as well, which means they're not really able to peek in to Snowman, so it all falls apart. But like you said, it's an eco. They get the spike plant.
Yeah, money's getting a little bit out of control. Got 5k, someone getting up to 4k. Knife goes in, hits Killjoy again.
Some early pressure with that 0 point gets to
That's taking this orb all the time. 1 away from his ult. We'll see if he gets a kill here. They can easily, if they want to, over towards A, just leave sight because they've got good ults, especially with Jesse Vash. Both of these sites at the moment, they can kind of just leave.
Very, very nicely, and that was something we saw even in their eco round where it didn't
really
really
nice
matter
drone.
because of the gun differential.
Hey, this is good because the tag here is just really, really strong. Wow, man, 1 HP. There's no way. That's really, really cool though. I like that drone a lot. It makes a lot of sense with the Odin. Cool that we have 2 sick rounds with the Odin. Oh, this guy's stuck now. That was a very nice KO. He did so sick, man. Yeah, Envy trying to help his teammate out here and make sure there's at least a trade. This was a nice reaction though. You see someone over towards yellow, you insta-pop ult, especially as normally they smoke to get out. Oh, this round has... Yeah, this round looks good and they hear this guy.
See the flash drive coming in. There's a pop flash, and it's going to be
very nice, man. This was a cool round. I really like Hero deserves a shout out. It must be something they've been practicing, or at least some idea that they had into this, because the insta pop of the ult, can't put the smoke down, committed, and then Depp. I mean, Depp did so much.
That's so smart from a young player to have the patience to do that, and then setting up Depp with that.
They both played really well in this in terms of the 2.
I'm super curious if we're going to see what classic he has in his hand, but
he's hiding it.
He's hiding it. But
until he breaks that record, he's hiding it.
Yeah, well, I also said that if Depp can put up at least 30 kills on one map,
Money
I'll buy the ZETA bundle
was getting pretty good, obviously.
He's already well on his way.
Not so much anymore. All over towards A, so they spot the Killjoy and the knife hit 4, so they know right now it's a 4-1.
He tweeted about it. That, you know, he noticed it.
Yeah, he definitely noticed it. I mean, you could tell
Akko, I'm good. How you doing, man?
Kept in his back pocket as a pride point, right?
Yeah.
And And
Who
now
wouldn't?
Icebox just comes swinging out.
Yeah, I like
I
the
certainly
change up
would.
as
I'd
well.
grab out of that.
That
This
was a
alarm bot
crazy
over
match
towards
for
B is
sure,
going to give
where
them a lot
he
of
set up
info.
that
They
original
create
record,
heavy pressure
now thwarted by one
over
of the best
towards
back
B,
in
but they
Americas.
didn't go far
But
enough,
for
so
now,
this alarm bot
record
is here.
be
So at one
damned.
point,
Deb
we'll see a
really
rotate
wants Zeta
out.
Division to take the
Say
lead
at one
back, and
point.
they'll do their best
What is going
slowly
on
to
over
keep
towards
across.
A?
Jesse
Jeremy's
Vash
taking
aware,
a
he gets
duel.
one, he's ready for the second peek as well.
Goes
He
down
gets
to
a ding,
30.
yeah. But he will go down eventually. Jeremy
Yeah, and they
also
get a
taking
1-for-1
big hit as
trade,
well.
so
Zeta Division
looking pretty good from
overall
ZETA. They
still
got
in a
a
pretty
ult if they get over
advantageous
towards
spot here
site.
in round 9.
Yeah, you do like a little bit of the change here for Team Secret. Trying to gamble a little bit that B might be
Fish ult
where
now on the
Zeta
floor
continues
after
to
getting
put
shock
pressure
darted.
Since they had success there, let Jesse sneak up. Jesse's still doing a fair amount of damage, so you're not super displeased with that at all by Team Secret. Up on top, pick goes down. Plant gonna try to be put in. All
And
this
this is
detail
strong.
once again goes into
He
the
can
nether.
be up
As Team
at the
Secret
top.
is just waiting for this retake.
Oh, Deb, he
Oh,
dashes
this
out, but he
is-
still
this
lands
is a
on top of the
hard-
box here as well, so he's
Hard
gonna
round.
be the
Even
first
with
line
this
of
ult,
defense.
like this guy
As
can
you
just
mentioned, a
go
lot
in
of the
this
youths already
cubby
spent, but right
and
now,
then get
no
back
way
into
to
his
break
ult, and
the
then they can
lockdown
just
because of
spam.
it.
I
And
love
Deb,
this
I
ult
don't
from
know if he's gonna
ZETA.
get out just in
Is he just gonna
time.
tank the ult?
Not quite.
Yeah.
It seems several members being detained, so Zeta, they've got to be able to fight up close. They just have to hide, and you're
Yeah,
in
this
East
is
to cover
a-
last
whoever
chance to
came
cover
up
on
with
that
this
first
ult,
one. Half already done
this
on
is
the
great.
BFUs. Thrash jumping in to try to delay further. They know it's
Last
not
time you
stuck
see
just
this
yet, but
is a
Deb is
free
gonna get
win.
surprised by drop down by Jeremy. A 2v2 now in the enemy Team Secret. Continue to push through. They get the Viper down. It's down to 1v1. Pig goes down, but the
Yeah.
snake bite still just
Unlucky it's a little sidestep into it. Damn, that ult is nice. Other teams will
It's
steal
so
that.
close, even when Zeta's able to win these rounds, it comes down to the
Because
last
we've seen the normal
player
one on the floor, and you see them pinging
just
about it,
barely
being
able
like,
to
I
get in
thought he
there.
was on the
I
floor,
mean, I
but
love the attempt here from Team Secret. Coming
Spreads
at you
up
from
to the
so many
top.
different angles, that lockdown, forcing Sugar Zero to have
Pretty
to
cool.
gamble to stay in the pit to make sure it stays up while he's detained. And, you know, Zeta quick to have to respond. They even had the
Anticlimactic,
Thrasher
yeah. I mean, it
available
was
to
always
try to
going to end
cover.
like this just
Weren't
because of
able
the
to find
ult.
much value with it. Team Secret able to dodge some of that, but just barely.
If you've
Sugar
seen it
Zero
before,
got a snake bite off
Won't
before
work
he
as
was
good,
dead.
but
And Yurdan
that was,
probably a little bit luckily not having to be the one to clean up that final kill. Really scrappy round there.
Whoa.
Jeremy just walking up with the
Yeah,
sheriff.
and
Steals
they're
Laz's
making
gun.
the-
Thief
oh.
in the night.
The dash is out.
yeah,
as
and a
well,
lot of times
so
they've
now
been
safe with
knifing
that
over
upgrade.
towards A and
That's
hitting
pretty
one,
reckless work
and
from
it's
Team
just been getting them
Secret.
info. This time they knife and they
Now,
actually
Zeta
managed to
Division,
like
they've been slowed down, and I mean, sure, you
separate
had some
off
better
the
coordination this
singular
time,
player.
right? The double flash is on to Green to try to put some pressure on it, but because of this early kill, they have to regroup. Wants to make sure that they're not giving any extra rifles over to Team Secret while their opponents are on this half buy. So now at the minute mark, they're still reworking across the entire map, retaking control of Green. Now just holding on to the lobby of A as well. Team
yeah,
Secret
knife
happy
goes
to hold
in.
back.
Yeah,
The
the real
knife
question
hits
for me is
no one at yellow.
Sugar Zero, can he find any value out of this lurk? If they can even get the plant down. I mean, right now there's so much
40
attack
seconds.
secret,
We've
but now they're
got
kinda
a
second
one
guessing it.
person
There's been no change in
bit of
direction
pressure over
yet.
towards A, and looks
Zero
like the spike.
sneaking in.
Let's
Jeremy
check
Jeremy's
if someone's
position,
behind
though,
him.
it's kind of a hard one to read. He's being tucked right in until the
the
opponents
call
think
is
it's
to come
entirely
back A
clear,
once they
and
got
actually
this
just the
much
backup
map
call as well,
control.
right? They got the 0 point onto the jet.
Keep
They don't
passing
see any
stack
further
here, though.
information on B. You've still got the
When does
nanoswarm and
Jesse
alarm
get his
bot. Team
recon?
Secret has a read on this, given the time. 20 seconds left.
When does Invi
Jeremy's
get his
still
knife?
tucked in. He just has to buy time at this point. And
Knife comes
Zeta,
up now.
they have no idea that they are about to enter the jaws of their opponents.
knife
10
goes
seconds
in,
left
hits
on the clock.
two.
Jeremy will get the clear,
And they
but
stop
Envy's
the
there.
plant,
Too
10
delayed.
seconds
Wuzman
left.
goes down. 7 seconds now. Time is ticking
Ooh.
away. 6 seconds. Trying to
What?
hold on to the defuse.
Lovely
Quick
shot,
kill
man.
from Envy. But still, Zeta, they will
Big
get
run
the
from
plant
Dep
down.
needed.
Couple members low. Envy down to 5 HP. Dep has to get the most out of these blaze storms. Going to tuck back out of the toxic screens. He doesn't get the shot as he lands. Envy is still rampaging through with a sliver of health.
Guy's
and he's
killing
trying to push through
everyone
for
on
yet
5
another.
HP.
Huron
What's
put
going on?
onto the
Oh,
same
my.
aspect, and there's the
Damn.
snake bite.
Dude,
Team
this is a lot of
Secret
rounds
takes
for
back
defense.
another round.
6.
Yep. This is just, again, Team Secret playing back. Just comfortable to give up
Yeah,
space,
Envy gets all
find
in
this
this.
early
Well,
pick,
sorry,
grab
Envy
a
gets
gun
all
and
in
back
this.
out. I mean, that's huge for
Man,
them.
that shot
to
at
get
lower
wins
was
like
really
that.
nice. Just had the
Envy with
footsteps
some
pretty
really
much ready with
crisp
the
drops to
pre-fire.
that Guardian as well, helping things out. But you can see that just there's no preparedness after the plant goes down because Zeta has to spend so much of their utility to get onto the site that they're not really in a place to counter the utility. To
Why is
slow down
Icebox
these
attack
retakes.
sided?
They're trying to
'Cause
rely on on skill alone, and sure,
The
that can
person
get
that
you over the
made
line
a site
sometimes,
was just
but against this Team Secret team, extremely difficult with how
It's on
disciplined they're
something,
showing
man.
themselves today.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those
Basically
things
why.
where maybe
It's
you
too
choose
hard
your
to
timing
defend
so,
A.
but even then, perhaps just already knowing the positions you want to hold, right? The angles you want to hold. And again, the value on the lurk. We haven't really seen that as we see Jeremy being pushed away with the operator in hand. They haven't quite checked the weapon, but they do know that someone was posted up on yellow. Now catching sight on that jump peak. There's 0 point. Jeremy going to dash out, but he's going to still hold the angle. Wants them to greed for a peek here as he slowly inches back towards his teammates. He's got a long way to go if he goes through here, so he's going to have to regroup towards Snowman.
Yeah, and Vision's going to get blocked,
just
so
providing a little bit of assistance with that 0
might be a
point.
free plant
Pit
here.
Up on the A site, so Team Secret, no reason for any overreaction just yet.
Good job here so far by ZETA avoiding any damage from this operator of Jeremy. Some damage traded across the sides there, trying to delay the plant, but it is going to get down.
Wingman on
Now
the
look at this,
corner
they're just
avoids all
hiding.
the
They're like,
util.
nope, we
Double
know what's out
molly
there.
on
We don't
the
wanna deal with it.
double molly on the
Yeah, this
spike.
time,
We
though,
have
do they
molly. You
have
got fish
any
ult. You
backup
got
plan if they get
double
shoved even
viper
further
molly.
into
You
green?
got
It
KO
looks like
molly.
Sugar going to be the insurance as he starts
Like,
his
the
flank
amount they
all
need to
around
tap
through
the spike
mid.
right
See
now.
if Team Secret has a timing on it. Jesse Vash is ready for it as Thrash comes out.
Yeah,
Team
I'm
Secret knows they
interested.
have
I
to
mean,
wait it
Jesse
out.
has
Quite a few
no.
members it seems
Jesse
getting
has no
hit. At least
shots.
one for sure.
This
Huron
is
will
a done
answer.
rounds. There's too
Make
much
sure to
util. Look at
capitalize
it
on
already.
that. ZETA knows time's on their side. Sugar Zero still holding. They know they haven't even done half yet. The tap begins, and Sugar Zero now starting to flank back
It was
in,
the
but still
extra
being held
util.
all the way up to the half. Envy
Okay.
eventually goes down. Sugar Zero not even needing to show himself.
Yeah,
as
well,
ZETA trying
when
to
that
make
happens,
this
like
into
when
a
they have
6-6
this much
half.
This
util
is a
down,
lot
Jesse
better
needs to
from
make sure
ZETA,
that he
not
saves his
doing
shock
a
dance.
util dump this time, just kind of taking
Yeah,
their time.
he's really got to
baiting out
make
some
sure that he
shots.
saves
That
his
0
shock
point
dart,
gets a
'cause
ton of value.
it's
Forces
way
the
too
player
much
out,
delay
able to
on the
use that
spike.
lockdown to buy some extra space.
If he can kill the
Really,
killjoy mollies
really
with his
clean
shock
stuff
dart,
overall.
then they have a
And then
good chance to
everybody
be able to like
beat
slow
post
retake
plants this time. A little bit of backup, a little bit of crossfire to cover things. The fragment held to the late position as well. So yes, a round of
This is a good
applause
round by
from the
them,
fans
though.
in Tokyo.
This is a
Well
nice
deserved,
methodical round.
as
Just
ZETA
push them
could
off the
potentially
angles,
tie this
block
half up.
vision.
I mean, if they do it,
Get the plant down. Plant was in a good pose as well. Just out in the open, dodges the normal molly, which I think has moved a little bit more into the open, so it can actually hit this corner. So that's a good adjustment from Team
But
Secret.
of course, high risk, high reward as he's exposed by multiple angles. And ZETA slow creeping up one piece at a time with the Dizzy.
Yeah, now the buys were a little weak here for Team Secret, but Envy with a rifle in hand, quick to scoot over off that contact with that no command as well. Try to shut this down. There you go. It is going to come through in response to that 0 point.
Can't use the molly if you tank the
slow
ult.
this up at all, or ZETA.
Oh, ZETA, they're pushing through, but the Stinger is good in close quarters. NDG is holding on right under the site for the time being, so while the spike goes down, it's a 5v4 advantage for Team Secret. They still have their own null command as
this
well,
guy
so this
get
can be
it?
used for the retake. Smart of NDG to try to clear the close corners. They never quite got control of that just
Dude,
yet.
he's
Sugar
still
Zero
here?
holding at a long-range angle, and that's the swing around close range by NDG. Envy eventually goes down. No
Alright,
time
Jeremy
for the
was
rest.
waiting for this the
Jeremy's
whole
waiting
time.
for the lurk. They might not have seen it before,
Jeremy
but
gets
they know about it now, and
sniped.
NDG gets the spray down
Bro
running
gets
gun
4
with
with
the
a stinger.
Team Secret will not let go of the lead as they finish the half.
He got
7 to
4
5.
with his stinger.
Goodness
Did he ever even
gracious, that
stop moving
stinger
with the jaws?
insane there for NDG.
7, man, that's
Absolutely
a lot.
just
I think
fearless
Zeta
with
probably
it. Some
need
great
pistol.
util there.
Unless they got a really
Getting
good
the
defense
read on
side.
the positioning of the player underneath the rope position.
I think they can
They
win
just
this on
dump
defense.
a bunch at him, make him super uncomfortable where he
Just
doesn't
trying to
know where to
think.
look. And that starts breaking things
I mean,
open, and they just force
They
their
have
way
so much
through.
delay.
It's a pretty good half for ZETA in a way because it's, you know, they took more rounds than one. So
Yeah,
there's improvement.
the bar is pretty low, yes.
Yeah, but it still feels like Team Secret mostly had a really good read on them. Now,
Expected
changing
attack
sides of the
defend
map,
like 7-5,
is
just
ZETA
the
gonna be
opposite
able
way
to
around
flip the
normally.
script onto
It's like the
Secret,
most
but
common.
certainly Secret very keen to work this map. Jesse Vash sending all kinds of utility all over the place to keep his opponents guessing. It's a great job of tracking the
You can
movement
change a little bit,
as
obviously,
well, and
because of
something
comms.
certainly ZETA's going to have to find a way to contest with, because so far this year hasn't gone great on this map.
Let me see, Carlisle really sifting through all the notes that they have prepared here, trying to figure out what can they switch up on this half. Going over to that defending side. Now, when they were playing against Global Esports, this was another case where, yeah, they knew kind of the first steps on how to use this composition. They started to get pushed and pulled around the map, and also GE did a great job of avoiding depth a lot of those times, you know, making that operator obsolete for a
Okay,
lot
in
of
terms
the rounds
of
that
the
was
pistol
bought.
rounds,
So
Yeah,
we'll see if
1-0
Team
to
Secret
Zeta.
has the same game sense here going into the attacking half.
yeah. I mean, the good news here for ZETA is
Full
Steph
commit
is having a
towards
pretty good
B.
half, 12 and 10.
Smoke.
So he's definitely
Lining up. Wait.
feeling it. Felt like maybe pressing a little bit at times, but that's okay. Overall, you know, you need him fired up and in the
So
game.
pressure with the wall,
Most
pressure
likely,
with the
if you're gonna
mid
get
smoke.
over the line, I'd like to see
Standard.
a little bit more from Euron on that Gecko in terms of utility usage as well. Only 1 assist in the
the
book.
one
So,
for
again,
the one for
some of
Heaven
these
here.
initiator
Oh,
plays
that's nice.
not
Yeah,
bearing fruit for
yeah,
Zeta
that's
Division
useful.
this time around. The 0 point to check pipes is going to confirm Euron's position, so he is going to have to back off. Hiruron here, but it's a 2-1-2 split with Laz covering mid. There is potentially some contact with Borkum, but
Yeah, there is a gap in middle
doesn't have
here in
Poison Cloud
terms of
to
no
scooch on back,
util.
and for now, Team Secret continuing to really take their time, maybe just going to be waiting potentially for this recon dart to come back
Wait,
up
did
for
we
Jesse
just see
before
a
they make the
molly
move.
for
Yeah,
this
I mean, I think that's the
turret?
same
Yeah,
play,
we
right?
did.
See if they push out. If
That was
not, you know
nice.
you should have the
So
numbers advantage,
they
especially
walk
on the
here,
pistol.
they clear
Here
to see if the
against a team
turret
like
is at
Zeta
this
Division, they're
angle.
gonna
They see
hold
no
on to the
turret at
default.
this
They don't
angle,
want
so they
to
call
overreact
NDG
just
back,
yet.
and they molly
See
the
the
turret
drone
because they know
scouting
that
early
the
for
turret's
any
not going to be in one or
long-range
two
peeks, trying
places.
to clear the
They
close
check one,
quarters
it's
of
not
pipes.
there,
You'll be able to catch
protocol is to
bare
then
glimpse
molly
of
this
it,
one.
but the counter is
Very
0 point
nice.
once again. So now Team Secret
We'll see if
still at
Laz
the
changes up
45-second mark. They
his
start to
stuff
push
after this.
into green over by the B side.
Bit of pressure
Trying
over
to put some
towards A,
pressure on,
rotate
trying to
comes in,
weaken
especially with the
most of the
knife
map.
as
0
well.
point
That
on
keeps
A to
3
keep those
people
members
here.
tied
Good
up as
timing.
they've already
Dude,
approached
what a
all the way
lovely
up to the
pistol
entrance
this is
of
from
B.
Team Secret.
Do they know about Sugar Zero holding this angle? Surely they check it, but there's a slight gap in the toxic screen. He finds one. He'll get a tag, but it's just a classic. Not going to get the instant kill as Sugar Zero backs off, and now backup will be arriving. Turret set up in kitchen against the lurk. Zeta Division, they want to put their full focus on the retake against the site.
The real question is, have they kind of accounted for Envy? It looks like Laz is going to be aware.
Yeah, he's watching
Gotta
that
keep,
mid position.
gotta keep an eye
Meanwhile,
on Envy.
Snowman slowly getting taken over. 2 members on yellow. They just want to hold on. The Cloudburst will buy time. The 0 point tags only a couple members. The double flashes come in. It's quite clean as Laz gets
the
one.
flash
second
triple
as well.
swing,
Now Zeta start to
that was
swarm
cool.
through,
Envy
but they will
activates
get
over
blasted
towards
out,
middle.
slowed down.
Big
Envy
jewel.
at long range
Nicely
can't
done.
land the shot. And now
Double pistol?
3v1. Borkum doing everything
Yeah, he's got to
he
go
can,
fast because Wingman's
but with
defusing.
37
Double
HP,
pistol for Zeta. That was very,
will be
very
able
nice.
to
I
help
still think Team
Wingman finish
Secret's
that
round was
defuse.
really good.
This is pretty interesting.
Could maybe do
from
with a
Zeta
better wall over
because
towards
there's
Heaven.
that kind of idea
It's
that
so
you
weird.
see
I
from
always
Team
talk about the
Secret all
wall,
the
that
time
no
where
one,
there's utility thrown
that
one
everyone has
way
like
and
their
they're actually
own
going the
different
other.
way of doing
It's
the
not actually
walls.
Jesse's utility, it's Envy's
And
with the 0 point. Well, they're going over towards
Yeah,
B to get the
the
plant
gap
down.
towards
That
Heaven
angle
can
to find
work,
that
but you
little
got to
extra
know
damage
about
through
it so you
that
can kind of
toxic screen.
pre-fire it
Definitely
more.
a nice pickup for Sugar Zero there.
Sure.
Helped soften up the forces of Team Secret, and also Laz, head on a swivel the whole time. I was watching his icon on the minimap, and constantly his triangle was spinning back and forth between the 2 position, back towards the site, doing a great job making sure that Envy's lurk was accounted for. So that shows me great awareness, great preparation so far for Zeta.
Now, over on that eco, Team Secret just going to creep up in a little death ball over by A. They should be spotted by the 0 point. That's the signal for them. All 5 members tagged up. Now Zeta, they kind of have to make a decision. Do we stay and fight this or not? It's a bit of a greedy position, but Hiruron will
good.
swing out. There's Sugar Zero
Yeah.
as well.
Viper getting a
slight
lot
mismatch
of-
initially on whether they
a
want
lot of
to stay
action
and
there
fight,
and a
but
lot of
eventually they'll
assists as
clean
well
it
with
up.
the
Only
wall.
1 person dropping in that round.
Yeah, it felt like there was just that moment where Laz might have felt like he could send his players to the other side. You know what I mean? He's like, okay, I'm good here. I'll hold
One
by
person
myself.
that can
oh,
get
crap,
one
wait,
shot.
Get over here. They're all here.
Yeah.
Because he's like, oh, I just got to stand and fight it. Now they do come and trade very nicely. Just maybe a step later than you would have liked, but I think that's totally fine. You only lose 1 player. You're very happy to do that. Depp has the outlaw.
So when one side is okay, it's eco, you're trying to like do something random to catch off people,
from a lot
especially when you're in
players
F Classics.
Pacific and across the world. So now the full armor kind of has to be the go-to if you can afford it coming into your bonus or anti-bonus, I guess.
Yeah, and the bonus doesn't look great.
See if it
but
pays off dividends. It's going to be the
that's
first
nice
shot
at
from
least.
Depp. It lands clean on Jeremy, down to 54 HP. Depp not taking a hit at all. So now, Team Secret wary of this, and Jeremy in danger on the entry of getting picked off by that long-range weapon. Zeta off of that contact, though. Still 3 members holding strong onto A. Now wary with that poison cloud going up and down over in mid. Laz, he's keeping his eye on a potential lurk.
Yeah, so much pressure on Depp up front with this outlaw. He's going to have to be so darn quick. And you got the other 2 players, Hiruron and Yuan, trying to back
That's what
him
they were
up.
waiting
So
for.
their utility potentially. I want
Knife
to give a
goes
shout out
in,
to Hiruron.
and they're
a great
hoping
dizzy
that
there.
it
They got a couple
causes
assists in the
more
pistol round
of
as
a
well.
push over towards B,
kinda
but
pointed
because
out
it's
that
a
he was having a little
bonus
trouble
round,
finding
Zeta
some
just
value.
gamble
Well,
over towards A,
quickly
and they are spot on,
made
and
up
there's
for
so
that.
many people
0
here.
point comes in. Here we go.
Knife
All right, he's gonna
does
go
get
right
shots,
behind the
they have
dash.
no
Wants to
idea
find
how
the second
many.
member, not gonna land the kill. Yeah, not the shot either. Jeremy peeking through the toxic screen. That puts him so low. Huron just has
Boy,
to
this is
scratch to
hard.
pick up that
25
kill.
seconds
And
now.
with only
It's a
25
lovely
seconds,
nade.
he's still able to clear the corner with the fragment. It's so much util being dumped by Team Secret onto the site. 3 members left alive.
Still
but
2
Borkum down
people
to
here.
10 HP.
And
NDG
2
will
people
make
another
things
8
a little bit
HP.
more stable for the round, and Laz just trying to get one more kill. Will
Yeah,
not
some of
find
these
it.
duels,
Secret takes
3
back
and
the
8.
lead.
Yeah, nice recovery.
They're good
here.
bonus.
Secret takes a
They should
ton
be
of
happy with
damage,
the
but
bonus.
Yuran, again,
They did
hitting
good to keep the
another
stack here as
player
well.
with this great combo of mollies from Team Secret, stuck in a bad position where he's just nowhere to left to
Honestly,
go.
probably this nade at the back saves them a little bit here. The molly nades.
Maybe get a pick for that snake bite,
Like,
fragment combo.
pretty much one-shot him.
It's quick work of him. And there's good teamwork. Blood onto the site. Patience paying off. Depp trying to, again, get a little aggressive with that outlaw. Doesn't really find too much value. Now ZETA with their full rifle buy. So Bulldog has to be forced out for Team Secret. They're getting aggressive.
Yeah, they're pushing up real far out, right below pipes as well. The high-low setup, Uran's got his back. ZETA trying to throw a curveball here and an early drone. They realize that this is the timing for it. Checking close with the 0 point. It gets taken out, and now Team Secret very, very well aware. That allows their other members on the side of B to start to regain some space. Whether they rotate or not, Team Secret wanting to make sure they take advantage of this timing where they're able to expand their influence across the entire map of Icebox. Getting close, right up next to a one-way.
This is so scary because this is actually all a setup, a bait for the other side of the map, and this is what Secret loves to do. But it's not going to be that initiator utility, so let's see if ZETA can kind of get the read out.
Yeah, it's a quick setup, but Laz gets taken
And
out.
they know
Sugar doesn't even
they know
find the
that 2
target
more
just
here.
yet. He knows they have to escape, but he's not going to find the target at all at
Nice
the end of the
decision
day.
making
And with
from
the toxic
Borkum.
screen coming
Good
up,
luck
Team
to Depp.
Secret,
I
it's
think his
unscot-free.
gun's
They know
been
the A side
seen.
has to be weak. It's going to
His
be a
gun has to
creep
be
in, just
seen
waiting
here.
for a potential anchor. Uran not able to
Yeah.
land the shot either. And Depp,
Problem is when you're
he's
in these
distracted on the
corners,
screen
when
side.
in these
It's a
corners
quick
like
swim around
this,
from all the
place
way
your gun
deep
out,
into site
people
by
can see
Jeremy.
them. There's a lot of
I
them.
mean, it just
This
feels
corner
like
on
ZETA
site
couldn't
is the
get a
most
read onto
common.
this
This
at
one
all.
here as well. It's
They
really
had a bit
common.
of info, but they weren't able to piece the puzzles together, come up with a full picture. Instead, it was just kind of a partial image, and Depp just had no idea. I mean, he got completely blindsided there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he expected them to try to clear the site
Nice
all the way
time
through
from
screens.
Sugar
As we see
Zero.
Jeremy eventually
Jesse Vash has
getting
his
cleared,
ult, and
but the
he is
spike
currently
still
going
ticking
around the
down.
world.
You've
Molly
still got a
goes
potential
in.
alert coming in from
Molly
Jesse
doesn't
Vash.
get
He's got
shot,
the Hunter's Fury
and
from
that
long
is a
range.
kill.
NDG's gonna
At
clear it.
least
Now,
got
do
it
we know
half.
the half is done? We'll have to wait and see if it even gets to that as Uran eventually falls.
Ooh.
It's just Uran left. He clears, and there's the wingman, and that should be enough with the Hunter's Fury, just eliminating Little Bro. Uran not
Yeah,
able
that
to
was
return to
close,
spike
though.
for the second half.
Really, really close.
Well, maybe
Had to
gonna
use the
keep it
ult for Lil Bro.
Go, just
Oh my
okay,
God.
all right.
Yeah, okay, you get the 4K. That I guess that's the consolation prize there for ZETA. But really good stuff on the post plant from Team Secret. Layers with the mollies, layers with the Hunter's Fury. It gets them the win, but the economy now shaky for Team Secret. You can see they
Everyone's
struggling to figure
money's
out how
low.
to do the math to get this buy to go, and maybe there's a
Could be a good timeout. I feel like both teams
Actually,
benefit from this
lurking,
timeout.
Should this be a regular one? Okay.
Listen. We've escaped our own nightmares for the time being.
So far.
Yeah.
We've
T1's not playing today.
Yeah,
You know, all the stars have aligned for a smooth start here on day 2 of week 2.
Achilles isn't casting.
That's true. You know, everything has
We'll have
worked
someone
out. What a
anchor
great
their
day of
own
VCT Pacific.
on A.
You know?
It's just because they showed 2 people over towards B, so they thought it was B.
It's been a good day for most of us. ZETA Division.
My team's moving
You
away
know,
from Silver and
obviously the
Icebox.
scoreline
Gecko's
not
very
that
strong.
far off, but you can tell on the players' faces as well that
Gecko
it
is
just doesn't
really,
feel
really
right.
strong.
It doesn't feel good. Sure, they scrape by
And a
some
lot of time
heroes
with the
here and
Gecko
there, a
flash, you
couple
want to
good
combo
reads,
with another
but
flash, so people are
overall,
leaning
I mean,
into
we've been calling it on the play. Secret seems to be one
into
step
the KO.
ahead. Yep. And it's just the fragging power of ZETA that's allowing them to continue.
Like, I give him a lot
See
of
if this
stick, but honestly,
timeout
Wingman
corrects
is
that course. Last time in the
very
first half,
good
they
on
call
this
a
map.
timeout, and while they don't win immediately afterwards, they're able
Like,
to get
this map
3
is
of the
all
remaining
about
rounds. See if
fight
they
one
can pick
site,
that
delay
right
the
back up
other,
on
and
round
then
17.
I
then
love
when
just the
you're
way that
delaying the other
Team
and you're going
Secret
to
works
retake,
this
it's all
map.
about
I mean,
tap
so
of the spike
confident
and
to,
everyone
you know, show a little
wing
bit
out.
of info, show
When
a
you
little
don't
bit
have
of
to
pressure,
worry about
back
the
off,
Viper
and
Molly
then
not killing it,
you don't really
and most
move,
teams are
but you
playing
leave it
like
so
delay Viper Molly
in the
util.
minds of your opponent that they
Very
have no
strong.
idea where you actually went. Now, there's a big amount of util here, expecting some more pressure towards that orb this time. In fact, does
Again,
not come
still
through.
has its
We've already seen
weaknesses
it
that I don't think
previously
teams
from
exploit,
ZETA
but it's
as well. The guns
it's
are going to be
okay.
a little bit weak, so both teams having to
Who's the
scrape
team
together,
that played?
what they can from these buys.
Who's the team
A lot
that
of
plays
Sheriffs
Sova
look,
and Gecko?
If we know anything,
That comp's pretty
now with
cool.
the Sheriffs coming back into the meta, teams are certainly capable of doing tremendous damage
Oh, absolutely.
on these econs, man.
I mean, a big source of
But
all
have one
these
person
trophies we've been
basically
seeing across the
constantly
world, quite
shooting
frankly,
stuff
as
that's
Team
in the
Secret
air on the
also
floor,
just
but-
cutting noise. They're afraid of any sort of trap setup here right around the close
E2.
corners. Now Thrash at the ready
Yeah,
for
I
your
like
end. Curious
that.
to see if he uses it right away.
That's
as
strong.
ZETA looks like it's just a flood retake that they're prepared for. They already have Sugar Zero clearing out all the way up to Garage, so they know it still has to be a A hit at some point. And now Team Secret, are they aware of it? The 0 point goes deep. It has a lot of members. They should be aware that a flood is about to fill this site.
They use
so
Fischl
Snakebite
on
early
the
onto
eco.
Heaven while they go for the plant, preventing that early push.
Yeah.
The Thrash comes in. The spike
Poor
does
guy
finish.
planting.
And Jeremy will
Wall
go
to
high,
block
trying to
it.
cover for his teammates. He finds the
He
first
managed to
target.
shoot
That's one
it,
down.
though.
Dep now spotted on Heaven as well. Jesse Vash getting the double right around the corner.
And
the
you
entire
Fischl
team of
goes
ZETA
out
Division
on the
falls
eco.
as Sugar
It
Zero,
could be really
all
nice in
lonely
the next
outside of
big
the
buy
site, gets
round.
spotted by
No one dies from
NDG.
Secret.
And Borkum, okay,
One dies
not
from
gonna swing
Secret.
out and get the kill. Will fall for one, but Sugar Zero just going for the pre-fires. It's too many members.
And one
A big round for the
you're
econ as
seeing
well.
between these two compositions
3K for all of
is
these.
the Gecko
Armor
versus
rebuy.
the Sova. And the way that Jesse uses this drone. So one of the things that ZETA can't do as cleanly is clear the back of the site with their utility and have it available
Why do
to
they
them
fish
in a way
short?
that
So
is useful. So you
there's
have
like
to expend
a
those dizzies
when teams
and
are
those
looking
flash
at
drives
ults on
to clear the back of the
ecos,
site where
it's
Jesse
like
can just use the
snowball
drone,
ults.
find that safety,
Can we get a
and still
kill
has a
from
ton
this
of
ult?
util
And can we
in the
pick up
back
a
pocket.
gun?
He only has to expend
And
a
then if
little
we
bit to
can,
get
like,
the
kind of
information, and
then
of course the recon
snowball
drone
into
comes up on a
something.
cooldown.
So like Raze
So
ult's a good
he has
example,
the
right? You can
ability
get a kill and then
to
obviously you
kinda
can
keep
pick up
that
the gun.
information gain in his
So
mind
people
and
normally
share
use
a
like
whole
Raze
great
ults,
opener
or
on
they'll
it.
be
They're
fine using
ready
Raze
for
ults
it,
into
man. They
ecos.
see the
With
util
this, it was a
flying
little
in.
bit
They
similar
know that there was
because
an
it's
attempt
meant to
earlier
be
try to take an
one
aggressive
person
position by ZETA
planting,
Division.
Fischl
Well,
in,
this time it's the pop
separate
flash
them
all
off
the way from
with the
sight
wall,
from here
so
on.
you're meant to be able to
Doesn't
get a
quite
kill,
land in time.
pick up the gun
And
because of
ZETA
the
Division
wall.
will lose their star
So
duelist.
the overall plan isn't
Desperately
bad.
need another round
But
win.
yeah,
Your
I
end
don't think
just
I'll be
gets
using it
the
on
dink
ecos.
through the floor. They're not able to clean up the kill. Jeremy sitting at 10 HP, but
Well,
Sugar Zero
oh.
not able to make the escape either. Sure, he'll get the finish with the snake bite, but Team Secret now
Speaking of
knows that
ults,
they
these
can
two
just
need to be
barrel
careful that they
through.
don't
You're
use these
right.
ults because this
All
round is
alone,
done.
not able to land a single shot. As Envy
Yeah, and ever
will
since
just
we switched
jiggle for the
halves, it's
kill.
been pretty
I mean,
dominant.
They've been
And the
noticing that
bad news for
right
ZETA
around that
is
corner from where Jesse's planning is where a lot
we've
of
got
players from
3
ZETA have been
people that are
trying to
one
hide
away
themselves. They're
from that
pre-firing
ult
that
next
angle
round.
every time, and they rightly should. They've gotten plenty of kills for it, and there's been little ZETA can do about this preparation. They haven't been able to find any comfort. They've tried flood retake.
I think this was a good map pick from Team Secret though.
Once the
Like
rifles
out
come
of
into hand,
kickoff,
there's
this
been
was the map I
very
was
little
most
success for
critical
ZETA.
of
Most of their
ZETA
damage
for.
their rounds.
Then they
have been the
changed up
pistols
their
and the
comp,
ecos.
and it was looking a
Yeah,
lot
but
better.
That means that ZETA
But
not
there's
able
still like
to even
some
pick up an
struggles that
operator
are
a
there.
single
You can tell
time.
it's still a
And now
fresh
the
map for
mission
them.
is for Laz, can you keep one rifle in
Two
your
pistols?
hands for
Yeah,
the
you
next
gotta
round?
remember that as
Try
well.
to
It's a very
have
dominant
some
map
form of
at the
force to
moment.
prevent that point happening for Team Secret. Envy's creeping up. But meanwhile, we've got someone from behind. Okay, the alarm bot triggers. They know he's behind yellow, and NDG's actually just going to get the
So
kill.
rough.
Doesn't quite mind
Oh,
if he
so
drops
rough.
his own, as he does have 3,600
They
credits
lost
in
the
the bank.
global on this
All
map.
the
Yeah,
economic
they did
damage
change
you
up
can
their
do
comp though. Again, they
ZETA,
looked
the
really
better.
bad on that map. But
And
they've actually made
be able to
stuff
get
a lot better
New
here.
things go rolling
The
here.
improvements there,
Ultimates
and
in
I
the bag
guess
as well,
the
but
improvements
starting to
in
feel
their
do or die
practices might
for
have been
ZETA this next round.
might have
They're
been
going to go for Do.
doing a
They
lot
can get
better
it
than
done.
we're seeing in the officials.
Nice job there by Laz, but
Also,
what do you want?
they might
I mean,
have a
everything you're
perma
trying
veto.
here
I
at ZETA is
haven't actually
been
looked
thwarted
into the vetoes enough for this
every
split.
step of the way. A Guardian.
Been too many teams,
otherwise
too many
Phantoms and
games.
Vandals. Yeah, you've got the Viper's Pit. Yeah, you've got the Null Command. Yeah, you've got the Lockdown. It's just, are you going to be able to get to use them?
Yeah.
Because they're playing way back now other than on the B side, expecting
Yeah,
some kind of hitter.
and
They're gonna have to
we're
go
here
for
pretty
this
fast.
lockdown
And do we just see a
retake. Let's
reactive
see what
ult
Team
from
Secret
Sugar
has to say in
Zero?
response.
Yeah,
Who
surely
doesn't even
they
have a
read,
time to have
okay, the
reactive
site's been
ult. We
emptied
get
up.
a
You've got all
fuel
these
plant
ultimates. It
down.
should be
They got
a
Killjoy
set
and
retake.
KO to
Team
stop a
Secret, you
retake.
choose to push out, or are you
They have
content
the
to
same
counter
thing
with
as
your own
well.
lockdown? Is that going to be enough?
This is
Of
gonna be
course, the
interesting.
Null
It's like
Command as
whoever
well. If you
times
pop
it
that first,
faster.
Laz doesn't want to miss a beat.
Yeah.
So he will activate
Okay, they pop
his
them
own
all
right
in.
there, and the Null
Envy
Command.
popped
Zeta
his as
Division
well,
not
so they
giving
have
Secret
not
a
too
chance,
much
but
util
can
for
they
this.
capitalize on this timing?
What a weird round
We
this
do have
is.
to make sure for Zeta Division that they are able to
Look at
push
this.
into the site and start to
Yeah,
clear
they
out
were
some members.
really expecting
And right
them
now,
to go
the
fast
lockdown
behind.
ends. They get the site, but they haven't eliminated
And we
anyone
could put
beside
the
Team
Killjoy
Secret.
ult
Secret
down
just
towards
holding
here, and then
far
there's
back
a lot of pressure.
for these post plants. And there's a
Wingman
lockdown. If you don't stick
tank
to
this
that
molly.
defuse right now, you've got the Wingman going for it. Of course, Snakebite not quite able to eliminate Little Bro just yet. And
Yeah,
yet again,
just
it's
tanks
going
it.
to be Wingman.
Wingman just tanks
Bringing
the
home
molly,
another round victory.
Killjoy
We
molly.
see
I
this
mean, we
so
talked about
often
this
on
earlier, and the
Icebox.
fact of why people are using this.
I mean, I think
Just tanks
there,
the Killjoy, sorry,
Team
the
Secret thought they still, even with
Viper molly,
lockdown
and
null
just
command hand
Sticks the
combo
defuse.
that prevents Jesse Vash from using the Hunter's Fury to shut
Team
down
Secret just
the
confident
lockdown
that we
maybe,
have
they can just save it
Util
for the
on the
wingman,
molly,
but it never gets
and then they're not going to be
really
sticking
attempted
it.
to be used
It was
because
very
Zeta's
well
flooding
timed
at them,
though, I will
and
say
Jesse
that.
has to switch over to a
In
gun
the
just to
defensive
protect
Team
himself,
Secret,
so good
it
recognition
was
here by
KO
Zeta, a good
molly
change-up, good
into
utilization
Viper
of their
molly,
ultimates.
and
Now you still
Wingman
got a
pretty much
Viper's
went
pit to
in on
toy
the
around
last
with.
tick
So
of the
does
KO
Borkum.
molly.
Hunter's Fury,
So
though, still
the
available
timing
for
of this
Jesse.
from
He might be
Uran
setting
was
up
like
for some kind of early
beyond
pick here
perfect. It
with
was
the
literally
drone,
the best it could
potentially.
be.
He loves to do that. He loves to grab
Couldn't
some
have been any better
information, throw Hunter's
in terms
Fury
of
at you,
sending
but
Wingman out.
maybe just once again going to be saving it for that post plant like we saw early to make sure
They
the
got to be
little bro
very
can't
careful
do
because
his
this
job.
this
But
map
look
could
at
end
this.
on this round.
Yeah, Borkum, he reset. It's been fast pushes for Zeta Division. Gets one. He's ready for a second, but is he ready for a third? Not quite. So a good read from Secret, understanding that Zeta's been tightening the map on the other side,
Nice molly.
allowing them to set up for these retakes, but they can't quite
Oh
get
my
the
god,
yet.
literally on
Not
his head,
quite
bro.
Sure. I mean, that's some crazy pinballing there on the snakebite. Unintentionally shrugging
What
it
is
off,
this
so
luck
to
at the
speak,
moment?
on the side
That's
of
insane.
Jesse Vash.
The best body block of his life
I
right
mean,
there.
holy.
The accidental headbutt.
Allows him to get out scot-free from that side. He's still got Hunter's Fury in his hands, but
Viper
now
ult
with the
covers
damage
the
done on other
spike.
side,
With
he can't
this,
quite
they
go over to
insta
the
pop
lurk
a
in
molly.
mid. He'll just have to use it
Another
from
molly
outside
goes
of
out.
A site.
Boy,
Meanwhile,
Wingman gets
Nanoswarm's
killed
just
early.
getting
Another
rid of
shocks
Little
go
Bro,
in.
not
We've
the
got to
same
keep an eye on
Team
Jesse
Secret.
Vash.
Zeta
Does he
do
want to
start
use
to
his
push
ult
out
on
there.
this one?
They know that
Everyone's
there's so
one
much
shot.
sword with, and Jesse Vash will land one onto Laz. He gets some
And what's
extra
the
damage
spams
down,
like?
but the pit's still protecting it. But they're
Oh,
too
man.
low. Envy able to get the kills.
And they got
Good
reset,
stuff here
so
from
4
Team Secret.
chances, and this is by far
Making
their
way
best
onto the
one because
site,
2
and
people
even
have
with
no
that
money on
Viper's
Zeta.
Pit expended, even losing Borkum early, having their own Viper's Pit to that lurk, that push out through B. Jesse in a great spot once again to get some serious value out of his utility. NDG holding the line as best he can, but really everybody on Zeta was already so beat up. One more shot from any gun is
Yeah,
going to
they're
clean them up.
all super
It
low.
was easy for Envy. As these
But they got knives. It's not too
post-plan
bad. Knives and official.
setups that TS
Do way better than I thought.
likes to do, relatively successful, and Zeta's trying to push them. Zeta is trying to do some of the right things. It's just getting shut down. Team Secret having absolutely none of it. You can see how well prepared they are for this map, and even with Zeta knowing it was coming through, even though Carlisle talked about before this map that this was something they were expecting, that they had a great read, they still haven't been able to dial up an answer to Team Secret's Icebox.
Yeah, still 4 more rounds to go if they even want to take it over to overtime. Meanwhile, Team Secret wanting to avoid the same fate that they faced against RRQ, barely losing grip of that map, and eventually the best of 3 as well against one of their opponents in Week 1. Now, Secret will hold the Thrash in the hands of Uran, available for Zeta Division. Secret, I feel like they've been pretty content in the fact that they've eventually always been able to break through a site.
just waiting
so
for
they'll
some
see for
kind
the
of
early
push.
reactions. This time, though,
No
a
push in
very
the
different
45
setup.
seconds.
You've got
They're going to start
a
grouping
couple
up.
of those deep nanoswarms as well. Laz standing on top of the screens, going for
Knife
that
hits
early
2,
pickoff.
and that is the
First
call.
nanoswarm trying to push them
If it's
back.
too many, they're
That
going to
allows
go back.
Huron
And I like
to
this,
peek
though.
right into the site. And now
They
with
decide
30
to
seconds
put
left,
the,
Team Secret, they've already
get
taken
here,
over green. They
and
want to
Jack
make
can
the call.
start
They
looking
realize
at
this
all
early
these
nanoswarm,
angles,
something's
making a
not
lot
right
of
about
sound,
it.
keep the
Jeremy's here
numbers
just
there.
to sell the fake, the jet, trying to go
Yeah,
for the
they hear
dash
the
as
dash.
well. And Zeta has
people
bitten
here.
onto the bait.
And
They
they
chop
were not
right
ready
through
for
it, and
this
Team
one.
Secret get a free
Ult goes
B-site.
in, they're going to have
Viper's
to use
pit goes
Fischl
up,
to
Spike will
retake.
be
The
planted,
good plant.
and Zeta Division will
clear
have
the
to battle
ult,
through
and
the
they have all the
toxins
after
to
plant
try to
util.
recover this map.
Good news is you do have
Ooh,
the
that's
answer.
good
One of
news.
the answers with that Thrash. Depth so
Yeah,
good.
there it
Oh,
is, but
or
Borkum's
cover.
still with the cover.
Surely they
Dep
get this
will be
guy.
able to eliminate one from afar. He has to find the and he's
Oh,
not
no,
able to
man, look at
land
this
the
cover.
shots
How is this
onto
shot
Borkum.
come
He's
in
on
as
for
well?
the ace, but Jesse Vash
Someone
will
called a
clean
stray
up
bullet
from
there as well.
long range, and Team Secret will get the 13-8
Right.
victory.
Honestly,
in
double
map one of
pistol,
their
though, we
choice.
got to say this was
Exactly
dominant.
what you expect out of Team Secret. Great preparedness for this map. Plenty of curveballs thrown their way. Their defender side looking clean, looking completely in control, completely understanding how Zeta wants to try to utilize this Gecko KO comp. Shuts it down once again, and better than last time, you can say that for Zeta, but still not nearly enough. It did not really ever feel like they were threatening Team Secret.
Well, we'll see if they can pull it back together in map 2, but for now, we send it back to the analyst desk to break down the actions from Icebox.
Team Secret
Hey, let me
proves
upload
why
this
they are
VOD.
dominant on Icebox.
Again, for the new people of
once
VOD channel,
again, winning
you ever
their
miss a
first
game,
map pick of their
especially if
choice
you missed the
between
Lotus,
three with Zeta
Sentinels
Division.
Lev game.
Zeta
That's
Division,
worth
though,
watching.
was doing a lot better this time around, but look, Secret Icebox
I
is
mean,
theirs.
It's not 13-1.
Yeah, they talked about it on the cast. The bar was pretty low to be able to do better than what we had seen previously. And there was improvement. You know, there was some better ideas, but for the most part, I mean,
That's
the
a
thing that I
wrong
was asking
chamber
to
on
see from
Lotus.
Team
Oh
Secret
man, I
was
hope so.
NDG
I'm just hoping for it
being
most
there
maps.
off the rip.
This is the team,
He absolutely
two teams
was.
that I think
Some
should lean
great
heavy
moments
into
from him on
this.
the
It's
Killjoy, but
these
Borkum as
guys
well,
and its bleed,
playing a Viper,
obviously.
looking
So
very clean, especially at the end.
I
mean,
would
really
like to
pulling off
see
aces
more
to close out the
chamber.
map.
Actually, sometimes it's both of them too. I mean, they have a
I'll
lot of
say it every
utility
day until we
combos.
see
I
it.
think that's one of the things that kind of
14
threw
fast
off,
kills,
Zeta
that's a
Division
huge
little bit.
difference.
So many times we saw Zeta Division try to attack the A site, or even towards B. You want to go in a little bit more cleanly, but Team Secret makes sure that it's always labored. You have these slight high lows and also like
okay.
the way
Let
that
me
they
spam
play
some
off
ads. I'll be back in a
timing.
little bit.
Whenever Zeta tries to go in for the plants, Team Secret, sometimes you'll have
How many
NDG
push-ups could I do?
swing
I have no
against
idea,
Sugar
bro.
Zero's toxic
In
screen,
one go? Dunno.
and it just catches
30
him
maybe?
off guard. And Zeta Division aren't quite
Or I give
able
up?
to find successful post-plant scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a couple moments.
Let's,
I mean, it felt like it was starting
go
off
back and spam some
decently
ads.
well for them when they got into post plants. Not really just util dumping. Paperton was talking about it. That one of those B-side executes that they had. Everybody just sitting back because they knew that Jeremy had that operator. They didn't want to give sightlines over. They also just didn't throw everything directly at the spike and then have nothing else to defend it with. There were moments like that, but still, 50% of your post plants, not ideal. So still a lot to be workshopped here for Zeta Division on this map.
Another thing was also, I think, like around round 7 onwards or something, there was a second timeout from Coach Carlisle, and it was clear that they wanted a game plan to push, the main squad from Zeta Division towards the B site, leave Laz on lurks. However, throughout the whole map, Laz's lurks haven't really quite been effective because of Jesse Vash, because of Envy. You have a lot of these recon gaining abilities, like the Owl Drone from Jesse Vash, and they are always able to suss out Zeta Division's game plan. They're around with the Odin, the way they killed him. Envy landed some really nasty shots from A Rafters as well. Zeta Division struggled a lot.
Yes, they did. The first half, especially the second half, they were trying to fight for all of those rounds. And this is the Team Secret that we want to see. We want to see Jesse getting all that info, like you were saying, Quack, reading them really well along the way. And Team Secret overall just looked really coordinated.
Yeah, it was a lot more coordination. A couple of oopsie moments there.
Yeah.
Envy stepping back into the snake bite when he had an opportunity to build the clutch that round, but in the end, it didn't matter too much. He still put up a hell of a performance. And that was also something that was lacking a little bit more in the more recent Team Secret games was Envy on the KO as well, kind of similar to Hirodon, looking a bit disjointed, looking very much not comfortable, because normally he has been the guy that is just punching through their opponents. And those last couple of matches, we weren't seeing that much presence from him. This was a very concerted effort from everybody on Team Secret. Huge performances from Borkum, Envy, and NDG at the very beginning. And I mean, for the most part, Jeremy and Vash didn't have to do that much. They didn't have to have that really big, giga impact from the Jet, because everybody else was doing the jobs and winning out their duels so much. I mean, they pick up 13 rounds. They had 14 first kills. So for the most part, Team Secret was very regularly getting themselves early advantages and not letting those 5v4s get away from them. They were taking advantage of those early kills.
Very big team effort. It's like an orchestra, and Jesse Vash is the conductor. Everyone just plays their part. Even if it's not like some big solo performance, the whole team, everyone just chimes in along with the melody.
Now, Lotus is the next map. We were a little curious about this. We even discussed it with Carlisle. How are you guys feeling about going to Lotus, given what we've just seen on Icebox?
Last chamber, please.
I mean, for the most part, Zeta, I think, have looked good on this map. The main thing that I'm curious about, I'm curious about both. I want to know what are the secrets, what are the things they have hidden up their sleeves on the side of Zeta. But the bigger question, I think, is Team Secret going to keep running this comp? Because this guy has not been finding value. It has not looked comfortable at all for their team. And I think that, if they want to, Jesse has played Fade. He knows how to play Fade. I'd love to see him shift over to that, or just play the Sova here again. We're one of the few teams, Comp wasn't necessarily running Sova on Lotus. He was still doing it, and they were finding a ton of value in the past when they were playing this map, because no one was really used to playing against the Sova on Lotus. His recon dart timings were catching people off guard. He knew crazy shock dart lineups like he always does. I would love to see Secret, if they want to try to close this at 2-0, pivot to either playing the Fade or playing that Sova.
I completely agree with you. And no, I don't think anyone should be playing Sova on Lotus necessarily. But if there's one guy who can, it's 100% Jesse Vash. He plays Sova like no one else does, especially here in Pacific. We do have a game.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Back to that.
Yep, we have a game, guys, and it's about depth. It's about depth. And
we have whiteboards this time?
Yeah, it's whiteboards, so it's a little bit different. You get to write things. No inappropriate
Thank you.
drawings, please. I know you're prone to doing that. Quack, especially Quack.
What? Why me? What did I do?
All right.
That should be directed towards me, to be honest.
I don't know. The question is, will the total kill count for depth on map 2 be odd or even? Now, if you are deeply analytical, you should know the answer to this
Lotus?
question. It's, on trend about 76.3.
Remember when I gaslit you into thinking ISO is a viable pick? Dude, people can still make it work and it will win. It would win games.
So the viewers have chosen
Just
odd.
what is the point in putting the time into it right now?
I don't have
I think
good
the-
handwriting for whiteboards.
I love that's your main concern.
What is it? The vulnerable? I can't remember what the hell it's called. Whatever the vulnerable is,
Yeah,
is good.
I'm going to stop myself because otherwise I'm going to end up writing something that I shouldn't write. Okay, I guess I'm good.
It's such a 50-50 thing.
Yeah, this is just...
There's no way to predict exactly.
You guys ready?
Yeah, let's just go for it.
Go for it.
Bind? Nah, it's really good on the scent.
You can see, yeah.
Ah, it's even for that too. The land kill record would be an even number. Well, I mean, he could also break it and
At
not by
50?
one.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
He could go to 49. He could go to 51.
I'm going to go for 58.
But I'm
Although
just
it
going to
could
say
be
even
50.
because
How would my no
there
jaws
is
conflict on this map?
no
Wait,
logic
which map?
that can reasonably
What about
be
Lotus?
applied to this question. I should have flipped a coin.
Yeah.
It's just map 2. I just coin flip.
Oh, an
So
Icebox.
explain yourself, Quack.
I just wanted to,
Be
write
different.
something
Yeah, so
weird.
fine.
Well, most of the viewers
would-
agree with
It
you.
would struggle at clearing
My answer
yellow,
is even.
but the
I
chamber
hope I
can
get bonus
just
points for 48.
rip it.
I think we'll all be really happy here in
So
Pacific.
it
It
could
wasn't
be
really
fine.
hot on Icebox. Depth, he, tried to go in Blade Storm moments a little bit, but it wasn't quite there. Maybe Lotus will be different, but
Chamber
even
said
if
a
he
jet on
does get a lot
Icebox,
of
yeah,
kills, or
you would
not
just
a lot
trip
of
yellow.
kills,
It
how are you
worked
gonna
pretty well.
figure out if it's
I mean, the
gonna be
question
auto-
is, first of all, we had
Exactly.
this happen yesterday with Texture suddenly going on the Omen. As long as Depp stays on a duelist, I think.
Imagine if
kill
Depp
count.
played Sova on Lotus.
Do I have a coin
Hey,
right now?
42. His 42 kills was a Sova, you
Land
said.
kill record.
Yeah.
What
here
about
we go.
triple initiator
Yeah.
on Icebox? Sova,
I-
Gecko,
look,
KO,
Carlisle
love it.
looked super excited for Lotus, and he looked the same
Yeah,
way for
love it.
Sunset last time we interviewed him.
Still pretty
and then they
hard to
pulled out
clear
the
yellow
Chamber of
because
Phoenix,
numbers
so
are getting
hopefully
over, but
it's
I'm
something
in
a
for
little
that.
bit similar now. But I agree with you, Achilles,
Solo
too,
Harbor,
that
he had to
Sky
go and ruin
is
it.
just not Jesse Vash's star agent, and yeah, maybe they could mix it up a little bit.
How I feel about this game.
You will also.
You
Sova, Gecko,
can't
KO,
even.
yeah, that's
I
nice,
can't
man.
even.
I can't even.
He just wrote.
I think we just missed
I
it on
can't
camera, but
even.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just missed it.
Damn it.
We'll you should post that up.
my
Back to
timing is so.
Tumblr.
Why
Oh
is Chamber?
my
Depp is
God.
playing Neon.
Oh, okay, we
Doesn't
actually
matter.
do
Screw the
Neon.
game. Doesn't
Wait,
matter.
Gecko.
Depp on
Okay, there's so
Neon.
much.
Also,
Okay, we
Jesse
actually
Vash.
finally get
Let's do
Laz
it.
on the
Thank
chamber
you.
on Lotus.
Oh,
Okay.
this game is
Been a
gonna
while.
be
It's
so
been,
good. This is great. This is everything
last
that
chance
we've always
qualifier was
wanted
last
and
time we
more,
saw it.
boys.
How will the
Actually, that's
Neon-
Oh.
fine.
All right.
Neon against
It
the
happened at
And
Rage?
Champs,
there's
right?
a Gecko with Hiroran also. So
Okay.
you can imagine how this is coming together in your heads.
This
It's
is
really
okay.
amazing, but I am a little bit worried because if you don't have the Rays, how are you going to control a Rubble for ZETA Division?
You
Neon.
shoot them in the head with a headhunter.
Yeah. It's
Then you TP away.
to quote an unwise man, it's an FPS game. You get shot, you die.
That's what it is.
And that could very well be the game plan.
Yeah.
Solo
Or
Gecko? Yeah, Solo
Depp
Gecko is
just
hard.
Slides in there and
And the other thing is, how are you going to get a Rubble control when Laz's chamber is on the other side of it,
Headhunter.
regardless of attack or defense?
ZETA does start on defense, which will be interesting too with that Neon play. All right, we're
Yeah,
ready
so
to
I
go
reckon they
into
have a
Lotus,
lot
our
of the
map
ZETA
between
stuff.
these two teams.
Sorry, a
Let's go
lot
to
of-
our casters. Are you excited
They'll literally
for
just be.
this
It's gonna be like
matchup?
watching Heretics,
William
right?
and Paper
Apart
Thin.
from with a chamber.
Absolutely. As the Death said, I think everyone on both sides of these teams, they were waiting for this moment, right? ZETA bringing back some fan favorites, some classic trademark picks. Neon, a lot of people forget about
It concerns me
Depsion,
that
but it's
Lazon
definitely
Chambers
one of
is
his
at a
best
win
agents.
condition.
And then on the other
A
side,
little
the
bit, but when I
first
think
time
Chambers,
Jesse Vash and Team
again,
Secret will
I still think Chambers super
finally
viable
accept
right now
that
on
Fade
majority
is
of
a
the
tier 1
maps.
agent on Lotus.
It doesn't worry me too
absolutely
much.
Good to see
Because
changes from both teams.
the agent's not going to get
I'm
nerfed.
really curious about this Gecko
So
in particular. The
like
rest of it,
the
I kind of have a
the
good
Chamber's
read
only
on,
going to get
but,
buffed at the
I mean,
moment
they were talking about
with how much is getting picked.
Certainly,
So
Laz can do
you can
that
lean
on his
into
own.
it
Yeah,
heavy.
no doubt about it. But what I'm expecting to
it
see
doesn't really
is
worry
some
me.
dizzy relay bolt
Because
combos.
it's
Things
never
like
going to
that
get
could
changed, so you can
potentially
always
also come
rely
into
on it.
play,
But I
to
get what
try
you're
to
saying.
counter some of
But
that
also,
fade
like,
raise utility that is often
you could say that
used to
for, I
control
guess,
that space.
Optic,
You
and
could
they
throw in some
won.
snake bites in there
They
as
won
well
Masters.
as
So.
a follow-up Molly. But Laz with the headhunter, Sugar Zero with the paranoia.
Yeah, this is a trap set up through and through. Doesn't quite get spotted either. He's going to back out of it, but little do they know there is step 2 and maybe even 3 to this to relay bolt. And of course,
Holy
we're going to
yeah,
set
there's
the
so
paranoia
many
as well,
people.
but
Good
NDG
luck.
will get 2 from long
Ah.
range. Sugar Zero gets
Yeah,
caught
the
in the
util
corner
here was
with the paint shells.
actually
Snake
so
bite
wild.
delays themselves as they're trying to just
4
clear the
people
close corners,
over
but
towards
still,
site.
it's just
Oh
too
my!
many numbers.
This
And
guy
Achilles mentioned
annihilated
it,
people.
NDG
Did he just
firing
body
off
shot
right from
both
the
of these
get-go.
like early
It is
on?
huge for Secret as he once
I would have
again
to watch it.
stands with a
Maybe
triple
there was
kill so far.
maybe the
Hit
Viper molly
pistol.
landed
Hero run,
before it.
just gonna tuck right behind the pillar, trying to isolate these 1v1s.
Looking
They're
like
not
Secret
quite
can get their
aware of his
first
position,
pistol.
But Jesse Vash had an inkling. Now it's going to be the swarm in from above. It's the double. Jeremy
Yeah,
quick
nicely
with that
done.
one.
2-1 for
Secret
pistols
will be
altogether.
picking
Obviously
up the
1-0.
pistol for the first time this match.
Yeah, this is great
2-1
stuff here
hand.
from Secret, anticipating the position of Laz. Even though the Prowler doesn't connect, it's the lack of information that Team Secret is really good at using to their advantage. You saw it with the Haunt at the end of that round as well, where Jesse, still aware of the fact that the Haunt landing on the pillar, there could be a player underneath there, has to play a little bit cagey, not give over that kill to Hirodon at the end. And that is so nicely done. I'm also a little bit curious about when that paranoia was supposed to come out. Do you know what I mean? Didn't it feel like that paranoia was a little late?
Something about it, it just felt a little out of sync for sure. But
Amido, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the tier 1.
Exciting part here
Amido,
so
1979. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the support. Thanks for doing that.
They do all have. Oh yeah, that's right. We have all classics. You're right. Does he still have it in his hand? We're not going to keep our eye on there. The observers know that that's actually not the most interesting part of this round.
I disagree.
So we'll keep our eyes on to Team Secret. Now, while we have a bit of a lull here and we wait for the observers to please show depth, we will be seeing. Oh, we can kind of catch it.
You can see it. Look at
You
the
can
color
see
of that.
Yeah,
The color of that classic.
That's not a ZETA Division classic. A little bit of shout out to the new land map kill record holder on Icebox on the
Oh, I see.
Dep
He's got the
really
Lev.
making it aware
He's
that
got the
he
Lev
knows what's going
classic.
on. Around the other side,
For the
NDG, he
kills
gets one.
yesterday.
We'll go for the reload after peeking out for
That's
a
pretty
second.
cool.
And now ZETA just putting pressure in through the revolving door, but overall, I mean, look at the positions. The spike is planted. Oh, a nice quick one for NDG on the retreat as well. Seems he's well adjusted to the stage now.
There it is.
You don't mind trying to go for a little bit of damage with that headhunter. You'd prefer maybe not to lose depth. I think you'd preferably like to die to the spike, but frankly, it looks like ZETA Division's going to go for it. NDG
Guys, farming, bro.
Tremendous value.
One more and we go.
Watching the flanks for Team Secret.
There's the
Sugar
one
Zero,
more.
he's good for one, not going to be good
And they
for
can
another.
pick up the gun as
That
well,
is going
so
to
it
be
does
the
not matter.
follow-up for Team Secret.
Double
Great
outlaw
choice here with
saved
those
into the
outlaws.
main
Really
rounds,
gave a ton of value.
and they have a
The way that
killjoy.
they were able to find those angles, utilize that range off of the C site. Really nice.
Yeah, curious to see how much that value snowballs forward, though, right? Considering it was all classics on the side of ZETA Division, you've still got things like the Neon as well. Now, of course, you know, we were wondering how is ZETA Division going to combat Team Secret here, as NDG looks comfy. Team Heretics, of course, one of the trademark
Dude,
Neon
one of the
compositions
weirdest
in the
bonuses
recent
I've ever
days
seen,
over
man.
here
It
on
really
Lotus.
is.
Also used the Gecko, but the
Double
big difference there is they
outlaw.
don't use the chamber. They still use the
Double
Killjoy for
Spectre.
classic control of sites. So we'll see how much ZETA Division relies on chamber. as we
Jeremy
see
is
a
having
moving
none of
C-side
it. As soon
below.
as he
This
realizes
time
they're
towards the
going
fast
close,
lanes,
Satchel's
divvy up
out of
Rubble,
there.
and
They
then just
insta
early
react or
control
do
of
they
that
like
corner.
want to
That's
take
going to be
map
the
control
default
back?
take here on Rubble for ZETA
Yeah,
Division.
wanna take
with the
map
Neon,
control
then they
back.
plant the Omen.
Yeah,
But a Molly
this is
coming
exactly
in,
what
this
I was
is
kind
going
of
to go
expecting
behind
see.
him.
Dizzy into the snake bite, into the fast lane to take control of Rubble, to set up Sugar Zero on top, see if he can find any value, but gonna have to be backing off with this Prowler there.
Ooh.
Isn't gonna connect onto him, might be able to catch some Team Secret members off guard.
Yeah, it's going to be the paranoia that comes out, though. Mosh trying to hold them behind the toxic screen. Not sure if they quite heard Borkum. Shrouded stepping over onto Rubble. But ZETA, they won't take the risks. They have the buys right now.
Good amount of util used out of them, especially the Omen
sure
Flash.
That they aren't giving too much of an economic advantage as we see Team Secret now holding patiently. They have the flank watched by the Killjoy util. They'll carefully clear one corner at a time.
And that smoke should give it away that this is a wrap towards Baby Door. And it needs to be heated on a swivel. He's got to be alert for this.
Yeah, he thinks it might be a pinch, but there's just too many coming in through Baby Door. He's going for the spray.
Lovely from him. Didn't even get distracted by the fade eye.
Will just hold the trigger as he gets one more. Only 2 members left alive for Team Secret.
Yeah, Invi's got to make a play in the 2v4 with his spike. Decides to push.
He'll find one right around the smoke.
Lovely shot from Depp.
Depp trades back. Just an outlaw in the hands of NDG. He will
okay,
get
nicely handled from ZETA. It's a good run from them. 2 deaths though, so massive swing round.
From Hirodon in time. And when that smoke is placed ahead of the mid door,
got 3 people that combine next.
Wondering, well, what the heck's going on? Like, why would they? If they're gonna push A, usually you're gonna smoke the back angle, not the front part of it. So you know, ZETA there just barely recognized in time that it was going to be a pivot towards B from that position, and we're able to get a couple kills, and Team Secret just saying, well, this plant's going to be pretty dicey, so we might as well just see if we can find a few more picks, do a little more economic
good Pickles. Thank you for checking in, mate.
It's going to be full rifles. Already, though, a lockdown for NDG with that hot start that he's had. Hirodon able to get his ult as well, so it could be a little counterplay between those two.
Yeah, they've at least got a good ult to retake, so they could
do what they do so well, and that's
at least be a little bit happier with the Killjoy ult.
See if they can get through the ZETA defense.
No A control.
Really
with
tough,
the no A
really
control, they stack heavy over towards C to potentially do.
So many teams grief with that agent.
I mean, he's just content.
It was at one point looking like they wanted to trap like this
on Rubble, but they've saved most of their util here for the C side. And Team Secret, they're trying to figure out.
But now it's just contact into double swing.
What's the setup on the other side? They know that generally C site should be weaker without the Killjoy. As long as they're not getting picked off long range by that chamber. One spotted, but a jumping relay bolt.
That's a lovely stun. Just got him. Spike goes down. Insta-pick this one up.
To the site. 40 seconds left
and
on
do
the
they still want to use Killjoy?
The only answer really left open for Team Secret looks to be this B site as Sugar Zero takes a couple hits through the box.
They gotta
get the trademark there to give you the info when they do.
Yeah, and they might be able to pivot into B without the
if they decide to go that way. Lockdown going to be used to
Killjoy ult goes in. Obviously, they're going over towards B. We're gonna have to keep an eye on the Omen.
Smoke to try to delay this plan as much as possible. I like this so far from ZETA. They're buying a little bit of extra time to really wear down this lockdown.
Used to clear out ult towards A because they create a good amount of pressure towards A. Nice plant. We gotta keep an eye on the Omen on C. Omen on C is everything. Massive duel. Great trade.
They are quick for the rotate. Now Team Secret, do they choose to push out? B site never feels that safe. They'll keep Sugar Zero at bay. Now the remaining members, Wingman spots one, NDG here in Baby Door.
He's gonna shoot too much. That was very nice. Great molly, but
from Heaven with Laz as well. The Thrash will be
he got tagged by the molly.
Envy good for one. He actually gets the second.
Holy hell! No way. The 2v4, the molly just hit the gecko, so the fish ult stopped. Because that would have been a trade no matter what, right? They would have probably been shooting the fish ult and the extra person would have swung behind it. That was huge.
To make sure that they get that pick.
Yeah, Envy did so good. This molly is the round.
Sugar Zero
and he got the second kill.
He'd actually gotten spammed through the wall a little bit.
Impressive by these two.
Yeah, he's able to get the kill. Jeremy's gonna have a showstopper as well, as you can see there on his screen.
Yeah, and it means a lot because it's a big round that forced them down to eco.
In those situations, but this go around just couldn't quite steady the aim.
Can Envy be a good duelist? Bro, I think he can play anything. I think he's so talented already.
So far, it has felt a little off for Laz.
Whoa.
It's a little bit
2 HP.
Kind of off kilter today. His shots hasn't been.
Yeah, they saw a good amount of people. Looks like they're gonna insta.
Kind of used to seeing.
Yeah, this is a tough
Insta
part
push
when
over
you're
towards
so
C.
well known for an Asian and the way you play it, right? I mean, the standard
rotate's pretty good at the moment.
It's a prime win condition.
They are all behind the smoke though,
so
might just be the gecko flash into flood.
Free entry onto C side. A little too many members for Jeremy. And Depp, he wants to help recover this rifle. He wants to make sure that they don't allow the plant to come through. Uran will be able to pick it up. He goes for two against a weak
Yeah, nicely done, and guns to pick up. This was great. Got a lot of pressure over towards here.
great
C is
reaction
on
from
lock in
ZETA
terms
on
of
this
delay.
round.
Got
You know, Team
smoke
Secret
into
feeling
molly.
like they can
Delays
maybe
long
just
enough. Instant
pull you
decision
to
to
sight
rotate
through with
over
their
towards
better
C, knowing
weaponry,
that with the
and
jump
certainly
spot
they can get there,
that
get
they
the
would have
plant down,
called
but
to
it's a
just
great timing
insta-react
on this
C.
retake. Some
The great
sick
rounds.
shots, that
Really good for
opener
that econ
from
as
Def,
well to
and then
pick
an
up loads of
immediate
guns.
relay bolt, gain some space for his team. Then everybody doing their job. That rifle from Euron, worth its weight in gold for sure to get that double kill. And that could be one of those momentum shifters. They've got the fast lane, or excuse me, the overdrive for Depp. Showstopper's still available though for Jeremy as they go on to an eco. Let's see if they're going to try to invest it. Nope, Laz with an op.
Yeah, trying to peek out off of that Prowler, even suspecting that it's
And
going to be the
forces
second
them down
member of
to
the chamber
eco as
potentially
well,
by
so
that box.
so
But
nice.
is that operator?
Saved their wall
That's
for
what
this as
Laz
well,
needed,
so
a
they
little bit
wanted
of that
to
confidence
force
regained
into C anyway.
For the captain of ZETA Division.
With the wall
Finds one
committed,
kill, didn't quite
ZETA
connect
might
the
just
second
heavier
one
stack
just yet
this, especially with
against
this trip
eco
here.
buy from Team Secret. Only one stinger in the hands of NDG.
See if it is going to be the overdrive popped here by Depp. A lot of smokes coming in. Depp's going to scooch on close.
Creeps in against that smoke, make sure they can't kind of caterpillar their way in even through the poison cloud. And now the snake bite to counteract that timing, and then of course the extra smoke over on the other side from Sugar Zero. So a good hold from ZETA Division so far. It's still 3 members. Euron's just going to hold that angle as his teammates help clear the haunt.
This was a little bit desperate from Team
Damage
Secret.
against Laz, but not too much. And Depp just gets a bit of an inkling right around that corner.
As soon as this wall's
Will
committed,
fire off.
they like
Jesse Vash, the only one
their
remaining.
brains are committed to
Sheriff
just
in
only
hand,
go
and
and see.
that is a great dizzy from across the wall by Waterfall.
I've seen some really good combo plays with Hirodon and Depp between that Gecko and the Neon. He's doing a really good job setting up.
I feel like
that
Euron's
there.
doing
Or
great
Depp
at the
even
moment
setting
as
up
well.
for him sometimes with a
Dragging
quick
heavy,
jump out
but also
and a
just
switch.
like
But the dizzy
the
allows
util
Depp
delay's been good.
that little bit of extra comfort. Laz with an
He
operator.
won them the eco
Certainly
really.
nothing you want to face as an opponent. He is generally pretty clean with it. Has a tour de force in the back pocket as well if things go south for them at any point. But
Mini?
there's that
Why
flawless
isn't the
win
Fnatic coach?
for
He's
ZETA.
assistant coach
Now
mostly
a bunch
because
of vaults
I mean,
available for both sides.
by the sounds of it, the main
Showstopper,
thing is, and you can
Viper's
kind of
Pit
ask him.
for the side of
I
Team
think he has a
Secret.
Discord where he's like very
Everything
open.
but the thrash.
But it's
ZETA.
mostly just
there it
the
is.
living
Yeah,
in
they just want to go for the
Berlin
fast
thing.
plant. They
he
realize
wanted
it's
to
going
be
to be a
home.
full A hit. They've got other ults for the retake as well, but
And it's a lot of,
crucial win condition to hold on to the back of sight from Laz.
a lot
He
of
gets
work.
eliminated. Team Secret
But I
now
think
have
being
an
an
opening to
assistant
try
coach
to
is
push
just
through.
as much, I'm
ZETA
not gonna lie.
pressed a bit more for time than they originally calculated. Now all 4 members coming in from the attacking side. NDG will be the first.
Okay, that was the low HP though. Viper ult goes in, Jeremy has his ult. Jesse Vash, if he gets a kill, that's ult as well. Wingman used to try and stun.
He jumps all the way in and opens up so much space for
Oh,
the
they
team,
pop
but the
ult.
Viper still alive. They haven't quite cleared it. Showstopper online for Jeremy. He sends it. He'll find one.
Not another
eventually goes
1v2.
down. Jeremy down to another
Damn,
1v1.
1 HP
And
as
it's
well,
a
just
triple
from the
kill for the
ult.
duelist of Team Secret as they lead.
I see,
4-3.
man, Jeremy is having some
I mean,
impact. 1v2,
Good idea
1v2.
from Secret to just try to flood
They
that
dumped
Viper's pit,
all of the
but
ults into
that
this.
Showstopper gets a ton of value there, able to clear a player, actually gets tagged up by that op shot. You can see him at 15 health when Depp sprayed him down through the corner, but I mean, it's, you know, even though Laz gets the hit, it's a little bit delayed from him, still doesn't look fully comfortable yet, and Team Secret, because of that, able to get through onto the site, get their plant down, and get the win. I mean, Jeremy showing
Money
some
diff at the
heroics
moment, though.
back on this raise, so comfortable
And they
on
go
this
for an
agent. You can
aggro
see why.
play.
Another fast push,
Whoa,
but shut down by
was
NDG.
fast.
Yeah, NDG has been
Yeah, and that's
on
always going to get
fire
traded
for
with the
Team
Omen
Secret.
Flash. Do
So
they
sturdy,
instant react
so
over towards C?
reliable for the Filipino squad.
Doesn't look like it.
As he will get traded eventually and be main, but gains a lot of information, buys a lot of time. That's the Nightfall invested on to open up the site. But ZETA, they've refilled it. It's a flood right back in. 3 members on the site, creating a crossfire right around that smoke. And Hirodon finds one. Can he find the second on top of the box? No, Borkum. Good for the spray through the smoke.
They know Omen's
Now,
close.
all members of Team Secret.
Sugar
they've
Zero
made their
can
way
really
into
make
the
a play
site.
here.
Meanwhile, it's just a long-range hold by Laz. Tour de force online. Sugar Zero needs that kill. He gets one. Laz somehow gets it right through
Laz
the wall.
killed the
And
guy
from
through the wall
shadows, used the
planting.
reset in this 1v2.
Hey, what even
for
happened
Borkum,
there?
The clutch master for
Hold
Team
another
Secret.
1v2.
Follow up by Sugar Zero on the other side.
Oh, so
Borkum,
smart.
yeah, he has so many angles to check now. The door opened
Sugar
already
Zero
to
did
draw arrow.
great
This
here, creates
allows
a lot
Laz
of
to set
pressure.
up.
And
It's
this
just
is a
bait to
crossfire,
draw
and
him right
Laz-
on to the stairs, but he's being tucked right in around the corner. Senses that it could be this extra level play, and Borkum reads it. He finds one. He knows the other was by the
Oh.
switch, and now the smoke to cut off Sugar Zero. Sugar Zero's been red. He's been spotted, but he makes his way through. Both not at full health. The wraparound
Damn,
from
he owned
Borkum.
it.
Sugar Zero's trying to hold the
Dude,
half.
3
And it's
1v2s.
Borkum time once again here at VCT Pacific.
3 of them.
A lot of individual outplays for Team Secret coming up huge.
That
Kinda came down to
is-
timing, but Borkum
That is
so
so
aware,
devastating
so
for
smart,
ZETA
veteran
because
player,
this scoreline
that
could
veteran
be
presence
so
coming through for Team
good
Secret
for them.
towards the end of this round. Really understanding that situation. There's that Dizzy Neon combo trying to be set up, but NDG playing a nice anti-flash position, able to at least get the first. And then Sugar Zero thinking that maybe...
Good time. Didn't have a smoke for the
It's been a
spike.
while since we've heard it.
I like it. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, let them know, man. Let them know.
Yeah, the clock was broken for a little while, but it's back. And right on time for Secret, leading towards an ever-important win. Already down 0-2 on the
1v2s
scoreboard.
and then just says
suffering
Borkum
from that
time.
Alpha
That's so
Group
sick.
curse where
Furious
no one but
Meow,
Gen G
thank you
was
so
able to
much,
take
man.
home a
Thank
match
you.
victory just yet. And of course,
21
the ruling
months.
seats, you need minimum 2 wins to even contend
9
for a
plus 10
playoff
months.
spot,
Hold up.
regardless of the
Definitely the
standings
Masters
in your
muffin,
own
right?
group.
Yeah, and that's why the
Thank
Nets
you
was
so
talking
much,
about it earlier
Furious.
today, that today is a must-win. You know, Quack was on point, man. This feels like so much pressure on Team Secret, but this is when they tend to really level up their gameplay, when things are kind of on the line. You know, certainly
It's the
there
meme.
is that
Bro,
revenge
it's
factor
lost on
where they
me.
want to come back
I
and
apologize.
get the win over ZETA, who was the team that knocked them out of going to Champions last year. No doubt about it, that's in your mind. And as ZETA, you know, trying to build some momentum. trying to
what is this?
rookies more and more experience, trying to see if you can get them to go over to an international event with you.
Yeah, that's my bad,
really
chat.
learn from some of the
Satchel
best
down.
in the world. Already, Satchel down for Jeremy, taking easy rubble control.
Yeah, and a good recognition that this fight
Chamber
from
over
ZETA, it's
towards
not
B
lethal
takes a
against
lot of
Rubble,
info
right? It's
just
just about
holding
taking
this,
over
but
that
as we
space
can
with
see
the
from
Neon,
Team
so you're
Secret's
kinda
position,
safe
they just want to
to
force
dive
over
all the
towards
way
A.
deep
2
into
people
the
back
corner.
as sight.
No
Sugar Zero
fear
has
of the
Omen
paint
Flash.
shows. It's a facet onto tree as well. ZETA, the backup is here, but the Prowlers
Omen
have
Flash
spotted
is
them.
incredible. Hits
It's going to
4.
be the paranoid to hold them at bay. The fast lane just about stops the push. Now 3
Now what?
members
3 people
on
back
site,
as
on
sight?
top of Heaven as well. Team Secret, they've got a lot
No
of
vision
angles to
block
clear.
for
They
here?
spot Sugar Zero up top. And Sugar Zero
Guys, you
going
gotta
to go
vision
for the
block
double.
Heaven.
Trade right back, but you're not able to quite
They're
land a
lucky
kill
for 2
onto
people
the
to be
second
alive
one.
here.
He will
No
get
vision block Heaven.
eliminated. Now down to a
That was
2v2
nuts.
after a quick skirmish, but a deep push in from Jeremy.
Was
with
it
only
'cause the
39
delay was so
HP.
good?
He's going for
Probably.
the flank
Jeremy,
all the way
low
around.
HP.
Last gets one.
Not
Are
another
they wary of
1v2,
this? It
man.
seems they are just busy trying
Not
to clear.
another
They're gonna have to clear
1v2.
tree. They're gonna
Not
have to
like
clear
this.
drop as well, as the spike is planted so deep. They're so afraid of it. They have no idea about this wraparound. Jeremy,
Holy hell.
right on the timing. They
Just-
check drop
just
and say
on
he's
top,
not
okay.
there. An
They
instant
managed to
double
win a
swing back.
1v2. That's all good.
That's unbelievable awareness there from
Yeah,
ZETA.
and I think, I mean,
Just
ZETA did great
fantastic
here, like the flash
game
over
sense
towards
being
this to
shown
hit
by
everyone,
both
stop
teams.
the
So we saw
initial
from
hit,
Borkum in the
and then I
previous
imagine
round.
there
Now
was a
we're
smoke
seeing
Heaven,
it
I
from
wasn't
ZETA
fully
as
looking out
well.
for it, and then the
An
smoke
interesting
went, and then
fight
they just
there
killed
that
too many
Team
people on
Secret
site.
wins with their heavy numbers advantage.
So the Omen Flash kind
but
of
the fact
snowballed
that
into all of that
ZETA's able
happening.
to evenly trade there, set it into a 2v2, really benefits them. Good hold there from Hirodon on that angle to
I
set up
thought it was
going
gonna
to
be another.
op shot as well.
I
but
really did.
really, that one just comes down to positioning and gunplay, and it is this time going to be ZETA that's able to find the win and put the economy of Team Secret onto the back foot. They are now on Stingers, Sheriffs, and a shorty as well for Jesse Vash. So the B hit going to be the desired
hit
option.
with the wall
Just good on
committed.
right now, trying to buy a little
Yeah,
bit
as
of
soon as
time.
they see the
Okay,
wall,
got
just
spotted,
Molly
but
goes
P-Shells
out.
was
Oh
out, and
man,
Euron's
he
gonna
is
get an
winning
easy
rounds,
double
bro. He's
spray
doing great.
Right as the toxic screens come right back up. Masking his escape.
Everywhere they
Backup
go,
has
they
arrived
have
as
to
well,
deal
and
with
you
him.
mentioned it. I mean, with the short-range weapons, B-site was your best bet, but at now you have so much space to re-clear. Secret surely just hoping to cut noise, try to get some contact close by, maybe pick up a weapon upgrade.
And it feels so good when it's just one player that could shut down a push like that. If you're ZETA, like definitely building a little bit of confidence for them coming into this. Hirodon not going to be seeing this as the door will, of course, reveal the presence of Team Secret, making their presence known towards the A site. Just going to see them pass through and see if they can get a plant down
they're
successfully.
just fine
Looks
to
like
give him this
ZETA
one.
is going to allow that to come through. Not really keen to
try to go for the retake, try to prevent this.
Now, there is that lockdown as well, right?
That's
so
true.
Does it come online? It's
not a
big
chance
question.
lockdown
Thresh
gets used.
already used to try to clear out Rebel from long range, so now a good recognition that it should be mostly
Oh
all
boy,
in the
lockdown's
site.
going to get
But
used.
you've got drop and you've got heaven control. It's going to be the lockdown on a timer. ZETA, they have to start pushing for this. A paranoia master approach, but the alarm bot will spot it. It's going to be a quick spray from Depp, but a nice trade from Envy up top. They just have to stay alive for this lockdown to go through. NDG, he needs to protect it with his life, and while 3 members will be detained, ZETA Division will clear the site.
Yeah, Laz swoops in. Everybody
Sure.
else did all the dirty work, and Laz comes in
it was
and
pretty
gets all
bold, man.
credit. Nah,
It was
that's-
really, really bold.
Sent it over to Sugar Zero there. As Laz has an
Situation-wise, it was really bold. I get it,
Yeah, he
though.
was sprinting for
Had
it,
this
that's
bit of
for
map
sure.
control. Had this
He
bit
was
of
like,
map
"Oh,
control
we got
to
He's like,
cover
good
the...
job, guys. That was
to
all
cover the ult.
according to my plan. Like, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it was pretty funny to watch. Getting that half done though, and just a snap decision, right? Quite frankly, sure, you could sometimes wait for that. You still have the numbers advantage, you have the weapons advantage, but not wanting to risk it to the last wire, they just decide to push in and pressure the weak weaponry of Team Secret. Now tied 5-5 as we see another rifle buy come back for Team Secret.
And I don't mind the gamble with the lockdown at all from Team Secret due to the fact that there's only a couple rounds left in this half. You're extremely unlikely to get that lockdown online again anyway. Might as well go for it. Just see if you can really sneak
does he
a
hit this?
debilitating round away. But again, NDG getting the better of Laz.
Yeah,
just
this time
committed
swinging
from the
out
other-
side that
from the
Laz
other
was
side,
not
and this
quite
was a fast
expecting.
one.
Sure, you saw the flick over. He's always ready for it. But a bit of a misread on the positioning
Jeremy
from
with
Team
ult.
Secret, and now the default of Team Secret
What a
able to
weird
reset. Pit already committed
What a weird
to
kill
hold on to the
sorry,
backside of C as he saw a
Viper
lot of
ult.
util coming their way. But with this reset, you already took out the operator. You heard the pit over, potentially by that C
Well,
side.
gets
and he's
taken
free.
down.
Well, you thought A was free.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
you're
yeah.
starting to get the shift over from ZETA, but
Yeah.
you can see that Team Secret not getting any contact. They're going to try to sell a bit of a B
Ooh,
fake
yeah, I like
potentially.
that.
Yeah, so this is the same smoke they used when they cut through to the
Yeah,
baby door towards the B
and
site earlier in
gonna
this
be
half.
all up to
So
Depp,
it's all
and he
gonna
has
be
one
onto Depp.
stun.
He is going to have to go.
But he's pretty
absolutely
committed,
huge
but
here
it's still a
if
good...
ZETA
I mean,
is going to
you can be
have
committed with...
a really favorable
Neon, 'cause
retake,
you
at
can
least
stun.
an even retake.
Yeah,
And you can take
he has
some
to
more
take him down.
jewels,
I mean, maybe
and you
two
can also
members at
wall up.
least for
So
the
let's see what he
trade.
goes for. Kill
He's ready
stun?
for one, but it's the showstopper. He
My
gets
God.
it. Then
Kill
there's the
stun,
poison cloud.
smoke
There's
goes
the
up.
relay bolt. The
Might be
shroud
able
of
to-
Sim comes in, but he's good
Damn,
for
he
2
did
at
so
the minimum. That's
good.
what we talked about. Even to back down to a 3v3. Only 15 seconds. One member has to stick the plant. Snake bites coming through. It's not really ticking down on anybody just yet. They plant it further out. Paranoia to create some space. Uran now onto the site. They're all coming in from defender spawn, trying to get the spray through the wall. He doesn't get the kill just yet. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but NDG good for a third
Can they
kill
win their
in
own
the round.
1v2?
Sugar Zero
Yes,
all
they
alone.
can.
He's
The
good for
lineup.
3.
Okay, at least
Gets
they
the
managed
double,
to get one.
And ZETA will
Lovely
finally
lineup.
take the lead away.
Oh, this map is delivering.
Yeah,
We've
they
got
were so
Borkum
sure it was
time,
coming around
we've
today.
got
They wanted to
Sugar
try to drill
Hero,
together.
Everything going the fans' way on this one. A very
Last
close.
round in the
So
half.
far,
It's a
Lotus
game of
6-5
1v2s.
now in favor of ZETA. I mean, very few players in the
Oh,
world
man, Depp did
can do
incredible.
what he does in these situations. I mean, getting that showstopper just out of the hand, able to flick over off of that blast pack. Insane stuff from Depp. Oh, Jesus,
the
that's
lineup
so
there.
nice. That just feels good when you land those. But 3 in a row for ZETA. Can they make it 4 to close out the half? They do have the overdrive, not the most impactful ult, but sometimes if players get a really good feel for it.
Oh, it's a push out again. Secret. I don't know if this is intentional, if they've read this
Oh.
or not. It happened last time, but now they're trapped across.
Moment
There
flash
is going
is
to be the
good.
paranoia. It heads onto everyone
Nade
from
is
Zeta
good
Division.
as
They
well
have
to
to
stop
back
him
out.
back.
The relay bolts
What a
will cover
util dump.
their reset. Still a rifle in the hands of Depp as well, so he's happy to continue fighting until the fuel runs out for that overdrive. That energy now ticking down all the way from 10.
Yeah.
But it slows
Goes
down
the ult.
Secret's approach.
He has a
Secret
backup gun,
happy
so it's
to
all
have just
good.
not lost any members on that push. They were waiting for a pinch from B as well, so preparedness on the side of TS.
Yeah, and all of Jesse Vash's armor gone. That's the slight win that ZETA is going to find out of that. Not the most, again, sometimes not the most impactful ult in the world. Some players very, very good with it. Like you said, Heretics, you know, they can do some serious damage with that. Sugar Zero, speaking of serious damage, just took a whole bunch. Gonna have to back way off once again. Depp trying to slide over to help.
Yeah, and he's here past the smoke, ready for another sliver of an angle. And he's
People-
good for
man,
yet
how
another
is he always getting
almost
two
kill.
here?
Resets onto Borkum's head. Now the site given over to Team Secret.
reliable.
It's a 4v3 for Zeta Division. Laz, of course, with an
They
operator.
they're gonna take some map control.
With the Nightfall. They get the tag only onto one, but there's 3 members. It's
Full
a swing
spacing,
out from Huron. He
doesn't
gets
matter.
one. The setup
It's
is
a
there.
shot.
The double swing back out. Sugarzer will pick that one up. And now Jesse Vash, the IGL, all alone against
way
4
too much.
members of Zeta Division. He cannot land
Nice
the
half
first
from
kill.
them. 7,
And Zeta
really good.
will lead at the half, 7-5.
Can be a little bit harder on attack with the
I mean,
chamber, but
again, don't mind what Team Secret wants to do here.
Should
It's
be
just
right.
Zeta
We'll see.
so quick to react now. They're finally, it feels like getting their feet underneath them, getting the speed of the game underneath them, getting their shots to connect a little bit more consistently. I mean, it helps when Depp is putting up crazy good double kills to slow down these
7 after a
executes of
pistol
Team
as well.
Secret to
Yeah,
even
that's
up
very true.
or
It's pretty much
give
looking like the
Zeta
first map in
advantage
reverse.
in the numbers in those situations, certainly a big part of it, but really a lot of those moments came down to just who was in the right position at the right time, who could outthink who in some of those crucial 1v2s, 1v1 situations like that. And both of these teams full of veteran, smart players, tremendous players who have had experience at the international levels as well, were able to kind of duel
Am I
each other
ZETA
so
believer?
well. That was a treat, that first
Yes.
half.
I took a
mean,
hit
it was
after
just
watching
great to see
kickoff.
both teams rejuvenate, kind of answering back and
Oh.
forth, right? And that's
Still-
all you ever really want
still
from
got
a
something
good
to,
match
like,
of
prove
Valor.
in my
Of course,
books.
for the fans out there, you might be cheering for one side or the other, but you want to see teams
This would be a good step,
challenging each
getting me to
other.
believe again.
And curious to see if Team Secret will be able to answer back, as I mean, the pickups of Neon for Depp and Chamber for Laz, that alone seems to give them so much more relaxation.
Oh,
the
Sentinel's
leisure on
Lev
the
really
side of Zeta
fun.
Division, right? Where
Like,
you have
really,
the Neon for
really
the fast
fun.
rotates, you've got the
If you
Chamber
can,
to
Cinnamon,
anchor
try
down
watch
for a bit
Lotus.
longer. You have trust in him, even though the numbers aren't looking so great. And so they've been comfortable trying to get the read ahead of Team Secret, but now they have to take the initiative. And there's going to be a little more pressure on Laz to open up space on the other side of the map when his team is working one of the sites.
And generally what Laz has been really, really good at is being able to be left alone. Now, you see this a lot, and people might kind of meme on it on Icebox, that it's like, oh, it's a 1-4 split, it's always Laz by himself. But it actually works on Lotus. Like, having Laz on his own, because he's traditionally so impactful with his chamber, with his headhunter.
Jesse, yeah, he's
able
not
to
having a
lock
great
down some
one.
space.
You're not
Ness was
wrong.
just talking about this, who's going to take rebel
Normally
control
when we
on
call
this
people
attacker
out
side,
and we mention
you're
it, they get
just
a
going to
kill.
leave that
So
up
let's
to
see.
Laz, get the shot, TP out. If he doesn't find it, that's fine. He's at least bought some attention, bought some time. Depp, like you mentioned, so comfortable on this Neon. He's so quick to react off of contact with his own shots, with his own relay bolts. Things like that is what makes him such a fearsome foe. When
Trip
he
over
busts
towards
out
A,
this
and they kind of heard
rare
this, I
agent that,
think.
other than Mini Boo, not
They
many
take
other
the
people play in the
angle.
world.
Yeah, it's been fairly quiet. We've seen some attempts, and I feel like we'll see another resurgence, of course, with a couple of these teams picking up after Miniboo on Team Heretics. But for now, Depp back in another comfort role. And the trademark having to be placed in a lobby on the A side, so Zeta Division wanting
I
to
like
put a
this.
little
Smoke
bit of
to
extra
block
pressure
vision.
on C, see if they
They
get a
go
reaction.
looking, there's still a
Laz
good amount
not
of
able to land the
info
shot
though.
Again.
What is the call here?
And Zeta Division, now they've been kind of red,
what
so
actually
they're
is the
going to
call?
double back, and they're going to hedge their bets on the
Back
fact
over
that Team
towards
Secret's actually
A
going
once
to
they
react
saw him
on
far
this, right?
back
The
down. This is
rendezvous out,
nice
thinking
calling.
that Zeta will have to go for a
Just as
fast
Team
hit
Secret
onto
decide
C.
to gamble
You see the
over
pings from
towards
Team
C.
Secret onto the C
Why are
side,
they
but
gambling
Zeta,
so heavy
they
towards
read
C?
right through
There's
this.
smoke on
They say,
attack.
"You think
Vision
you
block
pushed
has
us all
been
the way
here.
to the other side. We will
They don't know
double
if
back with
someone's
30
walked
seconds
in
left."
towards
This
C.
is
It's a huge
phenomenal
question marks over
awareness here
towards C.
from
That's why
the
two
side of
people are
Zeta.
clearing out.
Felt
That's why
the
they're going to be
trap
late
onto
towards
C.
A.
There was going to be the ping off of the turret into the snake bite, and it never came through because
Central combo for these two in heaven.
Kind of snip that out and then back right off. Here comes the fragment.
Yeah, it goes
Excuse
in,
me,
doesn't hit
paint shells
anyone.
in from Jeremy. Jesse pushing in.
Spike has been planted, though. And now with that
And the
smoke,
spot
Jesse
from
Vash's
Depp is
position
normally
not
good.
looking so great. It has to be a quick flood in
Ooh,
from
we're
heaven.
pinging close. Oh,
Meanwhile,
okay, Tara
you do have
close.
Borkum ready by Baby
Tara
Door
close
to
doesn't
start
see
to pressure
Depp.
in to try to pinch in. The Haunt gets
No one looking
eliminated
for Depp.
instantly. It's
Jumping
peace
on his
from all
head.
around, and Depp swings right under heaven. You hear about the pinch coming in over from Baby Door.
Really
and Zeta
strong
is
pistols.
ready
This is
for
cool
it.
to watch.
4
1-1 in
members
terms of
left
pistols,
alive, and
3-1
pistol goes
altogether.
back to Zeta Division.
Yeah, so 3 out of 4 of the pistols actually going Zeta's way so far here today, even though couldn't really find much extra on the back of it onto Icebox. Here, once again, reading the map really well. This all just came down to that mid-round call from Laz to say, okay, I lost this battle, but they're pulling away. Let's shift over to A. It's probably going to be relatively open, and it was completely open.
What do you think Liquid need to work on? How would they work on it? Honestly,
on that retake for the
I'm
side of
not
Team
sure it's
Secret.
as simple
The
as
Haunt
this,
not really
but
finding much
all
value,
of their
so
games have been lost
trying to
from
find that
defense
wall
side
bang.
of
Usually
split.
this is an Odin, but you know what? The Guardian's got high pen. Why
So
not go for it?
they've at least got a
Yeah,
heavy
I mean,
focus on
make
that.
do with what you got. And and it is a heavy investment, speaking of the Guardian, on the side of ZETA Division. Double Bulldogs, but a Phantom and a Guardian to boot. So really looking to make this round in their favor. Now,
I'm not sure it's that
no
simple,
other
though,
weapons,
but
just a Ghost upgrade in
that's
his
at least
hand
the
kept
first
over.
step.
So he will be the one holding the flank. Even if he drops a weapon, it's not the end of the world. Gets one shot through the wall. But Laz, we haven't seen the crispness, you know, the quick 2 taps for the double kills, things like that.
Tried to smoke off the trip, tried to push through, tried to break the trip, didn't work. They end up picking up the trip, so he has that again if they go aggro. Re-clear over towards A, Team Secret, full classics.
Reclaims instant control of Rubble.
Yeah, this is really smart stuff from
Liquid all need to go board. Honestly, I think that's the one.
Crisp just yet. He's still
I'll
able
tell
to make
Bacon.
some good IG out calls. Try to send this wingman through. Dep on in. Plant, is it going to come down? Yep, it's going to be allowed.
Yeah, it's going to be a double stack here, though. Jeremy trying to push out for the rifle upgrade, but he gets picked off instantly. Laz not allowing for that.
Still pretty good positions at the moment.
Sight given over.
The only saving grace is the Omen. Omen smoke over towards Spike. Double vision block.
They're not quite aware of this, and he's behind that wall.
Guys.
They have to spam through it. They have no idea.
Holy hell,
Just go for the approach. That was a
killed
close
him.
call for
Beyond
ZETA.
close. It was like...
I thought he had it.
Yeah, I thought it was
Absolutely, I was
done.
getting scared.
It was
I know,
an
dude.
absolute
I
sliver.
didn't see much space left at the end of that bar. I would love to see like a replay, just like showing us how much was actually left on there when they got the kill. It
That
was
was
not
nuts,
much.
man. That bar
Just
was...
barely they're able to get their heads on. There we go. There's a good
There
head under
it
shot.
is.
That's what we need to see. Maybe now that'll get Laz fired up, getting the triple. Couple picked up with that Bulldog as well, but too close for comfort. If I'm being honest, that's a round that almost,
Hey, that
almost.
that replay was for a
not
different
go ZETA's
round.
way, but it makes good reads.
They outed
You
themselves.
can't say that
The
about
replay
this
was
so
for a
far.
different round. You
These
saw
are
the screen at the
for a
back.
fast V hit, and bypassing all of this Killjoy utility is Dap.
Oh my, he goes deep in, and he finds Jesse Vash right as the Prowler's coming out. Blast through both the pet and the owner. Team Secret
Yeah,
now
it's for the
down
Killjoy
up.
round,
Tucks
where they were
screen
all
on the right
locked,
side as well.
where they all
This
got
makes
hit
the
by the
speed
ult.
close plan hold a little bit easier as Sugar Zero holds right below the
Damn.
steps, and Dap will continue on for
Well,
a
that
triple
was
kill.
meant to be the first
ZETA
buy round, and they go
Division
over towards B
turning up the
fast, and they
pace
just
once again.
wrecked
This is
everyone with the
revitalization
jaws.
A lot of fans looked forward
Yeah,
to for
Dep
week
looks
1.
very
We're seeing it
comfortable
here
at the
on
moment.
Map 2 today.
And all this came down to, in a way, was a couple smokes. It came down to the
Depth
toxic
movement?
screen
Yeah,
of the
it's
fast
nice.
lane to completely fool.
I mean,
the
look at
Killjoy
these two. They're
utility.
fragging
The
out
turret never
heavy,
pops,
man.
So the nano swarm at the front of B never gets popped either. That allows
So
Dap to go
convincing
through
map into
completely
convincing map,
undetected.
looking like
Jesse
it.
Vash was throwing a Prowler by the time that Dep is right in his face, just breaking things
Jesse,
open.
come on, Jesse, man. We
go
need a kill.
fast.
Yeah.
Gotta fill that
Come
out
on, my
there.
guy.
Jesse Vash, he's gonna rethink that position. Jeremy trying to make his escape.
I want to see
Finally
anyone
break through
end
that
it like
door.
this.
Another fast hit onto Rubble. This time, I mean, look at this pace change as well. ZETA oftentimes giving that Rubble control over and just Laz holding it. This time
Happens,
it's a
yeah, it
fast
does
hit.
happen.
And with these 4-round beginnings, Team Secret will have a lot to consider in the coming rounds. It's going to be a hit onto Borkum, but they are aware that there might be backup. So there's the paranoia. It's a quick clear of the site by Sugar Zero. Laz holding close. Jeremy actually finds him with
The
the
gun to
classic.
pick up.
Dep is still by Rubble, trying to make sure that there isn't a weapon
Uh-oh,
upgrade,
that's
but
a gun
Jeremy
to
gets
pick up.
another with a classic. That is 2 rifles going over to Team Secret, now in a 4v3.
Oh,
This is
man.
very
It's
doable.
going
Sugar
bad
Zero
for
gets
this
the
guy,
trade.
bro.
Rifles are
It's
still
going
coming
real
in
bad,
pre-made.
man.
All the way up
Poor
by
guy.
Sirius to triple stack.
Wait,
Trying to use the
recovery.
toxic screen, your end. Just pinching right against where that nano swarm was thrown. Sugar Zero holds the crossfire. It's a good double swing. Just a Guardian in the hand there,
All
but it's
good,
still
right?
2 members. Huron
Not
waiting
another
in drop.
1v2.
Jeremy
Dude,
might
it's
have
mental
a
to
sniff
think
of
that
this
like
as he
3 of their
realizes there's no
rounds
peek
out of
out
the
from
5
Huron.
were from
And he tries to get the spray, but he
1v2s.
thinks it might be Tree. He's going for it. He doesn't have time for the tap. He has to stick it at this point. No time. Sure, he
No
gets
time
the
on
read,
this one, but still
that is going
impressive.
to be the round.
Lindsay,
Going over
thank
to
you
ZETA
so much,
Division.
man. Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate it.
The only thing
10 gifted right
concerns
now.
me, well, there were a
Get
couple
some
things
oily
that
slugs
concerned me
going in
that
for the
round
10
on ZETA,
gifted. Thank you
if I'm being
for
brutally
doing that.
honest.
You mean losing to a classic
Appreciate
2
you.
times in a
Yeah,
row?
that's not the best. I mean,
Moved over
look,
to the
credit
gifted
for
because I
credit's due.
always
Jeremy's
miss
having
the
a great map
bits
despite the scoreboard.
that was
Yes.
going on
Jeremy
it.
has been playing
Thank you
as
so much,
best
though. I
as he
do
possibly
appreciate you.
can. Just finding great timings and great positioning around this toxic screen to pick up these 2 kills. I don't like that swing out from Huron. There's no reason to, when you've got that player at drop as well, to not just wait
Touch
that
out
out for
him,
someone to come
maybe.
around that
Yeah,
corner
maybe should've.
and try to either double swing them. If they come from the other side and they get you, so be it. You've got that player held at drop.
Guys,
to
would
get
have to be
the
a
pick. I understand with the timing.
one of the
that
best,
kinda
one of
didn't
the
matter
better
at that point.
timeouts
You might
we've
as well
seen.
Go for it. Go for the push out.
For
But
sure.
still, you know,
again, if you also got thank you, sorry, if you also got a gift that makes you say thank you, jump to the thank you bit.
This has been a very Zeta-centric half. As they are,
absolutely.
Yeah, racking
Because
up
of the number?
tons
Okay.
of rounds here as they are starting to steamroll through this map. And as good as Icebox
God, what kind of slug are we spamming to get this guy a kill?
Secret, it has been all
Someone
Zeta,
pick a slug for Jesse Vash, man. Wait, Boomer Slug, surely.
Yeah, and of course, this
God,
is going to
chat,
be
let's go Boomer Slug for this guy. I
first
guarantee
8
it
rounds
works.
in a row.
First kill.
Team Secret, we'll see what they
There's
have
some
prepared.
Boomer
You know,
Slug
thinking back
spam
to the
going.
map
This is
draft,
a kill
I was
this
thinking
round.
The
Got a
Lotus
gun.
pick over the Sunset
Where
seems
is he
like
sitting?
a smart choice from Zeta, considering we all know, the whole world knows
Let's help
how
this guy out.
heavy Team Secret
Uh-oh.
can be. So
Op
bringing out
and
a map you
Odin.
haven't shown yet here in Stage 1, the Sunset,
Okay,
it was
Dubras
only
sitting
once,
over
but you showed
towards
the
B.
new comp. You don't want to risk that in map 2, potentially getting closed out early. You want to make
Positive
sure that
energy,
you bring it back
chat.
here and then face
Let's
off
see
fair
it.
and square in
Let's
map
see it.
3, and Zeta's
We
poised
don't
for
want to
only
see
1
anyone
point
end a
away
map like
from
this.
map point,
Don't want to go on that
leading
list.
all the way to the decider of Sunset.
But this is, again, when Zeta is at their best, when they're cooking, when they're coming up with some unique comps. I mean, yes, of course, there are teams that run the same comp, but it isn't very common, and they kind of pioneered a lot of this early.
Whoa.
A lot of damage being taken on the way
Oh,
through.
the
Ow,
slide
Damn,
out
how's he
off
getting
of
this kill?
Paranoia. Doesn't
Forces
matter
in.
if he has
Envy
been
has to
debuffed.
kill at least
He will
another.
go for the kill,
Whoa,
draw
he's,
that
I mean,
crosshair.
that was
Nice trade from
incredible.
Sugar Zero, shutting down Envy before he hits up too
Wingman
much.
with the plan as well.
Now
Looks like
it's
a pretty good plan for
3v3.
Mounds.
Jeremy had that operator. He's prepared for it. He reads from the shadows, and
Okay.
that actually gets taken out a little bit
3v2.
too early. Zeta Division not buying the time they would have
Ooh,
wanted
eyes on
off of
Jesse.
that deep lurk from the Omen. So
Prowler
Laz
goes in,
is gonna
clears
have to hold
close.
the
Has
long
a fade
angles.
eye.
Now he's been pushed off of that box. There's the showstopper. It spots them both,
Whoa.
but neither of
Lovely
them die.
TP.
Goes right above their head, all the way through the wall, and Laz is ready for the trade.
No,
Urin
man, I
covers
thought
his
he was
back.
gonna
It's still a
trade it. I
2v1.
thought we had it.
And Borkum, there just might not be
Not
enough
another
time.
1v2.
He's going to try to swarm the spike. He puts the smoke up.
Ah,
but
Uran
is
did
he
great.
aware of the
Whoa.
wraparound Uran? He actually
Oh no,
falls
they called it
off
too
of
early.
and backs away.
Oh,
giving
not
him
another
space to
1v2.
work with.
Dude, this is mental, by the way, chat.
Incredible
Their
clutch
rounds,
from
no
Borkum, but
joke,
perhaps the Zeta
are
Division
4
getting
1v2s
a little
and Pistol
press
and
from the
Eco.
timer.
I'm speechless.
That's how they got all of their rounds at the moment.
That round I felt like was going to go both teams' ways multiple different times.
Right?
I mean, because it's just
I think that's
this
right.
great start from Envy to put a ton of pressure in. This TP doesn't work, and I'm like, all right, favorite Team Secret, but then they get 2 miraculous kills. You know, what a read there with the positioning of the rendezvous for Laz, kind of catching Team Secret in a spot that confused them initially, and then the backup
Okay.
from Uran, and I'm like, okay, they've got this. And then they
Come
fumbled
on,
that edge,
Jesse,
and Borkum
man.
again coming up big,
Come on.
but in my mind, that's frankly Zeta kind of messing up, not really
Good
understanding
Omen
the
flash
positioning
stops
of
the
where
hit
to
over
be, and
towards
Jeremy
door,
just
and
goes
I'm pretty sure there's a
Tracers
smoke
a
there,
little
but
too bright there for Zeta Division as Uran will get taken out. That's the toxic screen eliminated, and any of that default pressure that you can put on to rotate around the map is gone. So Zeta now they feel
whoa,
like
whoa,
they
these
have
guys
to
are
push in.
forcing
Jeff is good
into
for the
stuff,
side, but they've
force
already
into
lost the open
C,
as well.
force through the
No
door.
smokes left
Jesse
on
on
the side of
sight.
Zeta. It's all up to Depp to try to open up the site. Going to be a close range paint shells trying to find that
No,
time,
man.
and Depp knows
Not
exactly
like
the
this,
timer
bro.
on that operator. Got to prepare the next shot. It's a
He
triple kill
might
for
have
the
one.
Neon.
He might only have
Now
one
he's
more
taking
chance
space
to get one.
over by stairs as well. Tree and stairs covered by Zeta Division. The retake's going to be a tough one. As Envy quietly creeping in. Depp, does he have a timer on this? He does.
Damn, what a
Perfect as
round, by
well,
the way.
as he
Force
hears the
through the
toxic screen.
Omen smoke to get the
Back up.
kill.
It's going to be
To
Laz
start
to
this
finish
all
off
off.
the round.
Man,
Map
Depp is an
point secured
absolute
for Zeta
beast
Division.
on this
Okay.
agent.
I mean, Zeta is, you know,
6
Depp,
chances
pretty good
to
at the
finish
game.
this for
That's
Zeta.
what I gotta say
Potentially
about that
1
round.
That was
chance
all
for
Depp for
Jesse.
sure.
That was
Let's
all
see.
Depp. This is all Depp all the time. I mean, that initial
he's
kill
only
he
got a
gets,
sheriff?
beautiful, and then as soon as he heard that operator shot, he's like, yep,
Uh-oh.
I'm going to push this corner. I know how that gun works. I use it all the time.
Hey, nice.
Oh man, not like this. Come
what
on.
What are you going to do against that?
It's,
I mean,
it's
he's
like the
just so
Boaster
fast,
game
so
where
furious,
Boaster got a
so
kill
active
right at the
with
end,
Vandal.
surely.
Yes.
With, that's another thing.
Dinger?
about
Handle
this.
on the Neon.
Yes. Most people are going to be like, I'm going to use the Phantom. A little bit more stabilization while you're sliding. Depp's just so good he can use the Vandal. An attempted C-snake
They
combo.
push
there,
round, they force them out.
is just gonna
Jesse Vash
give
picks
some
up
extra
his
space
ult.
here for TS,
And we're
they're
gonna
not
have to see an
backing
A
off of this. They do have the
retake, and we're
trademark
gonna
in the
have
back,
no
but
map
still might
control.
catch players, but the presence
Wait,
reveals.
I say, as this
Yeah,
guy
no,
goes
Zeta, they're
mount.
going to choose just go into the site. They feel that they can trust the Odin to hold this flank. Chamber coming
Fatal
back
goes
out as
in.
well. The Nightfall will push them away from Baby Door, so Uran gonna be
Nice
caught there
util.
in the corner, but Laz and Def get a
Oh,
kill each,
no.
and now Uran, he's just happy to hold
Oh,
that spray, trying to keep them at bay. They just cannot pinpoint
not
the
like
zone.
this.
It's creating so much
Oh,
space
no,
and
he didn't get a
chaos,
kill,
and
bro.
that will
He's
be
on the
flawless
list.
for Zeta Division
Oh, nicely
as
done from
they
Zeta.
bring
I mean,
home
really
map
dominant.
2,
Like
13
really,
to
really
6,
dominant.
taking
You got to
us to
think
a decider
1v2s
on
4
Sunset.
times and a
Okay,
pistol.
both
That's
teams getting their
crazy.
map picks.
It's
Now
such
we
a
really
dominant
get
map.
to see how much preparation Team Secret's been able to do. We saw the Sunset obliterate GE, and there's a lot to talk about with that map coming up, and you have to be starting to feel like momentum, map pick, starting to lean Zeta's way.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Carlo talked about how he expected
Yeah, it's a rough
this draft
one,
to go,
man.
so
It's a
surely
rough
they
one.
were ready to bring the Sunset
Be on our
back
best
out.
behavior,
But
chat.
Team
I don't want to
Secret
see any
not
of
one
you
to
on the
scoff
VLR
at when
forums.
prep is there. So now tied at 1-1. Let's hear the opinions on the analyst desk from the second map.
Oh, you want our opinions? Oh, we got opinions.
They
as
got
we always
wrecked
do
on
at
this
the
map.
analyst desk, but Zeta Division takes
The good news
Lotus
is,
in a spicy,
for people that are
crazy
gonna go in
banger
on him,
of a game
him
here.
getting some kills here wouldn't have mattered too much
but
if
from
you look at the
Neon
rounds,
to
right?
the Chamber,
Two
to
1v4s.
Jesse Bash.
4 1v2s. There's too many numbers, man.
We'll see
Two
in a
1v2s.
second.
Him
Yeah,
getting some kills here doesn't
let's
matter
look
too
at the
much.
stat
This is
card
not
up.
convincing. They're
Worked on
losing.
the
They're
attacker
losing.
side, especially you can see
too much
all
early
their,
on.
their plans coming into fruition.
It
on
doesn't
that
really
second
matter.
half.
But
Yeah, I mean, it was again a little bit of a slow start for Zeta. It looked like that was going to get away from them. Maybe have like
it was a nice
6,
map from
7, maybe
Zeta.
even
Bro,
5-7,
this team
but
doesn't
they're able
lose
to
when this
rally
guy's on
back,
chamber.
Get the advantage in the end of it all, and
That's
then
the
that
thing.
attacking side. I mean, Secret, I think that they probably scrimmed against Neons on attack in the past, but they were not ready for some of the pacing that Zeta were
The
throwing
interesting
at them.
thing
That
is
one
confidence
round, I mean,
might not
Def
be there for
sprinting
the
all
next
way
map.
through B, getting himself up top, around towards the vendor spawn, just catching Jesse util in hand. Time and time again, he was not ready with his util. He was not ready for this aggression that was going to be coming through. It was astounding at times there from Zeta, and those attacking rounds were just so clean. I mean, a couple wonky ones, nearly letting that defuse get through a couple rounds ago.
Chamber
but
wasn't really
they managed
fragging
to
much.
get in
It
the
didn't
end.
need to though. They were avoiding it. Did you not see how they were like forcing into sites? Like they didn't feel confident to go back and do like defaults because they knew that the chamber was there. So this wasn't like chamber diff or any kind of chamber mad impact that is visual, but the chamber just being here meant that on attack they were just forcing into sites. Like especially into Uran a lot, he was just dumping
However, I will
util.
say this for Team Secret. I am deeply sorry, Jeremy. You're not just a child. He was able to clutch up some pretty big rounds, got a lot of multi-kills in the first half. But then as you go over in the second half, that's when Depp really shines.
Yeah, I mean, 342 on the ACS.
Okay,
it
so
was,
2 convincing maps.
it
That
was
means we get a
magical to see
third.
another Neon.
It means we get a
haven't seen him
close
play
third
in
map,
a little
right?
bit. And now with Sunset on the horizon, we might just get to see him play Phoenix as well. So an incredible performance from there. But I gotta say, I didn't realize Secret. There was some criticisms about only making one roster move in the offseason. I didn't
Nuggets,
realize
what
that
the
they
hell?
had Jemkin 2.0 on this.
No, you're
squad.
trying to know the names.
yeah.
0 and 17 from Jesse Vash. I wanted to see him play the fade. I have nothing
got
nice
it.
to say. This was a 24 ACS performance, caught regularly with util in hand. I wanted to see him
He
go over
was
this 'cause it's a
caught
lot
with
more
util in
standard
hand a
now
lot,
on
he's not
Lotus,
wrong.
But clearly the practice just is not there.
I do wonder, because of how unexpected Zeta was playing here in a tempo that they normally don't play in, with a comp they normally don't play on, and Depp doing things like this. It's possible that Jesse Bash was just so busy trying to, pick this apart.
Why they got to
make
do him like
those
that? They were
calls
relatively
and,
nice. It wasn't too bad.
instead of,
You can't exactly,
his egg.
throw out your haunts and seizes and prowlers when you have a really fast player running right underneath your nose, and it's just
Okay,
really tough to
let me
work
be right
against
back and
that.
just spam some
There were
ads.
even rounds on the first half where Zeta tries to push
Honestly,
out the
chat, I
defensive
tell you
side,
what.
especially around C. They kind of just
Considering the
forego a
scoreline,
rubble control
and then we
that
got a
way,
0-17,
and
you
it
guys did
sometimes
great.
works out
There
great for
was
Team
not
Secret, but more
there was
often
not
than
too
not,
like harsh
he's
comments
just not
about it.
quite
You guys
able
were
to get
actually
the
very good
information,
with
not
that.
quite
So
able
shout out to you
to
lot.
work the game plan that he wants. So it was a little bit tough for Team Secret.
Chat
in
always
this
gets
one.
weird in those situations
Yeah,
because it's like,
it
well,
definitely
we have to
was,
talk about it,
and
but we
that's
need
why
to talk about it
Carlisle
without
just looked so
flaming.
happy, and it's such a tell at this
It
point.
was
that
actually
he's got
very
something up
well
his sleeve, and
well
he
done
usually
from all of us.
proves to be
So yeah,
completely
I'm proud of
correct
you all.
when he's really
You all
excited
did
here,
great.
with us in Tactibear.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Neon, you mentioned Achilles. He's played the Neon before, but honestly, the way he plays and given his history and background of all the different titles that he's played, Neon just seems like a natural fit. I would love to see him like head in head with Mini Boo actually one of these days. And how many kills did Depp get is the question, because we had that guess end game.
One too many.
One too many. Yep. So it was 23 kills. 23 kills. It was not 48 kills as we were hoping. Or
Oh
49.
no, I lost the coin flip.
I know. You did. You're terrible.
The audience got it right
I'm
too.
terrible too. I should know. Actually, Kilios,
The audience is moving to Ascendant. Oh god.
The audience?
It's our audience.
The Timmies.
and
The
the
little
audience.
Timmies are doing so well.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Meanwhile, what are the rest of us doing?
if the audience gets to Radiant before us,
That would be awesome.
they are. You guys are cooler than us. I'm gonna give you guys that. You are all.
Yeah.
So you definitely are better than us.
We will bow down.
Back down to
Don't
silver, Kilios.
No,
He's like,
you know, it's fine.
It's fine.
Completely fine.
Rank doesn't matter.
do we get? What's
I
the
mean,
next
it is just literally a coin flip, so I can't really be frustrated or expect to win it when it's something like that.
It's not skill based.
Yeah.
It's not tactical.
It is what it is. But
Yeah, it is. You should own it. You should, like, it totally is. What rank are you now? Flat. Okay. But it's okay. It is. Look, one thing we all knew was that as long as he stayed on a duelist, he'd probably get a whole bunch of kills. So he did. Now we're looking at Jeremy. You know, Jeremy wasn't too bad either. Honestly, at many points, Jeremy was the one who was just making sure that they carried forth through the round, or maybe saving that gun, or helping, you know, take away from Zeta's economy in some rounds.
Yeah, precisely. There were these rounds, especially in the first half, when he's able to kind of hold the game post-plant. He got a lot of multi-kills, and it just shows that he's not really cracking under pressure. There were rounds where even if Depp is trying to run against him, even if there's a lot of utility being thrown, he knows how to work his position and just kind of swings around the left and the right side very stably, and you know, opponents aren't quite able to get that wide swing against him. So great job by Jeremy. He was able to recover. Now the question is, can this performance keep up? Because Sunset is gonna be a tough map. ZETA, they had a 13-1 against Global Esports last week. But then again,
It's a very different team.
Yeah, very different team.
I mean, here's what I'll say for Secret. I don't think that this is necessarily over. I don't think that, you know, the performances on Lotus is enough to crush them. Because if nothing else, while Jesse Vashi had an abysmal performance on that fade, this guy is a veteran. He has played multiple esports at the highest level. So if anybody is going to be able to mentally recover from a brutal loss like that, it should be him on that squad. So he needs to be the guiding light and the one that's getting the rest of the team rallied around him and refocus in as they get ready to go into Sunset. They've been able to look at how Zeta like to play that map. They probably had a sneaking suspicion that it was going to be left open, depending on how the map draft shook out with them being Team A or Team B. So they should have been prepared to play this one. So how does the study and the practice get put into play? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, 100%. We were curious about this map coming through, that they banned Ascent instead of Sunset. They surely have a reason for it, Quack.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have studied last week's games, and that's what I'm curious about. Is it going to be a slightly different composition? We've never seen much from Team Secret on this map, only like in kickoffs once, just one time. So is it still going to be that kind of Fade player? Is it going to be Gecko? And of course, you're going to expect great things from Envy, and of course, Jeremy back on the race still. But is that going to be enough to deal with Zeta Division and their really, you know, like interesting composition? You got that Phoenix, and it's doing really great stuff, especially with the curveball timings at times. Opponents aren't really able to react as Depp's flashes.
Well, we are going to find out right now exactly what these two teams are going to play, and I do hope to see Zeta Division continue with the lives
Sunset,
on the
bro,
chamber.
this is gonna be
it's always proved to be
another chamber, right?
a success for them. But how is Team Secret going to counter Zeta Division's very strong Sunset?
I don't think they need to do, overly much, and I think that kind of sticking with what they have shown in the past is widely going to
Chamber
be a
equals
good
win.
decision. I mean, we've seen that there has been an immense amount of value for Sova
I
players
tell you what,
on
though,
this
this
map.
is pretty good against
Really
the
come up with
chamber.
ways to really slow things down, especially on that defender side. Stop those advances from coming through and get good info with that Sova. So I think that this is going to be maximum comfort for Jesse, but you also have tools like that breach to just further help you hear that run it back coming through the Phoenix, send out that fault line, send out that aftershock, cut off one of those alleyway access points so that he can't just go.
We've seen the 0 kills in
rushing into a site
VCT
and
before.
picking people apart. So I think that there's good
Yeah, we had one
tools
this
here
year.
for the side of Team Secret. They're going to be starting on the attack
Magnum,
point
right?
here. But I think
Magnum,
there are
same
good
map,
tools
Lotus.
for Team Secret when they do go over to the defender side to really slow things down here and try and deny, as many advantages.
Demkin last year in Bind, yeah, that's true.
Exactly that same composition. So it all,
That wasn't
yeah,
VCT
like
though, right? That was
Akil saying,
qualifiers.
it all comes down to that game plan, and we've seen great things from them before. They will be able to control A a lot, especially with that rolling thunder from
Secret is just
Envy.
sunset comp,
A
but
lot of
minus Raze
initiating
plus
capabilities.
Viper.
Well, if we like to see Laz on the
Team
chamber,
Secret's
we're
comp.
always happy to see Jesse Vash back on the Sova. We're going to go to the third and final map of this series between Team Secret and ZETA Division. Let's go over to our casters.
Sunset it is, map 3 between ZETA Division and Team Secret. Team Secret definitely a
Who's your
bit more
first in?
desperate for a
Cypher.
match win to try to put themselves on the board in Alpha Group. And ZETA Division bringing out this fun and unique composition
Could
that
have
they
someone to
cooked
go
up
first.
here
Cypher
while
or
Masters
Omen?
Madrid was going on. Phoenix,
think the
for
Omen
Depth,
needs to be alive
Chamber
with the
back for
smokes.
Laz. Now, last time they played this against Global Esports,
okay,
you know,
Zetron
there
defense,
wasn't the breach, there wasn't the
Secret
Cypher
on
on the other
attack.
side. So we'll see how they deal with that here against Team Secret.
Yeah, and so what Team Secret's going to have to be aware of is that there were a lot of trap plays set up around the Phoenix,
And
around
we
the
get
curveball, and even
Oz
using
on
Hero
chamber
and Sova
again,
utility
100% win
to
rate so
actually
far
back it
in
up, set it up
2024, I
some
think
cases
that's
as
right.
well. They're really good at playing off a contact off of this. One thing that I did notice going back into the VODs was that mid-control is often left completely open because of the nature of this composition, and I love that Secret's already trying to take advantage of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're trying to
Damn, bro.
through
Def
market
got one
rather,
through
and
this
they
as
will
well.
try to get
And
in,
it's
but
a
they get stopped
lovely start
instantly
for
as
them.
Step provides back up from afar. You're at refills that area. Jesse Vash will try to clear out the site, but it's
Yeah,
just
Jesse
one
Vash
too
is
many
here.
members. Now he's
Little
getting
bit of
pitched from both
confidence.
sides, and ZETA
Lovely
Division,
pistol.
they don't lose
We
a
are
single beat
4-1.
as they take the pistol round.
4-1
I
up
like
in
the
terms of
idea
pistols
from
for
Team
Zeta,
Secret
that
in
owning
terms
it
of watching
pistol-wise.
the video, watching the prep, seeing what space is given up by ZETA, and it's really hard to contest the front of A main, the front of B main with this composition that ZETA has on their defender side because of these combos.
Who do I think
they
is
can
winning
set up with the
Shanghai?
Phoenix, because of those curveballs and the
Leaning-
angles you can
leaning
take.
towards
But it's
Paper
great
X, man.
protocols, great reaction here
You
from
had to ask
ZETA,
me now
expecting
for a favorite.
potentially
I'm saying
market
Paper
push,
X,
and they just collapse on it,
which
and
is
shut it
probably
right
not a
down.
good thing
So
for Paper X
both
fans.
teams doing a great job understanding each other, but it's ZETA with the better reaction, and now they're able to go into yet another pistol round win. That's 4 out of 5 for ZETA on their pistols.
Yeah, and we
Laz
could have a
with
bit
the
of a
outlaw
fun fest here.
be holding this
Good.
down.
One,
It's a
two.
wide swing, but he catches both.
Down B.
He's recovered
Yeah,
it.
this is the
He's
kind of
back
stuff
in
that I wanted to
absolute
see with a
prime
chamber. I think that
form.
this on other maps as well can
Gets
be
the
the one.
double.
I know
I
it's an
mean,
eco,
a
but
valiant attempt from Team Secret. What else are you gonna do when you know that there's
also
the
means a
potential for
tag and
the
a
outlaw?
TP
You
out
know
when
that
they're
there's
on
gonna be
heavy
that long
armor can
range.
be a thing
you
as
go for the
well.
wide swing, you try to get the trade, but it's Laz that you're up against.
Yeah, and then you're going to go to the other side of the map, and you're going to run into this curveball paranoia combo from Sugar Zero Depth. I mean, it's out of the frying pan into the fire for sure. It's just so tricky to deal with. I mean, the breach could be potentially, as this rolls along, a really good utility combo.
Do they
to
force
kind of
through this?
upset
They go one
these
flash from
angles
Envy.
that
Do they
Depth
just
loves
wait
to
for the
hold,
smoke?
especially right around
Hopefully.
this corner, but still with this one way, it could be very
Catches
tricky.
it.
Oops.
Yeah, catches the feet. There's going to be the paranoia. It's
Man,
on
they're
time.
so
Curveball's
wrecked.
ready as well. And look at this. It's just
Yeah,
perfect
and that
pitch
is
from
insanely
Sugar Zero
clean. We
Depth.
get
I
one
love that he
armor
waits for the
rebuy.
curveball to
Perfect
get
start from
prepped as well.
Zetron to
Obviously,
this
you have
one.
to have that little snap,
Secret, I'm
and then it's
hoping they're not
perfect
mentally
time. You
boomed,
won't
but
be
there's a
dodging
chance they
either of
could be.
those.
It's something that ZETA does so
Because
well
they got
with this
annihilated
combo
in the map
is-
before.
or with this agent combination even. It's not just the
This,
Omen as
in
well.
terms
They
of
were
what
doing
happens with,
beautiful, on the
I mean, you
Sova,
can-
using the recon dart to break some angles right
Let's
as
see,
the
this is the
curveball's
big
coming
round.
out. Like
This is
the
the big
timing
round where we
and
start
the way
to
that it lands
start to
is
understand
so
how they're feeling.
well rehearsed for ZETA on this map.
The
Now they're gonna
bonus
go
is
for a
nice though.
4-stack onto A
We've got
to the
one
lead.
person that can get
Yoda
one shot
on
in terms
his
of the
own,
Omen.
setting up that toxic screen to cut off mid. So again,
Four
ZETA
person
changing things
setup
up a little
over
bit
towards
here
A.
to
Smoke
address
goes
some of the
in,
weaknesses that
and
even
yeah,
they
they
might
just
have
really
noticed in
heavy
their
focus
tape.
on trying to
That
make sure that this
mid
chamber
was
can hold
kind
A.
of an area that was left relatively unexplored by GE.
Recon goes over
during
towards
this
B, doesn't get shot as well,
previous
so
affair
B
on this
control
map, the
for A
first time that we
control is
saw
what's
this
happening at the
comp.
moment.
And now, there's a little bit of flirting with
And
it
mid
from
control.
Team Secret, but they're not feeling
Especially
comfortable
with this
just yet.
extra
They want to
smoke.
wait this out. They want to try to bait out some utility. That's something
something that Team Secret could do here. Use this
This is
breach
wild
util
though.
to
Borkum.
break
to break open some of these
Gonna
sites
take a while to get all of
the
these
members
smokes
of ZETA
back.
uncomfortable and get them
There's
backing
one of
off
them.
from some of these choke points.
And here it comes. It's going to be the fault line from
One
across.
goes in
Laz
from
trying to
middle.
hold on. He knows
Laz
his trademark
doesn't
can buy him a
TP
little bit
yet.
more time, so he's waiting for it. The
Yeah, he
rendezvous
just
is
wants
still
to get
there.
a tag,
He's still
get out of
holding that
there.
angle.
Doesn't
Secret
even need to get out of there.
quite aware
Holds
of
the
everything,
line,
realized not enough
rotate,
of a
doesn't need to
reaction
come
just
in.
yet, just putting
They
some
can
pressure
heavy a
that they're
stack
going
over
to
towards
A.
B.
But
Laz
ZETA
might have owned
Division,
this.
they still have that sight line.
Smoke
Secret has
goes
no
in as
idea
well.
that
They got to
Laz has
force
cleared
into a
A
site where there's a
He
Viper
still holds
waiting.
entire vision of it. I mean, this smoke is doing
There's a
nothing for Team
recon.
Secret on the side of A.
There's a
as they
Phoenix
think
that's close
that they
with
will have forced
Molly.
a little bit of pressure, but it's going to be 2 people already on the site. One in this
Well.
form of depth by Boba, ready to provide backup. See what the site execute looks like. It's going to be a double blast back in. They have no idea. Huron gets
Yeah, just
pinged
before the
a little
recon
bit late.
goes in,
You'll
Molly's
get
here,
pushed
and
out
this
by
guy's
the
going to
aftershock,
get
but
out of
there's
there.
the spam
No,
on
but the
smoke
spam
to
back
hold
was
them at
really
bay. Only
good. Walk him
50
down to
seconds
19
left. It
HP,
has to all
15
come down
seconds to get
NDG,
here,
who makes his way
and this
through
has to be a
market.
kill.
Here's the footsteps.
This might have to be
Sure,
2
not
kills.
quite sure on that timing, but Def is there to try to hold the trade.
5
Now
seconds left to
6
plant. They
seconds
gotta hold
left.
this.
Plant goes down. Huron,
Holy,
does
it's
he wait for
close.
his teammate? He wants to get another kill. He finds one right below him. He eventually goes
Some
down.
of the HPs are low.
Just the outlaw, but all
1972. Man, this was
about to get
this
taken
was
out with a
close,
single
bro.
shot.
This was really close.
No
It
one
came
had
down a
full
lot to
armor and
NDG
full
getting
health.
this kill over towards
Read so well
Market.
by Secret. Getting here, but Laz
Oh.
is still darn good.
These are all one-shot kills here. Maybe just barely not for Envy.
No,
But
Just,
Laz
right?
is creeping in.
Yeah, he just gets
Fact, it
one
should
shot.
be good for everyone. There's the rendezvous as well. He's clearing corner by corner. He's not quite.
Oh!
Oh my gosh, the scope in.
Oh my
against
goodness.
But at
That
the end
is
of
an
the day,
absolute
Envy,
shot, man.
Perfect timing on that swing.
The hell is
Goodness
that?
gracious. It's only a matter of time before
That
Laz
was
gets
so
comfortable
sick.
with the snipers and he starts doing stuff like that.
Yeah, man.
Holy.
That sets the round off kilter. Love the
Dude,
positioning
chamber
here
as well. Like you
from
could
the
get
side
out
of
the
ZETA, like you were
chamber.
mentioning, Will. They
Sheriff.
read the map insanely well because of
Oof.
Laz's just single hold over on the
Did
other
he
side
go for
of the
his
map,
normal
but just barely able to break
pistol,
this
or
open.
did he go for the
Our
chamber
Team
classic?
Secret,
I was looking.
still though,
honestly, I
it
wasn't paying
doesn't feel
attention,
fully
but
comfortable yet.
too busy just looking
Still
at that shot.
interesting that we're seeing a lot of depth in mid. He's usually up towards A main.
Yeah,
up
they go a
towards
lot
B
faster
main.
on this one. A lot of damage was
Recon
done
dart
here,
there, a little bit of
so
space gain immediately
got 2
shift
people that
over
combine
from
next.
depth
No, that's not
towards
even
A to
true.
see
We
if
got
they
1
can
person that combine
stymie
next.
this attack.
Scott running back as well. It's going to be used right away. They don't want them to enter into the site at all.
It's pretty
Paranoid
good
to
on
hold
top
them
of that.
back
Dep
after
can
the
just
running
step back.
back
There's a
destroyed, but
lovely
NDG's
omen
already
flash.
made it
Good
through.
trades
Huron
coming
will
in
trade
here. The
back.
spacing
Site's
was
still trying to
very
be
nice
held,
for
but
Team
ZETA, they're
Secret
fighting
here.
these 1v1
This is an impressive
situations.
round. They did great.
Not going to be
Oh.
great as Huron drops
God.
as he finds more than one member.
Yeah, and they've
Can't battle
avoided
through that.
Oh,
And Team Secret this time,
and
oh,
it's-
relatively easy push through.
Could be
And what you
very
mentioned,
tempting to hunt
I mean,
here.
Dep
Money-wise,
perhaps
they
being a little
technically
wary
shouldn't be
of potential
hunting, but
breach
the fact
util
that
wants to
he might
counteract it
have
with
an
a
op, it
curveball when it's
could be
near the site.
tempting.
But this time, the
Jesse
timing
1
not
away
read
from his
correctly
ult,
by ZETA.
Envy 1 away
Yeah,
from his.
it's just
Yeah, money-wise, it is better
little
to just
bit
not
kind of
hunt this because
anticipating more
I
of
mean,
this mid pressure.
these
trying to
are
be a
all
little
wrecked
bit more
money-wise. They
prepared
get
for it. Our ZETA, but
2,400.
This time around, Team Secret just says we're going to challenge you off the rip. We're going to go for the fast blast pack in case there is that.
Envy with the
stack
extra
of
money,
initiator
I would be
or
tempted
not
to hunt
initiator
this.
utility in the case of Dep, but those flashes and those kind of things that are often
Especially
accompanying
money.
these choke
I mean,
points
he
on
at
the
least got an
map, and so
upgrade,
far,
so there's that.
Gonna work out.
Makes a
Laz
win.
with an operator, no credits to back it up. So
Laz needs to be
looking
careful.
for the pick and the exit.
No
with
matter
the
what,
rendezvous.
it needs to be
Jeremy's gonna
insta
start
shot
to
and get
clear
out of
this,
there.
So there's one, and oh my
Yeah.
goodness, the timing there. He has to start to run away from this
Nice discipline from
rendezvous.
Team Secret not
Team
to
Secret won't greed for it either.
ace this
Couple
so
of their members
heavy.
a little low on cred, so they're happy to just find out about the operator. They'll let it be in the hands of Laz for now.
Yeah, and the extra economic damage there for Laz very important, as Team Secret was also on just broke credits behind this buy. And a really nice take there, really good read from Team Secret. And now you're seeing this
Okay.
combo.
They're going to go fast A, but there's 4
the
people here to
Phoenix,
set up
the
the chamber
Omen,
again.
and
Oh, this
Laz
could be wild.
over
I
on
know
this
this is an
A side
eco,
to
but at
try
the
to
moment,
contest
Zeta
this
pretty
pressure,
set up
going
for
back to
this.
what we saw a couple
How
rounds
fast do
ago,
they go?
almost worked
Well,
for
they
them
go really
with their
fast. Jeremy
bonus.
might
Yeah,
be
but there's
committed.
that early blast back again.
Yeah, it's a
and
lovely
sure,
trade.
trade
This
from
is now
Laz,
a
but
gun
Dep
down.
goes
How do they
for it.
handle this?
Huron creeps in, but he gets
Oh.
tagged right inside the cyber cage.
Oh, he doesn't
Barely
commit.
makes it out with his life. Now
Oh.
down to 7 HP. There's a roll. Rolling Thunder. They're trying to just jump all in. Hero runs
Yeah,
good
that was
for the
nice though.
stabilization
They
on
know
one
the
kill.
op
There's
is
the
here.
backup from Uran. It's not
This was
good.
cool from
It's gonna
Team
be a
Secret.
quick
They know the
swarm from
op
Team
is in
Secret
range of this,
as
so
they
they
lead
ult to
3
just
to
make sure,
2.
obviously, you can only no scope. You can't scope him when you get stunned, so that was good. Breach
Able to
against the
get that
chamber
spot
is
early
legit, especially when you
onto
have
Tap. Or no-
someone
and
to find
make
out
his life
exactly where it is.
uncomfortable. Yes, Laz is there for the trade, but it's not very fast. You can see they're going to try to bully this angle. Just try to see if they can get past it with Jeremy's blast packs. So far, it's been working pretty darn well. And Pretty Jesse calling for the fist bump.
I love Jesse
Hotman,
calling for
hello,
the fist
mate.
bump, man. It's just so quiet. It's
things.
like, all right, fist bump. All right, there's another one.
It's okay, yeah. Well, now you can
Okay,
get the tour de
by round
force.
goes in,
From
we
a
get
Hunter's
Chamber
Fury and
ult
a
going
Neural
out,
Theft.
and looks like Team Secret are just going for the straight up
Now you're
side
getting that
hits
choke
now.
point
Now this is going to be
congestion,
over
but
towards
It's
B.
Team Secret on the other side of the map, in fact. Going to be able to get the orb over to depth, get those run it back, cycling as quickly
What's
as
the plan
possible.
here? What is the go
Lad's gonna be the
signal? Are
one
they waiting
watching
for
mid with
no,
that
okay.
chamber. That smoke
Oh.
goes towards mid.
Back.
Not gonna catch
Oh.
anybody. Jesse gets the
There
pick.
it is. Yeah,
Damn,
and
he hit
takes
another one.
two, actually gets another one for his troubles.
Yeah, that's nice
Barely
though. They know where the
escapes
other
on the side
person
of
over
Europe,
towards B
but
is.
still
They can
damage
freely
done. Sight
force in.
opened up here
Take a lot
for
of map
Team
control.
Secret. They're
What
gonna
is
be
the
able to
plan
get
like?
their
Do
pick
they
of
want to
plan,
just
and
hold
it
B
should
main?
be
No one
default
overextending
one.
into
They'll
the
have
chamber
a
up.
great post plant situation already holding on to B main. There's a Molly. The
Molly,
Paranoid keeps the time
Omen,
done for now, so it's a
smoke,
quick flood
Flash
in
was so
from ZETA Division,
close.
but Depth goes down
And
instantly,
Team
and that
Secret are
just breaks
looking
apart
good
the
on these. I
entire
think
fight
Zeta
as
might
Team
need to do a
Secret
timeout because
will
they're
just
just doing
pounce on
simple
it. Zeta thought that
5-person
it would be the
hits.
site cleared out. They would
So
have a
obviously like
long-range
mid push
fight
and
on the
etc.
exit
would
against
be
Team
very good
Secret,
at the
but
moment.
they held their ground.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would
it
even
seems like
time out
right
just
now,
to make
Team
sure they
Secret
kind
is
of
guessing
overthink their
really
5-person
nicely
hits. I think
on
there's
where the defenses won't
no
be.
harm in taking a
And
timeout
that
here.
it helps that you get that pick. That is absolutely nuts. And then it lines up to find another. So Jesse on that Sova, right back into his comfort. Yeah, Lotus was a map to forget for sure for Jesse, but he is a veteran. He's been there, done that. He's had plenty of ups and downs throughout his career. Does not phase him in the slightest. And certainly a necessary
Team Secret
timeout
running
for
ranked
Zeta.
strats.
See if
They were
can
kind of
figure out
doing.
a way
This is like
to
their way of
stymie
dealing with the
these
chamber.
death
It
ball
feels
pushes
like
that have
because
been
they.
working a treat for Team
You can
Secret.
tell, and it's not a good sign when
See what
we
the
see
discussion
teams
is
like
here.
this
They've already
where
made some
they
adjustments, right? Trying
don't
the
feel
chamber at mid
confident
as well.
defaulting.
In that
But honestly,
previous round,
against the
trying to
chamber
hold on
op,
to
I kind of
AD
understand. It
control.
can be
And you
anywhere, and you
mentioned it. I
can
mean,
use
that's
perfect
something
util,
that
and you
this
don't get enough
composition
space
was very
really
good at. A lot of
from the
compositions,
amount
they
of
rely
util
on
used.
the
So
retakes for A. It's always
that
left
is
empty.
how
just
they're
the
dealing
one
with the
lane for a
chamber at the
little bit of
moment.
time,
Just
and a little bit of
take a
clearance
bit of
if it's not a
space,
rush.
hit the
But
site.
this version here with the Phoenix, oftentimes they'll take over A main control. But what after that? Can you hold on to the other
Hey,
side?
Lotus, how you
Can
doing,
hold
mate?
on to
Good to
the
see you,
breach
bro.
Barreling through their choice on this map of Sunset. Zeta Division coming out of the timeout. We'll see what the differences are. Of course, a weaker buy in this round.
Yeah, gonna have to scrape together. Yeah, Laz able to afford the Vandal since he had the Tour de Force in the previous round.
And the pings coming out from Team Secret, right?
Yeah,
Whenever
and
there's
loss
timeout, you
bonus
gotta
is
watch
so
out for
high
that
that
potential
this can be
tiles push.
Right.
op
Over
next
on
round if they
Sunset, of
lose. It
course,
is
not
just a
gonna
low
be
buy.
there, especially without the
Two
raise.
hero
It's not
guns.
as easy to
In a
figure out.
Sena.
Did see a little bit of that, a little bit of combo between Sugar Zero and Depp trying to push in towards mid tiles. So you do have to be aware of it.
Yeah, try to
and they
bait
very
something
much
out
are.
over towards her.
And it's going to be, once again, left onto Laz.
So
on this
similar
A side
thing, they
to
keep
hold it
going for
down,
like
but
the 4-1, just set
everybody's
up,
still waiting for this
yeah.
set
hit.
up the
I
chamber,
mean,
then heavy stack
If
over towards
Zeta
B.
had gone there, it was disaster waiting for him,
Yeah.
right? The paranoia, the fault line, all of it ready to counter it out.
Yeah, and you would
And
imagine
now
we
they'll
see an
try to
early
re-clear.
Sova drone
They
here.
did hear the Ultorb
Sova
tap
drone
earlier,
into
but
breach
Laz
stun.
didn't actually secure it, and Team Secret will
They want to
catch
try
sight
and
of
make
that.
sure they
The
at least
spy
take some
cam
space.
Up on the parasol, we'll be able
Oh,
to
they
check
might
out all
feel.
of
Okay,
it
this is
as
interesting
well.
from Team Secret.
Laz
More
gets
confident
pushed
to
back.
contact, knowing
Now
that they
Secret,
couldn't get the
they
op
did
out.
this in the pistol round. They just assumed that backup would have arrived, that the other side would be weak. But this time, they've already kept all their forces on the A side. No pushes out from B main.
They're trying to do what they struggle against while they can.
Fight against the retake. Drone to clear the
Oh, that's
site. Is there
nice. You
time
hug that
from
wall, you
Sugar
get this
Zero
much
to
height.
peek around
Dude,
A
some of the
short?
Sova
Doesn't
drones I
look
see
like
on
it
this
for the
map
time
are a
being.
little
Site
bit
given up
insane.
for Team Secret. Spike should be able to get
Jeremy,
planted
with the
safely.
plant, gets his ult
Gonna be a
47
tricky
HP though.
retake,
It might
some
just be
weaker
one of those
weapons
ults
in the
to
mix for
delay.
Zeta, but
Borkum still has his
already
own
doing
flash.
some
They get
Oh,
over towards the
so
site.
many pings, but all right behind the walls as well. The Paranoia
and he
already
buys
sent
a
by
lot
Sugar
of time
Zero,
with this.
and now the showstopper. It keeps Zeta Division at bay. Doesn't find a kill, but it's bought a lot of time. And the
Borkum did
post plan
Omen
is
flash as
perfect
well.
now from Team
Oh,
Secret.
so
There's
ult's
Hunter's
going in.
Fury. NDG answers right before it lands, but Team Secret, they're still staying
Damn.
added numbers. Huron will equalize with a double kill off of that ult.
Big Jules.
Oh, a bit of
Wait,
body block on
nicely
that
done
double
from
swing
Envy.
allows
Was
Envy
looking a
to
little bit
eliminate
close
both
on this.
members
Gets the
of Zeta
double.
Division. And now all down to Sugar Hero, who gets fault line on the entry into the site. And Team Secret will
Okay,
get
but this was
yet
just a low
another
buy
round.
for
Five
Zeta,
in a
but still a
row.
nice sign from Team Team Secret. I
That's
like that
starting to
they
get
can. But
concerning.
I mean, they're
It
still
just does
doing.
not look
They're
comfortable
still
at
doing
all
like
for
ranked, right? They're
ZETA.
still just map
Every
control in
decision they're
sight
making
here.
on where to
So
overstack
Zeta
seems to be the
might
wrong
be
one
over
because
rotating.
Secret is
Like I think they
doing
can
their
over rotate,
diligence
is what I'm saying.
with their utility, with their patience to make sure that there's not any traps set. That's what was really killing GE on this map, was they were running into these traps, trying to brute force their way through it.
Voice
Secret
crack on
not
this. I
falling
don't know if it was
for
a
any
voice
of the
crack or I don't know if it
shenanigans
was
so
the
far.
replay
Once
sound.
again, you're kind of splitting into that 2-1-2 early for Zeta.
I think it might have been the mix of both,
Operator
honestly.
onto B to watch it. Very different looks. And
Zeta
We've all
having
been
to
there,
dig a
chat.
little
So
bit
good.
deeper, trying some different defaults to see if they can get some early success against these push-outs. But again,
And do
Team
we
Secret
just
happy
ranked this one?
Yeah.
to try to just deathball with their util to break these angles open.
Oh.
And they just have the read, right? They know the
Up
tendency
holding
of
the
Zeta
angle.
right now
Jeremy
to try to
almost beat the
overcome, save
smoke.
for that previous round. This time a little bit heavier presence on A on the default. Now, Zeta Division has reset into a position where they're able to provide fast backup on either side of the
And
map.
drone before they turn
We'll
this
see,
corner.
is it going to be fast enough?
Very
The drone
nice.
taken out.
Yeah,
He
they get
does
the
have to
TP out of
rendezvous
there.
as
You
the
can
swing
only be
comes
one
in. There's
place
a
with this
Pichos as well. He
puzzle.
doesn't have an exit away from this.
Util.
He just barely stay alive in the corner, but there's the chase through from Jeremy. Good
Savior.
coverage from Dep. There's the
Savior
quick backup
kill.
we talked about. Curveball
When
at
flash
the ready
goes
for
in.
yet
This time
another
they've
push.
added a
They're going
lurk
to
into
hold
this
the
one
line.
though,
Both
so I
curveballs
do like
used.
that at least
During
Team
all this,
Secret have
Borkum trying to
changed it
open
up
mid,
slightly.
allow his
That are
teammates
going
to
for
try
the
to
5
rotate
here. We'll go
across,
for a
but
4-1, trying to
going
take
be two
space
members
in case ZETA
watching
do
for
over
this
rotate.
lurk,
Because I
and
said,
Secret
again, with
will
what we've seen
reset.
so
They're
far,
gonna
they probably
pretend that
could.
they've rotated over to A. There's a pressure from NDG.
Yeah, this was
It draws
nice.
out
Double
the
swing
beat
over
from
towards
Dep.
here. Chamber
And
does
what a
start
bait
to
and switch for
rotate
Team
off the
Secret.
angle now.
Now they have
Ult
the
goes
numbers
in. They
advantage
can
going
overwhelm
on to
Omen.
the B site. Everyone tagged by the Neural Theft. Sugar Zero, he has to Shroud step out, but it's just not
Oh.
far enough. He's actually able to turn back around. There's the
Oh,
cover
this
from
one's
Laz.
really, really on.
Answering right back on the bait and switch the double.
Yeah.
And now Envy
Envy
thins the numbers down.
in a
It's
good pause. Spike
2v2
down.
on the retake for Zeta Division.
When
off
do the
in hand
recons
of
come up?
Laz.
Yeah, this
So
one's not
challenging
happening.
now
But when
for
does
them,
Hero runs
having that
recon
one
come up?
rifle. Let's see. Laz is
Both
gonna be able
20
to swap
seconds, they
over.
can't really
He's
wait
gonna
for this.
make a
Just
go
got to
for it.
walk in
Jesse
duel.
holding the angle.
Clearing angles one by one. It's going to be a double push all the way around. Do
B
they find Envy right
doesn't
below?
check
They
the guy
do,
above
but
him.
Jesse Vash gets the first kill.
Damn,
Trying to
Jesse.
redeem
We called
himself
him out for the
from
first
two,
map,
he will
and
get
that's
the
a
clutch for his
huge amount of
teammates
impact.
Here on round 8.
I mean, Jesse, so comfortable on the Sova, so good with it, so good at getting information.
Yeah.
Even when things start to slip sideways,
Change of
he's
map, change of
immediately there
agent.
with some of his utility to get the spots.
This
is a
was
great
cool. This
trap
little
they
double
set up,
peek that they did to go
sensing
back.
kind of the overcommit towards the rotate from Zeta, and just a little bit too keen. Try to push that angle. Are the two players try to go through mid, and it's completely shut down. Is NDG right to be fired up? They are rocking and rolling,
Yeah,
and Zeta
eco
is
again.
left scratching their heads. Economy in the gutter once again.
I mean, this composition, it looked so dominant against Global Esports last week. Sure, there was a bit of a surprise factor.
I think yesterday's map against Send Lev was the best map we've seen.
Zeta Division looked locked in,
Full
but today,
stop?
perhaps the pressure getting to
Or-
him a little bit. But of course, as you've mentioned,
Best map of
Team
this
Secret
tournament? Oh, yeah.
understanding the
I mean, that
tendencies
is so
of Zeta
fair to
Division,
say.
how they want to work
It
this
was
map,
unreal,
and the
bro.
weaknesses of it as well that Zeta Division will have to account for. Now another. No audio, just creep up for contact play. I mean, Secret knows, as long as we don't let them know we're coming, the traps cannot be sprung. They will slowly clear out. Elbow here on the A site.
And they've always got the breach ready with a stun in case there is a trap there, which makes it a lot more difficult for Depp to do what he's got to do with his utility. So Poison Cloud is going to come up for Euron. Going to use this to try to sneak in the corner. I have a hard time imagining that's going to fool Team Secret too much if he sticks there.
Holding a bit of an off angle though, right? That's his best bet, and he will get one. But they're going to try to chase through.
Of
Snake
HP.
bite, now there's the aftershock. He
Oh,
can't
he
get
gets
away
tagged.
from it in time. Oh, he does, but there's a crossfire and the spray through the smoke, and now everyone swarming
Would
onto
have
the
to
site.
be an absolute clip to
Just
win
Sheriff's
this.
in the hands
Whoa.
of Zeta Division. Yes, you
Kinda
can
started
get
off
one kill,
alright.
but there's still quite a few more members that you'll have to
I
battle
think Phoenix
through.
went behind and broke a trip to
Sight
create
given over,
pressure, and now he's
spike
going to go join his
planted.
teammate. So
And
this does
another
create a lot of pressure.
tremendously
And it's
difficult
looking like
retake. Yes,
Jesse
you've got the
realizes
Headhunter.
that he
Yes,
has
you've
to
got a
take
Sheriff.
some kind of map
Got all
control.
the Phoenix
Yeah,
utility
tucks
as
into
well to
here,
work
he's
with,
done
but
great.
what can you dial up? The
And he
two-star
get the
players
kill,
for
though.
Zeta. Nope.
Oh, that's a quick peek out from Jesse, and some good movement to dodge that, and a bait and switch on the
Borkum
reload.
just hearing the shots, like,
Borkum
hold up.
covering for
Pretty
his
sure I can
fellow
swing this
vet
right now.
as Team Secret leads
The buy rounds are
7-2
looking kind of
here
convincing.
in
I know
round
this was
9.
an eco, though. That's already called a
It's
timeout.
scary.
They get the
You
op
got a
in.
Rolling Thunder as well to boot. There is that Viper's Pit. You could potentially consider using that to kind of bully your way through it if you're going to put it at the front of one of the mains or something like that. And, yeah, you're on not much you can do, but the continuous cycle of buys into ecos for the side of Zeta has just really, really hurt them. Yes, you're able to get the operator back into Laz's hands now. Is this going to be the round where they stabilize? Is this going to be the round where they turn it on its head? Bit of a pacey hit towards B
A
main.
nice recon, especially timing of it with the double
Excuse me,
TP.
Yudan trying to buy a little bit of time there.
But space taken, utility to clear all these angles.
Yeah, and that might allow Team Secret to save this Rolling Thunder for the post plant as well. This is going to be a near impossible round here for ZETA. They even draw out the
This is
utility.
weird.
Now Depp will
This is their own smoke,
pounce
right?
on that
Back of
opportunity.
sight.
Reopened, but
Reactively.
Jeremy in market. He's created a bit of a chasm.
That's
He'll
nice
get traded
though.
out by Hero
The
Run,
chamber
but look
did
at this. Borkum
decide to go
already
out of here
all the way
because,
digging
again,
into
it
a
felt like
site.
they can over-rotate
Rolling
a
Thunder's
little
still
bit,
alive
and
for
mid was
Indy.
open,
See
so
if he gets spotted
he
here in
rotates
mid,
to
though.
cover
He's
middle.
creeping forward. He knows
The
that there
4
might be a
people can
rotate,
play
but they're
site.
also aware they
We
haven't
gotta
spotted
keep
the
an eye on
chamber just
Omen.
yet.
Look at
Laz
Borkum.
turning away on a timing here. That's going to allow Team Secret to slowly creep in. He has no idea that Borkum
He's
could
here
be this
so
deep.
early. He kind of
And
doesn't realize
Borkum,
just
he
how
may
much he's
just
owned
get
it.
the absolute jackpot. Not just the chamber, but perhaps everyone has a chamber. He gets spotted on the
Yeah,
shoulder.
and he does great. No
And
overheat
that
on this
is
one,
going
just
to be
goes
the
back,
anchor
realizes
down.
he's
Envy now
created a lot of
creeping up in
question marks. They
safety
have to
after
clear all
knowing
of this,
that the
potentially with
operator has
util.
been eliminated. Rolling Thunder still online for the post
Envy
plant.
with
They can
the
hold far
breach ult.
and out and elbow.
Can just wait for the tap of the
ZETA,
spike,
they know
breach ult
they may
goes
not
in,
have enough time.
and they can
They
swing.
have to start pushing through the fault line to keep them at bay. Borkum waiting for the push. No rush on the side of Team Secret. Rolling
Up with
Thunder
the
on a
spike,
timer
breach
as well.
ult
Right
goes
as the
in,
tap comes
swings.
Uren gets spotted, and there's the crossfire as they know that everyone is stunned
Dude,
up
look how on it
inside
they
the
are.
site.
These plans are
Another
great.
round
Really
from
good
Team
round from
Secret.
Borkum here.
It's just
They're doing,
again, great reads from Team Secret.
They're doing
Don't
so good at
overcommit to
changing
anything.
it up.
Wait for the contact from depth, and then they switch sides of the map. And
Yeah,
Laz
done
is
it.
just
Love that
left on an
Prodigy.
island,
Thank you,
and
man.
No idea that Borkum has gotten past all the defenses there. Just not really aware. Haven't had enough experience with players kind of being able to slip the nets of their initial contact plays and stuff like that, and they just haven't felt comfortable to go for them. I haven't seen any of those setups that we saw against GE, where you've got Hirodon and Depp sitting in
Yeah, I
front
just
of
think
a
Team
main,
Secret are changing
trying
up
to
too
just
much.
buy
Ever
some
since like
time,
they
get
were
some
playing
kills, get some
ranked
good
and just
trades.
map
None of
control,
that
then
has
site
been
hit
able
5 people.
be even
Ever
attempted
since
by
that
ZETA. They
timeout
just
that
don't look
ZETA
comfortable.
then
They don't look
took,
like they've
they're like
really
playing
figured
off the
out
fact of
how
that,
to
right?
handle
They're then
the
doing
way
like
that
4
Team Secret
ones
is
or
approaching
map
the
control
beginning of
back
the
into
rounds
other
and the
bits of
mid
map control,
parts of the
or
rounds
just
as well.
basically just making
Yeah, I mean, it has to be something
pressure
along the lines of you're
and then
normally
just taking
expecting the
space
breach cops to take the
elsewhere.
initiative, right?
And I'm pretty
You
sure in the
util
ZETA
first to clear out
timeout,
one part
they
of the
pretty
map,
much said
then
something
you can try
similar
to
to
answer
like,
back,
you guys
and then
can
the attackers
you guys
have
can
to wait on that
over-rotate until
cooldown,
you get
but
punished.
Team Secret
But
just
it's
says,
like,
nah, we'll wait, because
I'm not
worst
sure
case,
that
we're the
until
on the
you get
attacking
punished
side.
thing
We can group
came
up
in
and
because
deathball it when the
they've
timer starts to run
over-rotated a
down
lot
to
and
the
they've been
30-second
punished
mark.
quite a lot in a
Throwing
row.
ZETA division
Right,
for a
middle
loop
round
for
where we had the
sure.
duel here.
ZETA.
The diligence with the utility from Jesse, and Borkum picks off Sugar Zero through mid. Depp's there to try to trade.
Oh.
He finds one. They don't know that he's on the flank. He's looking. He wants to. Can't quite connect on
Still,
the
though,
second, and that
take the
activates
win.
the pit.
Yeah, and
ZETA
you get the
division
info for
with
the
a bit of a
Viper ult
broken
at
buy
least.
here. Only 2 rifles in hand. This may be one of the best shots they have, but Depp just cannot find the escape. Trying to go
Calling
the long
right now
way
from
out.
Team Secret
Laz
is very nice,
riding
by the
away
way.
from the ping. That gives him one more opportunity, but how in the world NDG just swims through the pit to find the shark within it, and now it's
Guy
just
got
Hero
util
Run
dumped.
all alone with a rifle. He
Lovely
gets stunned, he
TP
gets
as well.
blinded,
Borkum
and
is
then he
on
gets
something
pounced
last
upon
few
by
rounds.
Borkum. Laz,
Man, they only one
had
pistol and
1v3
eco.
Crossfire set up by Borkum as the first obstacle. It's going to be a clean
Really
one.
impressive so
4K
far.
for Borkum.
Hi, Cupid. How we doing,
9-2
man?
lead
Good morning.
for Team Secret.
It's just brilliance from Team Secret.
Yeah,
They
it is
clearly
brilliance,
had
yeah.
enough time to prep this
It's
map.
such a
They
good game
clearly
plan.
felt
Like, it's
comfortable
been so
leaving
good.
this open.
They have a good game
Some
plan
people
to
might
deal with the
question the
chamber,
ascent ban.
like in terms of how they started off.
Doesn't
Just
matter. I mean, they're just
again,
every
just
move
map control
that
into site hits.
ZETA
Wait
wants
for the
to make
timeout,
is
then
just
change up your game plan
thwarted
in terms of
every
map
single
control
time.
and
It
then
just
take
doesn't
space.
feel like ZETA
And
has
ZETA are
an
just like running all
understanding
over the
of
place,
map
and it's like we
themselves.
can't
It doesn't feel
really.
like they have an
Feels like they
understanding of
can't
the space that's
adapt.
being left
Feels like they
open
might have
by
needed
their
another timeout,
positionings.
like a
Once
what,
again, it's just that same
6-2
old
or
default from
7-2
them,
when
not changing up a single thing
when this mid
in
round
terms of their
happens,
early
the
round
double duel
positions.
mid round.
And it hasn't worked yet, so maybe now you're going to wait a little bit and then send Depp in towards A main. Hirodon going to let loose with the drone to try to set him up, but it's
This is a nice
actually just been
change-up, though.
abandoned
This is
already.
like the
Team
most
Secret
confident I've been in a
throwing
round
yet
so
another
far.
change. They're going to try to maybe overstack mid, able to dodge the
Yeah, and he's going to
Owl
dodge
drone
the
by
drone,
himself
but
as
maybe
Laz.
takes the timing towards
ready
middle. I'm
for it
not
as
sure
well.
they needed
Doesn't
to
quite
do
land
this,
the
but they
shot,
get the
though.
kill
Wanted
in
to
terms
creep
of
a
the
little bit
omens,
deeper into
so
that corner. So
got to
ZETA
change something up
finally
on this. But yeah, just
Some
having the
early
mid control here
advantages,
makes a
right?
lot of
Clearing out
sense when they've been
A
going
main,
heavy
holding
towards
that
the
a bit
sides.
closer now by Sugar Zero. They're able to clear out tiles to allow the rest of the teammates to slowly take turns rotating over to B. Showstopper online, it gets activated. There's Huntress Fury to help clear out the site as well. Jeremy he has been slowed down, so he can't
the
quite
slow
get
of the
all
chamber
way in.
trip meant that he
Eventually,
couldn't
he'll
jump
send
up
it
in
all the
time.
way deep into Boba, just keeping them at bay. It's a
Okay, this is
quick
a much
swing out
better
from Market
rounds.
to
Yeah, they
spray
really
down through
needed
the
to
cyber
do this
cage.
mid
That's
control
gonna be a
early
double
with the
kill on the
chamber.
side of Zeta Division. Now
They would just put him over
5v2,
towards the
all the way
sides
down to
and
just Jeremy. This one surely looks tough for the duelist. It's gonna be
okay,
a triple
it's a
kill
late
for
adaptation, but
Uraz.
it's me. Well,
Finally,
they're gonna have to win
Zeta's
double
able
pistol.
to react a little bit better to this early round sort of lack of presence that Team Secret's been showing, where they shift Depp over quickly, able to catch Borkum trying to go for that lurk, but then they're very quick to understand that a lot of Team Secret, what they've been doing is finding where Depp is and then going the other way. And then, like, this time Depp is like, oh, I'm going right back over to the other side. Now, it wasn't super impactful in terms of the other players doing their
they
job
got one
on
buy
the other
rounds.
side of the map, but they finally got a read on it, but it might have been too little too late.
We'll see. 9-3. Lots of fans still in the crowd to cheer on. Two teams playing away from home turf here on VCT Pacific, having to play in Seoul, South Korea, trying to gather more local fans as well as global fans here on the stage. Zeta Division, of course, made a big wave,
it's an attack-sided map.
that's starting to run out on
Chamber-
a timer. They're looking to
Chamber on
rejuvenate
attack
themselves,
on this
trying
map
to
honestly
refresh
isn't too bad.
that reputation.
There's
Your friend dragged you here to see Zeta. At least you're getting to see Last Chamber, right? So
True.
there is that. It's a good day.
Yeah, I mean, I look, you got to see
There,
some exciting stuff on Lotus.
There still
that's for sure.
is.
We haven't seen
Like,
their
so
attacker
chamber on
side,
attack,
really,
you can just
for the side of
disrespect the
Zeta,
A
because
smoke
they
all the
blew
time.
G
So
out of the water
Yes.
when
on their
people,
defender side.
especially
We
on the
don't know
default,
exactly too much
like to
other
do
than
this smoke
one
here,
pistol round
chamber
and a
defaulting with the
follow-up of
trip
what this
here is
gonna look like,
very
but that doesn't
nice.
really give
You can
much
just
information at
disrespect
all
it and just
on
make sure they
how
have to
this
dump
attacker side
Uto
could
and then just
develop if it
TP out,
develops. I mean, who
or
knows?
just
Team
potentially
Secret might
kill
just
people
shut 'em out of
that
this,
are
like the way they're playing.
more used to
they
being
can
able to have
answer back
freedom
the
over
same
towards
way.
A. So I hope that we get to see that at one point. We do see a trip towards middle. Looks like he wants to fight over towards here because you can fight here and
At
here.
Champions 2023.
So I would imagine a
Team
split
Secret,
B
they're
from what
looking
we're
to get
seeing,
that
especially with this
right now
TP.
in this match above them, try to set themselves up for success in 2024. Zeta Division starting off the pistol round. Early B pressure, playing for the anti-flash as well. They won't see anything, so it's a free orb taken. You know, not too much loss on the A
Stacking
main
up the
side,
orbs
just
already
one
with the
way.
Phoenix.
Zeta happy to wait.
Cute recon dart there from Hiroron to clear the back of that that box that's on B main. Make sure, because a lot of teams like to sneak a player back there, especially with a breach in the mix. He has a great angle for a fault line down those stairs. So smart stuff from Zeta.
Drone
to at
sees
least
two.
Clear that, setting up for what's looking like.
Yeah,
he hit his
3
market
person
door,
stack
been
over
crushed.
towards B.
Yeah, it's a
Jeremy
fast
has
one
his
with the
nades.
Paranoia as well.
That was
Depp
a
is
good
trying to keep
nade.
someone at bay over by Boba. He's gonna have to heal
Good
up.
stun.
Now they are stuck
Good
here with
recon.
the recon. Everyone gets pinged. They know the Paranoia coming in from mid as
Oh,
well.
good
but
omen
Depp
flash,
answers
but
back with the
honestly,
first shot.
Depp
It's
did
gonna have to
great.
slow
Low
Team
HP
Secret
manages to
down.
get one.
Not quite
They are
confident on
trapped
the
a little
pinch
bit
just
here.
yet. Borkum will get one.
Wait.
Both teams stabilizing, but Depp, he's going on the flank. He wants to create a bit of
What a weird round. They have no idea about the
against
Phoenix,
Team
right?
Secret as Team Secret
Wait, what a
continue
shot.
to take out his teammates. This flank may have taken just too long as the spike is now stranded in mid.
Yeah, the kill
Two
over towards
remaining
mid.
members of Zeta
It's
Division
nuts.
stuck
Man,
in
they
the
were
side
very
of B.
proactive on the defense
Spike
here, Team Secret.
located, smoked out away from market, only 20 seconds.
Oh man, they gotta somehow win this.
Huron
Phoenix makes a
has to
play to
swing
make
out
this one
on a timer,
doable, but
Depp
15
once again,
seconds?
Is it gonna be too far for him to lurk around? His footsteps being heard, and it's a quick swing out.
1-1
A
in
clean
terms of
pistol for Team
pistols.
Secret.
Well,
What are we
now you
at?
gotta seriously
4-2
consider some
altogether?
kind of force buy potentially as Zeta.
And
See if they're
yeah,
gonna go for it.
I mean, they had to win pistol
keep the
here.
bank and save it up
They didn't even
for
get the plant,
a
so
later
force
day.
buying
That
is
is
like
gonna
not
be the
really
answer,
an option. They
yeah, the
can do it,
mid-pressure
but
here, so well timed
that extra
by
300
Secret,
really makes
even
the
though
difference in terms of armor,
control of
stinger,
market is
util.
somewhat gained by Zeta. It never felt comfortable. It never felt like they were safe. So they pressed a little bit, try to change angles. Once again, Secret has the read. Now Jeremy with the outlaw, 4 Spectres behind it, just a Sheriff for Hiroron. And then Classics about, of course, you have the Headhunter as well for Laz, but there's that one of those fault line angles, difficult to deal with. And it is just going to be a rotate away from that
That's
early
so
utility.
funny.
Presence
Okay, the
shown
OP
through mid, but Jesse,
The OP
the deep
server
drone,
drone.
get all the info.
Did
Yeah,
that.
that is a high
The most
flying
height you can
drone.
get.
It's a lot of information now because the trip bar
Man,
was
that thing was so
broken
funny
here,
over
as
towards
Depp was
middle.
trying to
Jumps
actually get the
across
shot
it, he
on Jesse
accidentally
Bash.
hits the trip.
But that does mean that Jesse
The
wants
drone,
to stick
yeah, the
around.
drone's
Doesn't wanna let
incredible.
go of this area.
I first saw it
He
in
dies here. That's the Spectre dropped. It's a curveball.
VCT China.
Barely
They do
right
it all
around
the time.
box. Good
It's so
repositioning
sick.
by the IGL.
Basically, just go onto the
So
box
smart.
here, and then there's like a
Not willing to
lip
give up
that you can
any
go on
extra.
here. So you go 1, 2, press spacebar the whole time, and you just get ultimate height.
Heard.
Ooh,
Can't repeat that against the likes
I
of
mean, there's a
Laz.
similar
like
thing
the
on
idea
A,
from
right,
him.
where
He
you can
thought he
just
had
hug
timing
this wall, and then you
after
get
hearing
towards
that
the
first
ceiling. It
step,
could be really
but
high here as
The
well.
important part is weapon not recovered by ZETA Division. So Team Secret, they
Virgil,
still
how we
have the
doing, man? Thank you for the 4 months.
Now the cam to watch for elbow. NDG,
Our
he's
club
got all the
represent.
sides
Thank you so
covered.
much, man. Appreciate
Lots
the
of damage
4.
on both sides of Laz and Borkum.
Thank
NDG
you.
knows the pinch is now coming through. Tripwire on the other side by
Great
the boxes, but he's been picked out.
edge.
Cybercase to try to stay alive.
Flash
now the pinch is
though.
coming through. There's the
Oh,
curveball and Depp,
gun over
and you're
towards
barely
side, pick up the
avoiding
guns.
those. As Borkum
Any
gets
trades?
down just a bit further. Depp down to
Low
8
HPs, but
Well, for
damn, what a
Laz,
shot.
But he just needs one shot with the headhunter, and it's
Okay,
down
don't
to
win the
Jeremy
pistol, but
once
win the
more,
next
this
round.
time with a singular outlaw. Spike planted. Site absolutely filled up by members of ZETA Division.
And he just does not have much to do.
No,
I
yeah,
mean,
you
it's
gotta save this one.
Yeah, it's just too hard. I mean, good luck getting through this. And ZETA with finally getting that chamber to come online, to get some of those headhunters to connect, really helping open things up. A good paranoia flash combo there.
What were the
to
plat
keep
chat preds for this? I
NDG
had secret.
uncomfortable on the site, to keep him
Me and
flashed
Trobe
up.
had secret,
We
Cytra
never
and Bren had
really much
Zeta.
hope
Yeah, I
there
think that sounds
against
right.
the combined forces of Depp and Yurdan.
What did plat chat have for
That's
the
what you're looking for with this
100
combo.
Thieves
Staggering
game?
these flashes, staggering
What was the
this
game that I
utility
forgot to
try
check?
to lock your opponents down and lock them out. And a Thrifty may have just kept ZETA alive in this match.
The absolute most crucial timing for it as well,
It's
right? Break down the
50-50.
economy just a bit, as it was 4 Spectres on top of the Outlaw, purchased by Team Secret. It's before you get to match point, so ZETA, second lease on this match, trying to go for an extra match victory, trying to get another championship point, as they have always been.
I think he'll detonate his house now. I don't think so.
For Japanese Valorant, but DFM is hot on their heels this
Could be an
season.
interesting
So
situation.
they can't sit on
to
their
get
laurels
there.
any longer.
Love to see
Recon.
it,
Ah, it's
for
a nice
sure.
recon over towards
Push
his
out
little gap
through
up
A
middle.
main by
Little
Team
window
Secret.
here.
There's a trademark there. Give
And
them a little bit of
we have the
awareness
save
if
gun.
the aggression continues.
Double
for Team Secret.
Sheriff.
It looks to be a hold
And
with
this
the
is
Outlaw,
Zeta's
just
chance
trying
to
to
get
utilize
money
this one
good.
way.
And their money is
They can
already
find
good, but this is the
anybody
chance to get it like
overstepping,
crazy
but
good.
ZETA wise to it and just looking for that aggression. A lot like we saw with Team Secret early on in some of their rounds. Happy to hold this, happy to see if there's a tiles crunch or something like that.
Ooh, the re-clear, and he gets spotted. It's a quick double shot out from Jeremy, even through the wall. Will pick up the kill.
Yeah, that's nice though.
And,
And
I
then
mean,
they
Team
create a lot of
Secret,
pressure
this is
over
something that
towards here.
ZETA
Now what's the call?
possibly picked up as well. Team Secret
Smoke
sometimes
goes
pushing out
in,
a
so
little
they're
too
gonna
far.
hear
They
if they
mainly
try and
wait for it,
push
and
through
Secret
this
says,
with
"Not
the
this time."
smokes. Oh
Holding that
man,
angle with
Laz,
the
you
Outlaw,
check this though,
NDG
right?
Tucked right around the corner with his classic. He should get
The timing is
spotted right at
crazy
the
on
end.
this. Guy has a camera and he
With the
didn't
swivel.
check. Just
Draws
walking
some
across.
attention, but
Yeah.
seeing as it's just a chamber, no overreaction.
Was it the camera,
from
the spot
Secret.
feet,
But
or
look at the
was
timer,
it
40 seconds.
tucked
ZETA's got
close,
more
so
than
it
enough
didn't check
time
fully?
to rotate back. You see the pings from Team Secret. They sense that this could be happening,
Cool.
but they don't really have an option. Jesse Vash just has to
30
go for a bit of a
seconds
Hail Mary, trying to check if he can get a cheeky kill. Smoke about
Good
to
luck,
speak.
man.
He's hiding away. There's the curveball. That's a hard one to ante.
Okay.
And Depp will break open the site for ZETA.
And
Yeah,
let's
that's
see,
such a
keep an eye on
difficult spot
Depp
to be in.
here.
That's why the curveball's so
Do
good on
away
this
from
map,
his
and
ult.
Invi with a Sheriff actually connects onto Laz, takes quite a bit of damage himself, but
Wait,
holding on for dear
Borkum getting
life for Team
close,
Secret.
B main.
Those Spectres that
Actually
ZETA
looks
picked up,
uncomfy.
Not as great at long range. But try to hold a little bit closer.
Wait,
You
this
see
is
0-0
uncomfy.
holding very close right outside of the
Okay,
entrance.
it's all good.
Euron's
It's
gonna get
comfy.
one at long range towards main.
Uh-oh,
And 0-0
uncomfy.
will get taken down by the Outlaw.
Really
It's a
uncomfy.
2v2 Envy.
Too low
Gets another
HPs.
kill with the Sheriff. Both members so low, but Depp also not at full health. Now a Spectre picked up 16 HP. Depp will shut him down. And that's 5
Ooh,
rounds on
okay,
the board for ZETA.
didn't get the money round that I was hoping for, but
Team
they at
Secret not
least
making it
get
easy.
the
Envy looking
at least
really
get the
good with that
Phoenix
Outlaw.
ult, and they needed to
And
upgrade
catching
guns
ZETA,
anyway,
just getting
so
a little bit kind of
not the worst.
over aggressive on the timing, and like you said, Will, I think you hit the nail on the head that ZETA expects them to have backed off at that point if they haven't showed any aggression within the first minute of the round or so. Instead, it gets them a pick. Good job by ZETA though, working the map there a little bit. That curveball, some of those really difficult 90-degree
Right, massive
corners that
round
you
for
have to get
everyone
around on this
involved.
map.
Got some
So
low
good for
monies.
that. That's absolutely what you want to be using them for.
Especially
so
for Team Secret,
credit where
big
credit's
swing
due.
rounds. And this is
And
what I
get
was
some
talking
serious
about, the
value out
fact
of
you
that.
can have a
Laz with an
TP here and you
option.
can
He's
kind
like,
of
nope, I
disrespect
did not
this.
have
I
that
like the
angle.
TP being
Wow,
up here, that
yeah,
might be better
definitely
than
not
the
prepared,
TP
knowing
here.
his limits on that one.
Fact it
Would have been
100%
an
is.
inhuman flick to be able to scope in on time.
You would get antied eventually,
Gives
but you
up a
could
little bit
switch
of
up to
main
this
control,
one.
But ZETA, curious to see if there's a pushback out. They
Then
hear
you
the
could
door
also
being
go all the way
so that's
close.
the
Damn,
time
I
for
really
them to
like that.
reclaim some control
Game
over
just got a
mid,
little
at
bit better
least
on
maybe
this
break
map.
that door. Create a bit of a distraction, pull away some of that weight from Team Secret from the entrance of the sites all the way back towards mid.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do, but Team Secret really just holding pat, not moving a muscle, setting up for kind of a util crunch.
Drone goes in, they want to force back over towards A, trying at least...
Drone to clear a little bit of
I mean,
space,
honestly, it looks like we're just going to force the site.
Secret. See if ZETA can read it.
Flash into go back into Omen, flash into double swing.
Oh,
okay, Depp. Oh no.
It's
okay. They know that he's here because he breached stuns.
Run it back, trying to clear it. Depp, he would like nothing more than to get this kill. He wants to open the site up for his teammates.
That's incredible, man. He won 2 1v1s to make this one doable. Does Jesse Vash manage to walk into sight at the right time? Yes, he does. Big 2v2. And again, people can't buy if they lose this. Doesn't need this round. Man, Jesse's been pretty impactful in this one. Fair play, man. It's big rounds.
Just a moment of hesitation allowed Jesse to sneak into that smoke and catch Sugar Zero completely off guard. Thought he could TP behind the generator safely on site. Could not.
And they got a force
forked over
11.
as well to Jeremy, who's been really sharp so far, and it's just a wait there.
This is nice though. Contact on the Omen, fall back, TP away, Omen flash, breach, stun, swing. Like the setup from Team Secret here was nice.
He can chase that player down around those corners with those curveballs. It basically has him dead to right. But Jeremy knows that as well and steps out with a perfect timing to get 2 big kills. Paranoia even dodged, ended up not mattering, but ZETA just looks off balance. They just don't look like they have that level of coordination. It just looks like every time they kind of get a slight advantage, Team Secret gets a great read, and Jesse makes some good calls, both individually and in the macro sense, to shut things down. So it's going to be tough now. You're going to have to dig deep as ZETA if you're going to bring this one back. 2 rounds away from taking this match, our Team Secret.
See if this timeout works its magic. So far, they haven't really been able to find much success off of the timeouts for ZETA. Not able to recover too much in terms of round score lines.
Hero gun. I mean, they should probably just play around this, right?
Both their timeouts now
try to get the orb. Try to get the ult.
Overtime.
I feel like that makes the most sense. But Laz does.
Well. Not a full buy for ZETA.
Wait, they force into this. Okay. Okay, chat. This is pretty much it.
More of their
potentially.
Magic, some of these weaker buys. Laz, of course, one away from that tour de force. See some expectation.
Classic trying to break the trip.
From the side
Hasn't
of
hit
Team
yet.
Secret, Laz just trying to work underneath that classic fire. It's a full-on push in towards mid.
Oh, the drone spot's so much.
Is so huge.
Trip gets broken.
Now mid taken over by ZETA, but Jeremy's there with the op for the crossfire as well. And as you mentioned,
dude has his res. Sorry, he has his ult as well.
Look at the lines they're holding. Holding on to market. Otherwise, it's all back towards spawn and mid.
Yeah, they at least pick up the gun.
For any of these weapons to be given over, any of those easy kills being given over.
For a big round, they get judge on.
Close with the judge.
This is kind of nice though. A lot of map control, free sight with the chamber lock.
Get a good angle or a good read on it.
Tell me Chambers doesn't push into this.
Here.
Oh man.
This is tough. It's a judge.
Yeah, that's gonna be a one-shot all day.
Yeah, we've seen the judge have a couple whiffs this week,
3v5.
but not today as we see
2v5.
Double burst by the Bulldog. Borkum hides himself right
2v4. Jeremy doesn't get the trade, but he has his ult, which means that Hero Run's probably gonna go aggro.
But Showstopper online as well, and Team Secret, if they win this round, it is going to be match point next for them. See if they just swarm in. They don't even need to use the Showstopper.
Don't even need to use the ult here.
Needs to get the absolute transfer of his life.
Okay.
And it will not
might be it because this money is not here. 7 chances to end this.
Bringing home a match win, trying to get another match win for Group Alpha here in VCT Pacific.
It's just brutal. As long as Jesse has information, Team Secret just can't do anything wrong. He's so good today on Icebox and on Sunset, and he just reads Laz like a book and just puts him out. And now you're on an even worse buy as ZETA. You do have the tour de force, sure, but you have a Guardian and a Sheriff outside of that. And all the tools in the world for Team Secret other than the Rolling Thunder. That's the only ult not available for them. And this is certainly going to leave ZETA scratching their heads about what they could have done different.
Recon drone.
Team Secret looked to be finally
Mid
getting
clear.
themselves on the board in a
Got to retake and reclaim middle. Wait, what the hell happened over towards A? Some kind of pressure. Omen Flash just got used.
In your own group. And with the format here in stage 1, where you're all just playing the same opponents on the other side, you got to get those points early, because otherwise you may just get shut out towards the later parts of the week. A rejuvenated ZETA trying to stop that from happening, but Team Secret currently 1 round away, holding the line. Filled up on B site, A pretty much emptied up, just scouting for info from elbow. And there's the fault line. Pushes ZETA back even further at the 50-second mark. Yeah, they have control of mid, but not all the way through to really create a push and pull. He's just scouting to see if there's a push out.
Yeah, this info trip into camera that can spot vision early.
The good news is they've guessed correctly.
A lot up to Borkum
here. Right now.
Doesn't have Omen Flash because he used it earlier. Yeah, here's a lot of sounds. Oh boy, is this all incredible.
I thought it might just be a retake, but they know that they don't have time.
Did hit 2. I mean 3 maybe, right?
Off of
damage done before.
If maybe even the showstopper comes out in time.
Oh man, it hit 3,
shuts him
bro.
down with a double kill. Tucks behind the generator. Jesse Bash is now here, not able to get a kill yet. ZETA some heroics, but the showstopper.
Keep an eye on the time.
It is just to buy time. He has to peek out. He gets 1 kill right under him. Spike gets planted as the trade comes through. A 2v2.
Great
ZETA
flash.
fighting
What a
for
shot.
their life.
What a shot. Damn, okay, maybe 7. They got to do that. Just 6 more chances. 6 more times. 7 down to 6 in terms of the chances. Damn, bro. Oh, some absolute shots.
Heroics, frankly, Team Secret does so many good things in this round. The Hunter's Fury to confirm the presence, to set up
this
Borkum
second one
for the
was...
double. The flash there to keep
Oh
him
man,
off
the
balance,
dodge
but
of the
it just
flash to
caught
do
Laz
that.
in the back.
Oof.
That is snappy
that really
from
is.
Laz. But it might be too little too late. It's going to take 6 rounds in a row just to force an overtime.
Yeah, you got to do that. But I mean, at least there they got the they broke the econ and they got the Sova all out of them.
You gotta get him early to buy
You
yourself
Secret
some
go
time.
for something aggro. Omen Flash over towards here, double satchel down middle.
Do they know? Uren's still on the alert. The trademark watching their back.
Judge.
But the Blaze doing a lot of damage on
At
its own
least
against
stops
Jesse
the
Bash.
hit.
Judge found.
Do they have any idea that this guy's bottom middle? Okay, well they do
Trademark
now.
Activated here by Jeremy.
Oh my.
Trying to watch if there's alert. The pain shows.
That's a nice nade to get out of there.
Now,
Weird
Uren
rounds.
and Jeremy both not quite aware. Uren surely knows about Jeremy's position, but Jeremy,
just W King here. He's just going for it. He's like, I saw Borkum do this earlier. I think I can do it too.
Well,
Does Jesse have an idea that someone could be here? I don't think he's running with a judge out. Yeah. And now it's like this guy can potentially stop everyone else. Doesn't have the gun for this though. Peeks out early, yeah, why not? Because they're going to expect him here. Especially as the smoke was coming in. This is a nice round from ZETA at the moment.
By Uren. A short's a dangerous factor, so
Below
they'll
by
have to
there.
go through all the way on elbow. Uren gonna fill the site first, clears it out for Dep. They're trying to get in. Dep gets the kill with the stinger at low HP, a close range curveball. And it's
Okay,
7
5
on the board.
chances, and they get a plant on top of this as well. Not bad for the econ.
I mean, it'd be one of the crazier comebacks that you've ever seen. It felt like Team Secret had this. There might even be a timeout at some point here from Warbirds. If this goes any more sideways. Again, tricky position
all good, bro.
from the side of Team Secret, trying to hide themselves in spots. Just the weaponry not really there to convert. And frankly, good reads. Again, I think Jeremy puts himself in a perfect spot. And yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good time to dial up something a little bit special here. See if you could just knock this one out.
Count it down. This is a good early timeout, by the way.
Look, you know, you had to feel comfortable about Sunset. Honestly, I could have seen ZETA picking Sunset coming into this series. It was on my mind for sure that it would likely be left open as both teams had permaban coming through to this match. So far, though, I mean, you gotta love the way that Warbirds and company have got themselves ready for this, and ZETA just really doesn't feel comfortable ever. It feels like every time they've got an idea, they feel like they've got a good read. It's just countered perfectly by Team Secret. And
this
again,
one chance is outrageous.
He has tremendous awareness of the map, and he knows
It gets
right
me
when to
every
throw
time.
those drones out. He
How
knows
did I
right
draw
when
it
you're
that
gonna
bad?
Be,
Okay.
pressuring him. You saw it in that previous round.
Lot
with
of
the
ults
judge,
to
even though he
make this
doesn't
doable.
Connect with any of it.
That is
he
the
still
interesting
read that
thing
play
here.
pretty
A
darn
lot
well.
of ults.
Sure, yeah, the positioning there ahead of the pack of ZETA
Chamber
Division.
wanting to
Now off the
disrespect over
timeout,
towards
ZETA
A, but it looks like they
trying
got a
to up
similar
the pace
setup
once
with
again.
Omen
They're all
taking
stacked on
contact
the A
into
side.
stun
Trademark
into
held
swing.
close, so this looks to be a
Are
rush,
they
but
ready
it's gonna
for
be
it
a
this
fault
time?
line, maybe even the Rolling
Oh,
Thunder
is this
to
time
follow
it's
up
with an
if
ult?
the
Oh,
fight
this might be
continues,
pretty
as
deadly.
that ultimate is online. Fault line to push out.
Stun goes
Only
in,
the
they push the chamber
show.
back.
ZETA.
But with the smoke,
throwing
they
a bit
can
of a fake out
disrespect the
here with
smoke.
presence.
They're trying to bait.
And then here we go,
Get
let's
him
see it.
over-committing to try to chase Laz down, but it's going
When
to be a
does the
press.
breach ult go in?
He's already passed that alley. They're all stuck in there. The paranoia comes out. Now it's
Whoa.
going to be the run it back. And the Rolling Thunder use as well. ZETA,
Whoa.
fairly well aware of this. They've drawn out
Yeah,
the Rolling
this is just a
Thunder
util
and two
dump. It's
crucial
Phoenix ult
pieces of
for
utility.
breach
Team
ult.
Secret, they'll reset, not gaining that much more
Yeah,
space.
no one
Only
got
the one-way
anything for
refresh
this.
on A main.
You're happy to trade a run it
I mean,
back
honestly,
for a
Team
Rolling
Secret
Thunder any day
comes
of
out
the
on
week
top.
there at ZETA. So great utilization of their ultimates to bait out some of the utility of their opponents. Now going to go on a bit of an explore through mid is Depp over to B main, as Hirodon has a lot of pressure on him as the Sova to keep control
40
of that
seconds.
space. But are they going to be expecting some of
Looking
those trap wires?
like
Look at
a
that one on the
B.
far left-hand side of the site. That is
All
that is a
goes
tricky
down
one.
early. Okay,
Noticing
one
that a
pass and
lot of those
fake or
players like to
pressure
try to
into
take
B.
those
It's going to
angles
prod, and then we're
potentially
going to
for
walk into
Exactly.
A.
From the shadows is gonna
Omen
spot
ult.
Uran. He's gonna clear
Oh
it
man,
out late.
I just
And
think
ZETA
that
thinks
Jeremy
that's
probably
enough. I mean, they
wins
think that it's
this,
going to
yeah.
be a shift over from Team Secret.
good
They wanna
move back
find
from
this
him as
opportunity
well.
while the
Solid
From the
higher
Shadows
lower
going on,
that
but
they
Jeremy
stick
already
with.
gets one kill. The fault line's going to keep
Lovely,
one place locked up.
lovely
Sugar
stun.
Zero there for the trade, but now they're all gummed up on a short.
And they
Eventually
only
will
know
arrive
that
on the
Raze
site,
is
but Elbow
side.
not cleared. It's up to Uran. There's still a high-low, and
Now
he
they know that
cannot
there's
find the
double here,
first shot.
2v4 to keep them in
Two
it.
people left, Depp and Sugar Zero, two of the vets of the core of ZETA Division to try to continue this best of three. Paint shells pushes them out. There's the recon, all the utility to funnel them in. So much damage being done through the smoke. Team Secret there just slowly choking it onto the site.
Yeah,
and
it's
eventually
huge.
they will clear
Okay,
it.
Team Secret. Yeah, look,
brings
I mean,
home
just too many
a
rounds on
desperate
attack.
Another match win for Group Alpha as
I
they
think the
will
calling
get
and the
one
game
off the
plan on
board.
attack was
and
just
getting
so
their
strong, though.
revenge for their loss in LCQ last year.
And
Able to
honestly,
do
really good
something
bounce back from Jesse,
many
just
teams could not
individually.
Pacific last year.
He had great
Take
impact
a
on
map
this one.
Off of ZETA when Laz is on Chamber, and from a 13-1 to now a loss for ZETA. A lot to be considered for sure, but this is just a beautiful read. And you see it there from Jesse in that last round, even that recon dart when it's cleared. He knows exactly where it got cleared from. He's spamming Depp's angle, and then they just say, oh, he's stuck there. He can't do anything about us. We eliminate Sugar Zero. We take this round. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff on Sunset from Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, despite having used some crucial skills as well, right? Like the Rolling Thunder, still no panic from Team Secret. So you give them a week. That's all they need to prep against some of the crazier things we've seen in VCT Pacific. They might not look the strongest when they come out swinging out the door, but they will continue to grow as they pick up their first match win.
Yeah,
and of course, their
still in it,
first
maybe.
championship point towards Champion Seoul 2024 here at the VCT.
Playoffs still doable.
Yeah, so much going well for Team Secret there.
Well, what a great look from both teams. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to review what happened here on Sunset.
Well, it looks like Team Secret has been activated in another victory against ZETA Division, and their first victory coming into the stage one, earning another championship point for their Alpha group.
Alpha Group can breathe a sigh of relief.
What is the
collectively
third
a
map?
little bit.
Oh
We're
man, I
able
don't want to break it
finally
to you, but
get
that was the
another
third
match
map.
victory. Had to fight for it. A decent little run back there from ZETA at the end to make us believe a little
Nice
bit
bounce
more.
back
but
from Jesse,
overall,
0 kills.
Secret
Yeah, it
doing
doesn't even
exactly
matter.
what I said they needed to do after
Doesn't even
that
matter on
Lotus,
this.
having
The Lotus
the
needs
reset,
some
being able
work,
to
though.
bounce back. It was a devastating loss.
Like,
for them to come in
they
here,
won no
completely
actual, like,
focus on
normal
ignoring
rounds.
what had just
You take away
transpired,
pistol, you
focus
take
on
away the
guys
hero rounds, they
and
get 0.
really studying a lot of the defensive setups to the side of ZETA. They only showed 2 rounds of attack when they beat Global Esports. It was so one-sided for them. They had all the right ideas about how to break through.
And that was one hell of a reset. I mean, watch some of these rounds. Not only did we have
kind of a lopsided half. You know, let's just call it what it is. It really was like 9-3. ZETA lost 9 rounds in a row, only managed to come back at the end of the first half. That was
It's a
just
similar
one
story
round.
for ZETA as well in terms of
You had amazing post plans,
terms of
amazing
their
takes
defense.
from Team Secret because they had
Your
their
defense
own little
has to
secret
be
plan
better
for
than
having
that,
studied
really,
Zeta
with a
Division's
chamber.
game plan. Jesse Vash completely
They got a little
himself,
bit
by the way.
wrecked in just the
maybe not a lot
macro,
of
in my
amazing
opinion, in
kills,
terms of like
but the way they played the
rotations.
Sova, very different from, you know, Yuran or Hiroran. There are so many moments where he's able to
And
toss
honestly
the
didn't
recon
use
bolts
middle
behind
enough for what
smokes,
was
and
going on.
because of that, players like Envy are able to get so many good kills. They're always foiling ZETA Division's retakes and holding from like multiple post-plant positions. ZETA just had such a tough time in
Okay,
the first
chat.
half.
I'm gonna be
Yeah,
right
they did,
back.
and
We've
one
got
of
the
the
next
things we
game
talked
coming
about
in.
was, essentially when we did swap
yeah,
sides,
should.
that is where a little bit more of the run back did happen. But being
Maybe
able to
we
really
see
slow
more
those
chamber.
approaches, we
Who
saw
knows?
that just right there
Maybe
near
I'm
the end
just
of the map,
really
that final Rolling
hopeful.
Thunder coming through.
Prodigy, we had
started to
a
see
potential easy
really
one here,
good,
but
like pace dictation here from the side
might be,
of Team Secret, but also ZETA kind of slinking back into their former playstyle,
Might be a little
just
bit
really
worse.
running the clock down and then not having enough time to actually get a clean execute off. It's something that's going to have to be corrected.
yeah,
but
just get
Team
ready with
Secret, I mean, they
just
continue
get ready
to
with
show for the
sub
most
mode
part
if you
that
need it.
they
Feel
can put
free
up
to
really
use
good
it,
game
man, because
strategies,
it gets a
they
little
can
bit
come in
wild in the
well-prepared
bleed
when they
games.
have time to really dissect how a team plays.
But honestly, chat were very
and
good for the
they're finally the first
0-13,
team to show that
0-17.
The
So I'm
chamber
kinda
on Laz is penetrable.
feeling
It's
optimistic.
He's been
Can't be
taken down
defeated.
there. He's been
Optimistic
taken
with
down,
it.
and yes, Secret was. We were wondering about this. Why they banned Ascent? Why did they let Sunset through? And this is exactly why. They clearly, like you guys said, had prepped for this map. And
0-17, Jesse
Division,
went 0-17 second map.
It's almost like
But it happens,
they started
man.
to doubt themselves.
I mean,
and
people
like you said,
are
they
too
started
brutal.
running down the clock, only
Sometimes it
planting
happens.
like when there are 15 seconds left on the clock. This was the ZETA Division that didn't succeed last year. It was only when they started changing that tempo
Just
that they
like
found a lot
me?
of
Yeah,
success.
exactly.
So I'm sure they got in their own heads there. But, you know, congratulations to Secret. Again, they've been activated. And we see this all the time from Secret. Like, what does it take to activate Team Secret? And probably took a game like that for Jesse Bash to be like, look, guys, we got to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes that first
Gonna watch
hurdle, that
DLG
first
Tech in the
match victory
meantime?
is the
Nah,
thing
we'll
that
stick with this.
really
Otherwise people get
opens things
confused
up
and
the
then
rest
everyone
of the
just
team, the rest of the
asks.
stage. So,
If you want to
who
watch
knows? I mean, Secret
China
here,
Ryan Central
maybe they
streaming
do
at
get
the moment.
back into, you know, an incredible form, the likes of which we saw from them at the end of last year. We'll have to just wait and see in some of their future series, but this is definitely a sigh of relief for the fans out there because, you know, you didn't have that much to go off of. They weren't able to
9
pick up
out
any
of
wins, but
9
now it
post
finally
plants.
has occurred, and against a ZETA that has been looking better and better. So I think for the most part, this is going to be a very solid victory, and hopefully the trajectory just keeps going up.
Certainly. They just need a little bit of time, you know, just study a bit of their opponent's maps, and then they have their own game plan to come back in. We definitely see
Get
some
any
of these,
sleep? Yeah, I got a good amount.
plays as
Honestly,
they
we
go
got double
through,
2-0 in
especially the
Americas,
first half,
so
because the entire
it's
team
normally a good night's sleep
knows
when that
where to
happens.
hold on the map. You have NDG, for example, lurking sometimes throughout.
Do we
mid,
go
and
sub-only
he's
mode
able
for
to
bleed
catch
match?
ZETA
Only if it
as
gets
they
out
try
of
to
control.
rotate.
If
My
you guys
favorite
behave
thing,
yourself, then we're all
that
good.
Team Secret did so far in this
But,
map is Envy.
I
because the
know-
way that
I know
he's
it gets a little bit
holding,
wild
the way that
sometimes.
He makes use of his utility, especially with
But we'll
the
stay
way that they
optimistic. We'll see what
defend on
happens.
A site. Anytime that in the second half ZETA tries to push through, Envy has the fault line. He always
If
slows
the
them
overtimes,
down.
yeah, it's true.
He's
It did
able
actually
to,
end up
you know,
being like
stun
a
them
best of
up
3.
and then have his
that
teammates
Lotus game.
peek out of elbow to collect on those kills. That's the way Team Secret operates, and it's always great stuff.
That's a great point. Envy and Jeremy together on the first half as well, finding a way how to stop Laz from getting those picks on the chamber.
Yeah, it was well done, and I mean Borkum, he comes in here and he tops the lobby as far as ACS is concerned, and I gotta say, like, a overall very consistent performance.
That's
from
so
him.
funny,
Had some
man.
really good first kill, first death performances.
Well, at least
I
we know
think
the bot's
overall it
working
was
for this.
positive on the day. I
Thank
think
you
on
for testing
Icebox,
that, you
it was
two.
like 4 or 5-0 while playing the Viper, so it was really clean stuff from Borkum this whole series throughout. And you know,
Borkum MVP, yeah, he played really well.
Played
really
so
well.
far this year, and to see both of them overall playing incredibly stable today, that's actually a weak word for it. That's underselling it. They played incredibly well today, especially NDG, who has had those soft starts in the series. He was fired up on Icebox, but Borkum the whole way throughout was just a constant force to be reckoned with. It's great to see for him.
They're starting to show themselves. I mean, it's a lot more stable, and that's what you want to
If
see.
Ye
from
gets
Team
4,
Secret
can
for
we say
sure. And I
yay
think
with a
it
4?
also just
Sure.
comes back to the whole team. Jeremy, you know, they're starting to gel together. They're starting to play a lot more confidently. He's not hesitating himself that much anymore, and he's able to dive in, or at least follow through with whatever game plan that they've had. And then that all comes down to the information that they gather, the shot calling from
What if he
Bash
gets
as well.
none?
But
Dude, don't
ultimately,
even-
it still is
don't
pretty
even
much,
ask it,
like,
Eagly.
consistently the
Come on.
Envy show.
Yes, so here's a little closer look at Envy and what he's contributed in today's series. He was very impactful. I think a lot of him
DFM
was-
Zeta, yeah,
and,
from what I've
second
seen, I think
contender
DFM win
MVP,
that.
You know, for
Be a fun
all his
game.
utility usage.
Yeah, and I think rightfully so. You know,
We'll see though.
the
I may
stats
be
there,
just
I mean, yeah, whatever,
overhyping
headshot
one
percentage,
best of
got it,
three,
got it. That doesn't matter too much,
which
especially
is
on game two,
possible.
where they were kind of getting bullied quite a bit, but started things off very nicely with that KO. It's good to see him, you know, very stable on that pick, put up incredible damage per round for a KO as well, but is just regularly involved in these kills. I would be curious to see what his kill
What
participation
about when he
percentage
gets
is,
48 breaking the
because
record?
it just seems
You
like
can
he
type
is
whatever
always
you
getting
want.
that util in the right spot, as you're
Happens.
mentioning with the fault lines coming through, but also just those flash points, just getting those flashes out, staving things off. You know, it was that rolling thunder,
God's
the
sake,
reapproach
man.
starts coming through from Zeta Division onto that B site or that A site, and then he just sends out a flash, and it just catches everybody. And it's just okay. There's 5 more seconds bought off the clock here to really just continue to whittle away at Zeta's time bank. So overall, fantastic performance for Envy today.
There are whole rounds where like Envy just tosses.
Is there a
out
world
one
where
flash
DFM can
point,
beat Gen G?
The whole Zeta Division team just turns.
I mean,
away.
yeah, obviously, but
There's
it's
gonna be a
like,
trap here, and we don't want to walk into
I mean,
it.
maybe that
And
now
that
Gen
happens
G's
because of that utility
got
usage.
beaten by
Envy
Paper X and
is able to
potentially
do
they're
that
a
so
little bit
many,
down
times, so many great timings with it as
with
well.
the
I mean,
confidence.
it takes
There's a
great
chance,
awareness
but
to read
Gen
and
G is
sense
still sick,
when your
man.
opponents are
The
about to
problem-
hit
the
side.
problem for that
Envy's
is
one of those players who knows how.
DFM, when I
And
look
good
at it,
thing
they
too,
had
so Team Secret
really
is
good
finally
teamwork,
the second team to
and they
get
had
the
really
Alpha
good,
Group A
like, game
championship
plans
point.
and really good
Finally,
new stuff.
Let's go down to the
But when you
stage
go
to
against Gen
interview
G,
Envy.
they might just get outdueled.
Thank you guys. Now I'm standing here with Envy from Team Secret.
That's what I
Massive
think's gonna
congrats,
happen.
Envy, for that W on the board. Now, first things first, what were you guys able to address or fix coming into week 2?
We managed to fix our small individual mistakes, like just miscommunication and the fundamentals like trading, spacing, and all that, with 1 week of practice. So I'm really happy that we improved as a team.
Yeah, I think we all saw that improvement coming into today's matchup. Now, I just want to quickly ask you on Lotus, though. Zeta Division pulled out an unorthodox comp with the Neon and the Chamber, and it felt like it could be a counter to one of the staple comps on Lotus that a lot of people run. So what were the talks right after the agent select? How did you guys try to navigate through, against their comp?
We just thought of ourselves that we just like think of ourselves. We don't overthink what they're gonna do, and we just like do what we do in practice. So yeah.
Was it confusing to go up against that comp with the Neon and everything, with the speed and tempo they were bringing?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to predict what they're gonna do because usually in scrims no one really runs that type of comp, so it's hard to have a counter for that.
All right, but you guys managed to close it out 2-1. But one more thing on Lotus though, Jesse Vash on the Fade instead of the Sky. How long have you guys been working this out, and how much practice did you actually have with this comp?
We managed to practice the Fade comp with only 1 week. It's not big of a change, but we managed to implement it really fast.
Yeah. Was it just easy or kind of difficult?
I think it was easy to put in Fade in our comp because it's just one agent and it basically does the same thing.
All right. Now, next up, Paper X is seeking their revenge from week 2 Pacific last year. What's your mindset going up against Paper X next week?
For Paper X, we're just, I think, just going into the games as confident as them, and just don't be afraid because, Paper X top team, but yeah, just don't be afraid and just be confident.
All right, thank you, Envy, so much for the interview. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Next week as well. Now, that was Envy with the post-match interview. Now, we are going to head off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have Bleed taking on RRQ.
Okay, you heard her. We'll be back in a little bit. Is this VOD ready to upload? Oh. I'll be back in a bit. Ads? You want the ads? Dude, I'll do some ads. Don't have to ask me.
patient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara, tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific here at the COEX Shinhan Card RTM in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea. Team Secret took the second championship point for Group Alpha, but would Bleed Esports do the same?
Hello, Zest. Now, from your last match, we saw that the potential is there. So what's important would be team synergy today. So do you feel like you guys were able to find enough synergy amongst each other to make sure that you get the win today?
We are not perfect yet, but I think we will be more best. I will show you in today's match.
Okay, you guys are stronger, better, and you will show us in today's match. So thank you, Zest.
Well, that was Zest formerly from DRX, and we first saw him on this roster just last week for the very first time, including Retla from Singapore.
Yeah, they just showed their debut performance. However, if you take a look at the results, the performances were kind of middling. They didn't have anything too outstanding, although they had a pretty darn good Lotus map against Talon, along with Ye getting an ace, Scary topping the scoreboard. Apart from that, Bleed seemed to struggle a little bit. You know, onto the next few maps, they just couldn't really bring out any wins across the board.
Yeah, rough. A lot of new stuff, though, for Bleed that was put on debut. Yay, first time Raze. Zest as well, first time Gecko was something that DRX still has not implemented with or without him on the lineup. We got to see him coming out without, but it seemed like there was just some comfort issues, but with some more time, maybe we'll see that as well as that improved synergy that they were talking about during the interview.
And on the flip side, we've got RRQ, who found success last week. Let's have a chat with them and see how they're feeling this time around.
Well, hello and hello, Flip. Now, you guys have a great opportunity to get the momentum started. So what's your mindset heading into this Bleed series? And also, anything you would like to say to them?
I don't want to say anything, just good luck to them. We try to get our second win, and then I think you're gonna be down to 0-2.
Okay. 0-2. W for RQ.
Yeah.
2 wins in a row.
2 wins in a row.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, spin me back. Spin me back.
Jen, that's not a touch screen, but that would be a cool way to play Valorant.
I've done that before with a laptop.
Have you?
Not with Valorant, but I had a touchscreen laptop in college, and I used to play Sniper in TF2, and I
No
just
way.
tapped my screen and headshot people.
And that was his short debut into pro gaming. Well, Flips, that was really nice of him. He's like, good luck, but it's going to be a 2-0. RQ is definitely feeling really good. Ewok was with us at the desk last week, and he was very humble, but they end up finally winning after, what was it, 265 days? I mean, granted, they were facing up against the best form of Gen G, Paper X. They were just so unlucky all the way. But yeah, they're doing a lot better now, feeling better, feeling more confident.
They got to play a non-Gen G opponent, so that was good.
For now, this is a team that's like constantly improving. You know, maybe they don't always eke out those wins, but after a little while, they finally managed to win. Okay, after 265 days, and it almost feels like maybe that secret ingredient was missing, and it's just Jemkin and along with Australia.
Yeah, one of the, I think, more puzzling things for RQ in their last series, despite getting the win, was just some
How
of the
good is
role swaps
RQ?
that we saw coming through.
Pretty good, like high middle of the pack,
we're
we're thinking.
Role. It was definitely a little bit weird. Elmimore as well coming out.
Flips
playing,
on the Yoru.
Yeah, there was some, well, the Yoru from Flips looked pretty damn good. So I think RQ retooling some stuff, you know, during the downtime while Masters Madrid was happening.
Leader winning
I think
this.
that's good.
I think they're underdogs.
I wasn't fully convinced by it, but it was good enough to be able to get a win. And I think with more iterations, if they're going to stick with the players on those roles, then it should just get stronger and stronger. So I'm excited to see how improved it looks today.
Now, RQ, as you said, hasn't really gotten to play many other teams besides Gen G and Paper X. And then last week, it was Team Secret. Who
If
just
they lose this,
won
will they
an
change the
earlier
team again?
match
Nah, I
today.
think it will
And
just
this
be.
is the first time these two guys will be facing
Wait
off.
until split
And
2.
Bleed, I hope they are not trying to hit RQ's record.
Might take
of,
some time.
Days to win. Here.
Certainly not.
But yeah, here they are from last week, and here's some of their performance. Bleed, as you mentioned, Quack, you know, they looked pretty solid on Lotus, but that was the only.
You would say
map
RQ's
they
form
really
is better than Bleed? I think, yeah, that is
The thing
very
about
fair
Bleed
to
is
say.
Not only do they have, you know, a couple of new players.
RQ, they're pretty much like on par with Team Secret, maybe just a little bit better because they won that one out, even though it's a very close game. But the RQ coach was in here and said they kind of underperformed pretty heavy, so
Although he was really good with
they got
the
some
calling
stuff
on
to
Lotus,
learn.
and he's able to read out some of his opponent's movements. As you move on into the next few maps,
Are these matches
things just
live?
seem to
Yes.
crumble and fall apart. Decision making, they play it really safe. Scary's
Dad,
often
stop
last
the
guy
Yoi
left
thing, man.
alive.
You guys,
And
it's just
although he
auto
has been
banned.
Clutch Master
Relax
before,
yourselves.
So far in Pacific, so far in Stage 1, he hasn't really shown us that just yet.
Now we're looking at Ye and Jemkin. Ye we saw on the Rays, not for the very first time, but definitely the first time in a significant way. And Jemkin, our #1 raised player in terms of ACS, was absolutely killing it last week.
Yeah, I mean, Jemkin, he's had some soft starts in some of the matches, and I think Lotus widely just wasn't looking great or comfortable for the side of RRQ.
What's my prediction? I said RRQ would win this. But again, my predictions haven't been great.
He comes in that Icebox ace.
My China predictions at the moment are right. My Pacific
which is
predictions
incredible
got
from him.
wrecked
That's just
yesterday.
what Jemkin is capable of. But we
My
also know the
EMEA
game
predictions got
is
wrecked.
very much capable of the same things. It's just about
My
parsing it,
America's predictions
enabling
are
it,
like 1 out of
making sure that
1.
he is getting
No,
to a position where he
one
can
out
have
of
that
2.
kind of impact, and that's
So-
something that Bleed is going to be working on. Yeah, it's a big shift in this lineup, a lineup that has had big shifts because couldn't have some other players. Because
I'm
of
8 out of
restrictions
15.
and whatnot coming
I mean, at least
into
we're
this
back
tournament.
over
Have to make some
50%
additions.
now.
Those aren't working out.
There's
Team
at least
not
that.
great. We have to make more changes. So being able to get into a really stable spot has been a bit of a struggle for Bleed. But right now it seems like this could very well be the 5. It's now just about mastering and building up these 5 players
Stream
that they
key
do
on
have,
this?
getting Scary
What
to
the-
a point where he's super comfortable as an IGL, getting Zest into a position where he's super comfortable playing a wide agent pool like he has in the past for DRX, but with a lot of new ones thrown in.
I completely
Wait,
agree.
what?
I mean, the possibilities are
What am I
there,
reading?
Although they start to fall apart.
Chat,
you can
the
see
game
that
hasn't
he
even
was one of the
started yet.
players
You look
trying to
like he's in
lead the
chill
team,
out.
trying to find those
What
early
is some of the-
picks just
what
to
is
give
some
them
of the
a bit
stuff
more
I'm
space,
reading?
A bit more wiggle room. But as we go into map picks right now, I mean, you have to wonder, is it going to be Lotus again? And so far, what are the map bans going to be? Because RRQ's Breeze is something to behold.
Well, they definitely both hate Ascent, which is curious that Bleed has ended up vetoing it since neither of them wanted to play it anyway. But
Lotus Breeze?
they continue to do it.
Lead
Lotus is in
Lotus.
from Bleed.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Don't want to
mind
say
seeing
we've seen
RRQ
some
as
chambers
Breeze
here
put
for some
Flipside
other
back
teams,
over
but
on
we
Blue
have
Oro,
seen some chambers here.
and just go ham on the map. I mean, it was looking.
Is that Nate shot? Yes, it's Nate
It's
shot.
actually going to be
Sure.
Icebox here from RRQ. So I mean, that's
Poor guy.
that map that ace highlight from Jemkin does come from, but it was a bit back and forth.
It is also the map that Bleed suffered on the most, not just last week, but also in kickoffs. So
Lotus
I think
Icebox?
maybe that's a
That's
point of weakness that perhaps
3
Coach
maps
Ewok
that I would put
focused on, and then
that I would
Breeze
play
is the
chamber.
decider. Wow, we got our
3
Euros
maps. Surely one of these. I tell you what, I do think that Sunset is the only map that Bleed are playing him on chamber.
Workshop a completely
But we'll
different
see.
composition, but obviously opportunity for Bleed to kind of look and see what
We'll see what
setups
these
are
comps are like.
how Flips likes to approach those
Are we going to
rounds,
see chamber? I think
whether it's on the
not
attacking
with
or the
this.
defending side, but first we can zoom in a little bit more on Lotus.
Well, one thing's for sure, both these
Who
teams
did I
seem to like
predict for
really
Lev
big
Sen? I
maps.
predict Sentinels.
Yeah, so
But I got like
Lotus
all
is
of the
gonna
big
be the
games
first
wrong.
map. This is
There was
the
like
one
3
map
in
that
the
Bleed
EMEA
took
that I
off
got
of
wrong as well.
Talon last week, and
A lot of
RRQ,
underdogs
I
won
hope they've got something
this week.
ready and prepared for Bleed.
Hopefully feels like it, especially if they're gonna kind of go through with that. In the past, they might have had the chamber before, so that's always fun and interesting. But the main thing that stands out for Bleed is the way that, I think the thing that RRQ needs to watch out for is the way that Bleed plays this map for map control. You always have a strong sentinel in the form of Retla, and he's able to anchor down the C site, but Scary
Mr.
as
Fallon,
a shot
hello,
caller
mate.
knows
Congrats-
exactly
congrats
how
as
to
well.
find your
Looking
movements,
good.
knows exactly where to place his
People
teammates.
complain about Breeze
so
and
that you
Icebox,
won't
and then
be
we're just
able
picking it all the
to
time.
get
Yeah,
any
it's very
free
true.
Space. If you want to take space, it's going to
Feels like
cost
it's all the time.
I think one
Getting
of
a
the things that we
lot
need to
of
see along
lot of
side,
Icebox.
I think the
Actually,
biggest thing really for Bleed is going to be having Scary just get comfortable in that IGL, because
oh, is that the Sunset? They played badly on defense. I just think they got outplayed.
his own performance,
I
where
think
he
their
is just
macro
this
really got outplayed.
renowned, known the world over smokes player. Everyone knows that highlight from Ascension and that grand final, getting that ace clutch. We weren't seeing anywhere near the level of heroics or impact from him in that last set, and I think a lot of that has to do with because he's putting way more thought and attention into IGLing and really figuring things out. So as he gets more experience with that, obviously that's going to be a little bit more natural and secondary, and then the gameplay can come through. So I'm wondering how much work has been put in directly into him IGLing in this little bit of downtime.
No, that's a fantastic point about Scary on the IGL role, especially with 2 new members, kind of new members on the roster. And we had to talk about predictions, because that's what we always have to talk about. Let's show it off. And this time we've got 3 Bleed believers. This is very different than the last time we were predicting for Bleed versus Talon. And yeah, okay. looks like our desk, we're like kind of on the same wavelength here. Quack, tell us why RRQ.
Well, I mean, I think RRQ just look a little bit better. The way that they were playing last week, a lot more even against Team Secret. They were actually challenging them. Even when they were challenged, they weren't giving up. Bleed, on the other hand, the way that they were playing, although Lotus was great, once you started to see some of those cracks, the whole team started to crumble. And even though Coach Lagia calls the timeouts, you know, most times coaches call timeouts because they want to right the ship. For Bleed, it kind of looked like he was just watching his ship sink.
Chobra, is he just going
like,
against RRQ
doesn't
every
really
single
know
time
what
in
to
the
do with
predictions?
Doesn't really know what to say either, and everyone seems to like.
That's what he said on Plat Chat, right?
And they're not doing the same thing, not the same game plan. It's just odd to watch Bleed right now.
The teams are coming on stage really soon, but any quick thoughts, Kilios?
I just think that RRQ, you know, no big overarching changes for them. I think that they have a solid foundation, even if they're going to be flipping up some roles. I think that with the more time that the time that they've had, they should be able to iterate on that a little bit better compared to Bleed, who have just recently done a big shift in the roster and also need to iterate on a lot. The main thing I'm going to keep my eyes out for Bleed, I think could give them an edge, is if they kind of normalize some of their compositions. They had some bizarre ones in the last series, so we'll see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, let's see indeed. All right, let's welcome RRQ and Bleed Esports to the stage.
Bleed Esports.
They begged him not to predict them on the official broadcast. Asked by the CEO to stop predicting them. Oh, okay. Well, at least he's doing it, I guess.
RRQ.
Undefeated, locked and loaded, we about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy, watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone, yeah, yeah.
Go to the fire, the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing a threat. Just like a thug and I'm cutting the net.
Bring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat. That's what I call it finesse. That's what I call it finesse.
Is it gonna be undefeated for the Alpha group? I don't know, but Bleed definitely needs to show us something. RRQ looking more confident than ever after their first victory in ages last week.
I was confused initially. I was like, oh, you mean undefeated today?
Today.
Because
yes.
Okay.
Come on, Alpha group need to step it up, and this could be the day where they are undefeated.
Otherwise, we'll have to remix the song and just cut the un off the beginning of the word.
Defeated.
Defeated. Like, you know, it doesn't work as well. But for Bleed, we want to see this squad. Everyone was so excited about them since they made it through Ascension in concise fashion. We want to be able to believe in this team. Ye is here. He has been here. They have not found success quite just yet. They've retooled it. How do they look coming into this one? They've had a little bit more time. So if it's anything other than looking better than last week, that is going to be a tragedy.
We do want to see what El Diablo is made of. We haven't used that term in a while. We haven't seen Ye perform at his peak. We know he has a better form, and we've yet to see that.
It's like Diablo. He's been banished, and then, you know, but they always find a way to bring him back.
Yeah,
so
that was pretty good.
You know, whatever method it is, get the Soul Stone, whatever you need, embed it in the forehead, get El Diablo back.
And Retla joining or rejoining the Bleed roster. I know he's still trying to find his footing here with the Bleed team right now. RRQ, that was just a strong cheer. They're good to go.
Yeah, there's a lot more synergy, a lot more better vibes, but they are taking a while to discuss something. So I do hope as though
they always find a way, CO.
Them
That's the thing.
that, you know, this is your moment, your time to shine. Last week, just forget about that, because now, if they can find that win for the group, for Alpha Group, that would mean so much.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, take your time. I don't mind it. Take your time with the huddle. Get the players ready. This is what you would ideally like to be the last time you talk to them during the game. You don't want to have to intervene with those timeouts.
Absolutely right. All right, let's get started for match 2 of today. Over to our casters, William and Paperthin.
Thank you very much.
Jesus.
That's right.
Where do you all come from, man?
How do
you hate on this team so much? It's such a nice game earlier. Chat was chill. And then you guys just come in. You guys actually just hate watch, bro. So crazy.
But quite frankly,
Relax
momentum right
yourself,
now in
chatters.
favor of
If
RRQ.
it gets too mad, we're going to sub
I
mode.
was the
So
sole bleed believer
just behave
earlier
yourself.
when they
No
went out to
flaming.
West
Keep it
Talon,
nice.
and
Stay
this was the map where
positive.
they got it done. They won the
All
Lotus,
good.
so absolutely. I
Change
think they're
some
capable
players.
of it,
They're
but
trying to
I
get
think
it better.
RQ's form is still really strong. Yeah, a lot of their games are really close. A lot of their maps are coming down to the wire, but they can get it done as well. So look, even though I picked RQ, I'm really confident in this Bleed squad. If they can get that synergy together, they've had another week to kind of work on integrating some of these new players into the roster. All these things could start to come together. You know the firepower is there.
You can,
and
you can maybe go
Colin,
to
now
a
that
slower
Scary's been
mode if
taking
you want,
over on
Fio.
that role,
Who knows?
has looked okay on this map.
Knowledge with
You
the
need to
Prime.
see it the
Thank
other
you
maps
so
now
much,
as
man.
well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now,
Okay,
RRQ,
so
they
we
haven't shown
get
it yet in Stage 1. The
into
last time we saw it was at kickoff when they
we
played
get
against
into
Shinji.
Lotus.
Back then,
RRQ, a bit of
still
a
playing
change
the Sentinel,
up.
actually brought out
Going
the
to the,
Chamber. Not as much impact, and now
Mirror
they're
comps,
continuing, really solidifying
the Aeon Race.
Xfero as that primary Sentinel and Elmimore as that primary initiator. This will be Elmimore's first time, I believe, playing the Fade. He's played a lot of Sova in the past. Of course, the Sky not so much. It didn't look so hot last week. But now bring out the Fade here for Lotus.
Avanox as well with the Prime. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. People, people are getting the subs in ready for the sub mode. You feel it in the air.
That you expect. You're able to lock
Did
down
too
the
many
site,
timeouts.
KJ on C, things like that. So nothing out of the ordinary in terms of the comps to really talk about, other than what you mentioned, the role swaps there. But that has been the name of the game.
The no flash meta, just the
roles up a
combos
little
and the
bit.
fact
We're
that
gonna
Viper
experiment with
can
that, see if we can find some success.
just the fact that Viper wall can actually make sure you can get out of the A choke point. Hello MC, just in time.
Can they get it done today as we go over to Lotus? Bleed's pick. They had a great showing last week, kicking things off with the Zest clutching it
All
up
right,
in the
Bleed
pistol
on
round,
defense,
as if he never
RRQ
left the
on
stage
attack.
On a comfort pick of Fade. See if it happens
This is
today.
my mini map.
Yeah, I mean,
There
we've
we
gotten
go.
a little used to it, a little spoiled.
Yeah, this wall over towards here,
Zest
that's why the
also
kind of no
incredible
flash
plays
works in
throughout the
theory,
year,
right?
so
Because you can
on a very
default,
different team
you
now,
can use smokes to
showing
get
some
through the
glimpses
smokes,
of
and
that
then
old
obviously
tremendous
this
play he had
allows you
on
to get back through
DRX,
this
so
choke point.
looking for
It does have its
early
weaknesses
success,
again that we're
punch towards these
starting to
doors,
see teams use,
potentially being set
and
up
this
by
might
seemingly
be
having a decent read on this.
the pinch. We got early info in terms of the turret over towards A. And is it like a fast pinch with like a TP Omen flash, or is it just a slow? Okay, no, it's fast.
Already thrown out alongside the C's. There's a blast back. Ye gets ahead. The Paranoid comes out from B main as well. But Smoke to now
Okay, instant
reset
reaction from
the
RRQ is
attackers.
to
They were
just
ready for it. They
relax,
get the
pretty
read.
much.
They start to
Just
file
relax. They
into
all group
Rumble.
together. They
Spike
call out to
barely
go over
making it around
towards
the
A.
corner.
And they've seen a good amount of numbers in terms of the util, right? Ever, Nade, Omen Flash.
Yeah, and that haunt
So
gives them the information they need.
they know there's at least 4 people over
this
towards
plant
him.
down pretty safely. See Darion trying to work his way through that smoke cover to see if he can find any trailing players.
Jemkin gets early map control, and Elmimore pretty much has a crossfire with him. Had a crossfire.
Yeah, Xfero might have to come huge here as Jemkin eventually
Yeah, and they
goes
don't
down
use
to
this
the
one.
trade. 2 kills on
Zero
the side
might
of
have to
Bleed,
win this round.
Trying to open up the site. They're wary of a potential lurk, but they want to get into the site first. They want to clear it. Xfero doesn't land the first shot. Eventually gets
Holy
it.
hell.
Will just buy time. Now his teammates will be able to peek back out. Elmimore
Damn, was not convincing on this one. Hold up.
The Prowler tags onto Rutland. Actually gets the
Oi,
fight, and he
oi, oi.
loses vision
Yeah.
at the most crucial timing.
That
Elmimore gets
is
the first round
bit
for
of util on
RRQ.
this, helping them out.
Yeah, I
It
really
was
like
close.
this post plant setup for RRQ. Even though
Wasn't the
Bleed
cleanest
is able
pistol
to
we've
sort of
seen.
overstack some of those angles towards heaven, keeping Xfero in the back, knowing that there's going to be a
Was not the
smoke
cleanest pistol.
just outside of A stairs. He can work that so nicely. Yeah, the shots aren't good, but the idea is then Elmimore using his utility advantage to great
Okay,
success
full
there at
eco
the
going
end of
into
that
this
round.
one, and
Really nice
we
start
are
there
allowed
for
1 death on RRQ.
Already going
And we
to
got the
be
farmer gun.
locking in some great weapons in this anti-eco, an outlaw, a vandal, a bulldog, a specter, and a ghost for Elmimore. But you can see there just a little bit of pressure for Flips, and doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah, and they
Any-
gamble stack
any
over
util
towards A,
coming out
and it's
against an
looking
eco is
like, at least
yeah,
with the
they're all
map
there.
control
So
we have, that
Push
we're
on
just
the
going to
other
force
side.
into
I mean,
this.
at the minimum, you saw 3 coming out with the utility, so you know that the other side should be weaker.
Okay,
Now,
Raze
just
at
leery
least
of a
stacking
potential
some
trap
orbs.
play, doesn't want to run into all the Killjoy util by accident, give over a free weapon or 2. So they'll make sure they clear all the corners. Paranoia used as well. So sure, RQ being thorough here on the anti-eco, but does that make their post plant slightly weaker? We'll have to keep our eye on it.
Yeah, good plant for them, and might just be the thing where we see no kills on this one. But Elmimore can honestly hunt a little bit, and I can see a world where Flips wants to as well. If they want to get Jemkin as ult, they might throw one of these guns over or swap guns here.
Yeah, no, I think this is certainly the wiser call to make in this situation. There were a few times earlier today where I thought maybe this should have happened for ZETA. They should have just ceded control and given up the spike, but absolutely, statistically speaking, the correct play. So you can't blame Bleed at all
Chat every
for
round.
this. Just going for a quick check.
Yeah, and here we go. We're allowed to farm on this one. Doesn't matter if he goes down. Oh.
Yeah, he wants one. At the very least, he'll get one extra point. Right
Okay, well, there's an orb at least.
So
Everyone
with
goes
just
down,
a
doesn't
ghost
give them
there,
any
not
orbs,
really losing on
and
anything.
everyone kind of
But
takes the win
Spike
here.
comes out with an ace in round
No
two.
damage really done to RRQ, so no one has to rebuy armor, and they get a very good bonus here.
Onto the bonus and a okay, I was about to say a judge being bought up by Elmimore initially. Just testing out if his shot works.
I'm only going to say this because I know Jesse
How
has a good
close
sense
did
of humor.
Screenplaters want it? I don't know, man. About average.
He did celebrate in that group photo with a 0
Not
next
too
to the
close,
set.
not too far away. I don't have the exact measurements for you, sadly,
But of
but
course, we see another member here who had to suffer
good
that
question.
fate last year at Ascension. Jemkin going
Okay,
up
Odin
against
comes
the team
out,
that
and this is
gave
one of
it
the things that's good against this comp. It's hard to get out towards A, and you got no hills with no sky, so chip damage is pretty good. RRQ with the bonus looks like they maybe just want to boss over towards B. They get the Sheriff dropped over.
Quick push onto B side.
Whoa.
Yay, not able to quite land that shot. Flips eventually getting traded out, but Xfero is
3
there
people here for the
with
fast flood.
Outlaw. Jemkin
Scary has
wants
his
to make sure
flash.
they get at least the spike down, and Xfero right now, he's already cleared out the
Yeah,
A
and
side.
they're
Leader
chill with
open
this
as
one,
well.
and
That allows him to
they break
continue
this
to put
here,
pressure all
and
the
Scary
way
is on
around
top of
as
this,
Xfero's
but
picked
at
up
one
the
point
zone.
he has to flash the
They've read
site, so
this
they might
really
get good
nicely.
timing.
I'm not sure if they're gonna
Aaron
be
might
ready.
have owned
Oh,
this
the
one.
timing's a little quick. Xfero just lets it pass. He lets the footsteps be
Did he
heard,
hear him?
though, as he
Yeah,
tries to
must have
chase
heard
through.
him.
However,
Sure.
Estrella now on the second lurk all the way around. Jemkin, his job is just to buy time. They
Yeah,
have no idea
second
that
go at
there
this.
could be a second. The spike diffuser is killed, and it's
And
only
they find out
Retla
where
left
he
alive
is. That
for
was really
Bleed.
nice on this
What
one.
a setup at the post plant by RRQ, and the jump back gets the peak. It's just a jiggle on both sides. Retla,
That was really cool. This is very similar to the Lev round that we saw as well earlier, right? Big buy rounds where they just went round the world here twice. We see the exact same thing, just round the world here twice.
It's a beautiful entry here by Jemkin.
Yeah, the double
Getting
luck
a
on
little
this
bit
was
deeper
great.
than you would normally expect with a raise. Getting far into that B site. Kind of throws the crosshairs a little bit off. Xfero winning that angle. Out on the outside, grabbing that Odin, opening up that space. You know, Scary's, like you mentioned, aware of the first because of the footsteps, but not expecting that second. Breaking that baby door open early to set up that double stack for the flank. And, you know, it's a 2-2 attempt for Bleed in terms of coming from
Okay,
both angles
all
of
Sheriff's
B,
out
but
on this one, and RRQ's money could get
quite
a
aware
lot
that
better,
there's
and
gonna
it's
be
already
extra
pretty good.
Reinforcements trying to go for some shots is yay, but only getting a little bit of damage.
The snake bite cuts off some backup as well. So now with the one-way refresh, Bleed will be a bit safer. But are they aware of Estrella?
Yeah, are they on top of this? Doesn't look like it. At least feel like they're going back. So it's heavy over towards B, and then if they're going to open the door, we get some free kills on the side from Omen. So
Suspect something. This late
gotta keep an eye on Killjoy. That's just walking out towards A as well, so they create a little bit of pressure over towards here. Got info on all of the early bits of map control.
Yeah, and that information is working a treat here because they haven't heard much coming from
Okay,
Mount.
pressure over
Gonna
towards B
reaggress
gets
towards
cleared.
this angle. Don't like
Pressure
the extra
towards A
tension.
in terms of opening the door brings a rotate from B,
Going up
and we got
against
one
those
person on
Sheriffs.
C. So this is a nice default from RRQ. And Omen is just going for it.
Ye might look for an opening here by the revolving door. There's the paranoia. It's perfect for Ye. He gets one, and it's delayed the entry, but Jemkin will clear the site. Estrella finally trading out Ye. And then there's still the lurk out in B main coming out from Xfero. Spike not planted just yet. RRQ not quite wary if they've already wasted too much time for the backup to arrive. They'll allow Xfero to set up on mound. He'll just come through. Doesn't want to go on the lurk with the Outlaw. Just wants to hold from outside with his teammates' turret and alarm bot set up. Now just holding outside of the smoke. This is the first jiggle, but it is an Outlaw. It's got 2 shots. Darion tries to jiggle out of it. Won't find it.
Shot.
Zest good for a headshot, but flips on the trade. Retla once again the last alive. This time a Sheriff, so surely he goes for something. Perhaps try to get that pit online in the next round, but he's
Okay,
gonna
nice.
be 2
And it
points
wasn't,
away as he
I
goes
mean, it
down
was
to
relatively
Shadows
clean.
again.
3 people alive.
Yeah, good trades
Double
here for
armory bind,
RRQ.
not too bad.
Yeah, even though Bleed finds a couple nice picks, they're not unaccounted
Yeah, I
for.
mean,
They're
we
not
got
given
3
over
rounds
for
without doing
free
sub mode,
by
so
RRQ.
I guess
So-
we made it.
So far, so good. The Outlaws looked really good in Xfero's hand.
We tried.
I wouldn't be too upset if he grabbed an operator at some point with how well he's able to hold down these angles, to be honest.
Yeah, Theo, whatever you want to do, man.
The wall there too. Great gun.
Like, the thing is, I want you guys to be able to watch the game as well. At the moment, it's just not a thing. Prodigy, thank you for the gifted sub, mate. Welcome in. Okay, fast A into A hold as well. What is this Omen Flash like? Yeah, they decide to bail out of there. Yeah, uses their wall against them. So RRQ into the second big buy round, third bleed, managed to get full A control, and they don't have any other map control.
Returning to a rifle buy here for Bleed, all full armor. They've been scared away from the half armors for the time being.
Yeah, it's a desperate round for Bleed. You know, you've been set on the back foot economically and scoreboard-wise. You certainly want to change that right now. You don't want to let this slide too far out of control. The bank book for RRQ is thick. Can you do anything about it here? A little bit of toying with him is Flips. He's setting up to buy a little bit of extra time for this C push.
Yeah, this is nice though. Same thing as last round, right? A lot of A pressure, try and make C weak. You get a lot of map control all the time right now. Jimpy with the Prime, thank you so much, man. Welcome in, bro. Thanks for doing that, dude. Appreciate the support.
Giving up once again, no ultimates on either
Yeah,
side.
we just have to see a full retake on this one. And they do have a lot of util, no plant down. And they go for the good plant, and we didn't spam it from heaven. Oh. I mean, we got some spams in, but it wasn't enough. Planter goes down to 5 HP. Good plant for Mound. Everyone goes Mound. We've got a heavy luck. Vision block is here, though. It's just going to be a spam fest. Okay, here comes the spam fest.
Working this map like it's just their home ground. And now spamming through the
Lovely,
smoke,
man.
it's planted for Mound. There is just no way Bleed can get a grasp. Running into the arms of Flips as he gets yet another kill against EA.
Yeah, and these are some convincing buy rounds. And we're going to have to see a timeout because they're giving them too much space. Like once they lost A control here, they probably in reaction had to try take somewhere else.
Pulsar flawless here.
Try get some info somewhere else. But
just starting to run away with this. I mean, this just makes the economic damage all that more impactful. And you call it, well, these lurks are all over the place for RRQ, and they're working a treat. You might need a timeout already for Bleed to start addressing this. Start trying to find ways to get a little bit more info. But Flipsider really feeling it. Good preparation by Ewok and company.
Yeah, so this is probably just a timeout to say be more proactive, I reckon. Or at least if they're going to fight over towards A, they need to do like a convincing fight. They can't just want to fight with 3 and then give it up. I think you just got to send it. Or at least have a backup plan of clearing these question marks. These question marks over towards A are just lasting forever.
But he just stuck around, so...
The double lux, yeah, it's becoming a thing, MC, when people go B.
Some kind of attempted fast hit here on the eco from Bleed to see if they can shut it down. That's already been thwarted in the pistol round by RRQ. You're gonna have to dig.
There's a lot they can talk about in this timeout. There's a lot that Bleed have to be careful for.
Getting your mental in check.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, right? Not only are you losing rounds 5-0, but you're losing in the macro, you're losing in the duels. You feel like you're just losing your grip on this game. Perhaps a big part of it is that you're not really fighting for either side of this map. A lot of times you want to see the defenders at least take over the opposite side. But for now, waiting for that passive info. So on this kind of eco round, just
right, so the talk here has been about the question mark over towards here. So there's probably a bigger talk in terms of how they want to approach buy rounds, but at least for this, they want to set up some kind of punish. Let them come out towards A, wall up, Omen flash, and just duel this a little bit heavier. Yeah, so a good amount of util to punish this, but pretty much dodge all of this. 3 people committed here. Oh man, it's a bit of a disaster.
The Prowler catches sight of Redline, just a spray down through the screen, curtains down and out here for Bleed.
Great diligence here from RRQ, not like falling for any.
Yeah, RRQ are just on top of it.
Set up by Bleed, really doing their due diligence by checking.
This without guns, yeah, but they're at least trying to condition them a little bit. I mean, I think this is a good idea. Trying to get lots of kills off the util.
Hats off so far to
Most of the
RRQ.
talk
They're
would have been about
really
next
read
round
into
though.
this map well.
But I still think that this punish, like late punish here, doesn't feel convincing. What the hell is that, man?
As they're opening the door, I mean, RRQ, this is some
Yeah,
of the
they're
most
running
thorough
over
games we've
them.
seen. One of
Do
the
we get
reasons
ult
all
on
of their
Viper
matches
as well?
go
So
2-1
Viper ult for
or
next
maybe
round.
close to overtime,
Good shot.
because sometimes they get a little over ahead of themselves, right? They don't check their corners, things like that. Right now, they are dialed
All right,
in
another
as
big buy
Australia
round for
gets a
Bleed in terms of their
triple
third
kill
one,
here for
and
RRQ.
they go up against a lot
Coordination
of
looks
ults.
good. The decision making looks good. Read of their opponent looks good. Now you've got all these ults in the
Yeah,
bag.
4 huge ones.
Utilize against them. Just the Viper's pit for Retla. You have so much to clear that pit. You have the lockdown, you have the showstopper, you have your pit of your own, that it's going to be really risky for Retla to try to get this online. You're one away from a lockdown and a showstopper as well for Bleed, so you're just away from being able to maybe have the counter ultimates for what RRQ wants to do. I wouldn't be surprised if RRQ just wants to go for a quick lockdown here, just try to take advantage of their early ulted, ult situation.
Oi. Tech pause once the barrier goes down. What a
little bit
nightmare.
patient, worried about
God, I hope they weren't
something
tempted to go aggro towards
unorthodox
A
coming
here.
out of Bleed
It might
after
be a
that timeout,
reset.
and I would be too.
There's a chance this is.
And now we will have to wait for the round.
I think they wanted to combo util over towards A. So to try and do that with 1 second left is going to be hard.
Sorting through this, so we'll wait to see if there's an update on what the problem may be.
Chapel Troll, thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Thank you. We tried to draw a perfect circle.
0 lead.
Honestly, I mean, I know it's like nowhere near perfect, but that's probably the best you're going to get.
It stopped. I was just like, I think they're just playing it safe. Like, no, it's just the tech pause.
Considering some mouse.
Ugly head.
Trying to creep back in, thinking we've forgotten about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
but
take
do see
it.
a slight nod from Retla, so it seems that maybe this was a quick sort. Maybe just a quick replug here.
6.5 out of 10. Nah, I'll take that.
Can we, the desk was talking about bringing Ye back up. El Diablo, he seems to be resurrected.
Sure.
Can we trade the tech pause for that? Like,
Yeah, dude, my pronunciation of some of these names is just not the one. I tried my best, though. Hopefully that's all that matters.
I'll make a deal to get the devil back into Pacific. I'm fine with that.
I don't know.
Not as pretty as my one.
what
Yeah,
he
that
might
one
be looking
emote
for
is
here.
someone else.
Well, we shall see. I mean, right now, it's not about Ye. It's just about the entire team of Bleed. And, you mentioned something interesting earlier before the match started, Paperthin, that obviously a big part about Bleed this year is about growth, right? You just got into VCT Pacific. The desk talked about having to go through these roster changes that, not were out of their own volition. It was situational. And the curiosity was, can they continue?
Okay, this is what I was talking about. As soon as you get 0-1, it's very hard to manage to time this one, and they want to go aggro over towards A. They hear all the util going aggro over towards A, and they insta push over towards C in reaction. Easy call. Can he hit it? Wait.
He's ready for the blast back, and finally the showstopper.
Why did Ye not swing out early with the first original satchel? Did he mess it up?
For Bleed, and you wonder, is that showstopper going to find its
I'm surprised he got another one there. He really had to send that.
these corners on the
Sam J with the prime. Thank you.
I mean, there's just so many angles.
Bradlow, dude, that's not even his fault. I heard the satchel. I thought he was swinging.
And it should start to pique Bleed's curiosity that not a single member can be spotted. Prowler's out to start the approach. The haunts are coming in on both sides, but nobody spotted still just yet. Estrella finds the first target. It's on to Ye. And suddenly, a 2v4 into the opponent's Viper's pit. It just does not seem sensible.
God, this is another big buy round for them, and it ended up like this. 4-person push all the way deep with bad spacing on whatever this was.
After a couple ults traded, RRQ leads 7-0.
It's great situational awareness from RRQ across the board.
Yeah, I mean, the call is good. Again, the calling at the moment from RRQ is like the best we can see, really, for what's going on. They're taking free map control, they're creating question marks, they're just insta-hitting over towards C. In this one, they change up. What is the spacing on this one, though? Did I hear a satchel?
You still got a lockdown for the next round. You'll trade that showstopper any day of the week for what just happened in this round.
Oh, for sure.
That's huge. This is a win on so many levels for RRQ in that round.
Yeah,
that was not a good sign.
Fired up as well when
Okay, so they give up with the early A, and we Viper over towards C with a alarm bot inside. This is the first round I'm confident in just because of the ults, though.
With the typical defaults, it's on the other side of the map. We'll start to see on the mini-map, Xfero's going to creep towards C.
I think he's the first option to get there. He threw it early, though, Saint. That was the thing.
Now, all the way up to Baby Door.
Threw it early, then it was waiting, and then it went.
1 minute mark here by RRQ. Bleed, just 2 members.
Potential
counter.
Omen flash off of
That's
that, yeah.
and the Paranoia as well, just
another Omen flash. Okay, this was nice though. Prowler goes in, then Omen flash on top of it, then another Prowler to see if they stayed in the area. And they did, so they know the question mark's created. And Flipsider might have a good timing. No B control for this, so this pivot into B might be pretty hard.
Very well aware of this. The Prowler right away, but Bleed just holds the
Lovely
left
jewels
trigger.
on
He
this.
will get 1 kill.
Yeah, and Killjoy's about to clear all of this. And then that means that Viper gets to go.
They start to really separate
And that was the Killjoy ult that was about to go down.
He's coming back to help cover Baby Door as well.
Oh my god, he's going to get this kill in the side as well, right?
For anyone else left alive, Scary, is he aware that Flips has returned to stairs? He's going to peek for it. And there's that poison cloud. Scary also trying to use his own smoke to try to creep in. He's trying to let him know that he's already gotten into the site. He's going to push forward, but Flips is still ready for it. And once again, just
Man, they're owning them right now. Mingtian99, thank you with the 3 months.
First map, their own pick of Lotus.
Is it a comp problem? It's not a comp problem. Everyone uses the same comp. Like, they're getting wrecked in terms of how they're playing against this, in terms of just the question mark and the pressure. Like, the calling's good from RRQ, but like
yeah, you've got Jemkin taking space towards tree, but
Bleed need to be doing good reactions from what's happening, and I haven't seen them.
Retla might be able to sneak one away here. Yeah, he's going to take Flips, but that's a consolation prize, and it's not a big one at all with the way the economy is. But the whole time, he's getting all this sense of the space, and he's being extremely patient. You can see that Darion was aware of it for a moment, but when they move over to B, his attention turns the other direction. The whole time, Xpharaoh is also going through spawn, going through B main, checking all that area as well.
Double timeout used.
Tremendous diligence from the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and they got to be aware for some of these lurks. They got to clear these question marks as well. Can't really be using so much util for nothing as well over towards 3. Feels like no one's in position to make use of some of the util they're using as well.
Yeah, I mean, a Lotus that they haven't shown yet, right? But perhaps predicting it's going to come out, showing that it was a comfort win for Bleed in their opening match. RQ seems to have a good read on it, and these row swaps and
MC, how long have you got of your degree?
As well, not just the agents, but like you said,
how many years is it?
Playing these roles and positions that really allows him to
Did I ask this before? I can't remember.
This is one of the reasons why his Yoru seems so successful whenever they play that breeze. He's able to get into the thick of things where he likes to brawl and get information off of contact, things like that.
Fair amount.
Right now, it's doing them a big favor on that Viper.
You see why they trusted him as the IGL, being able to read the map so well like that, being able to make plays for his team and for himself in those situations. And some say Flips is still lurking to this day.
All right, have we got anything changing up on these rounds? This is just a low buy though.
Yeah, I mean, this goes all
Looks like they're just sacking off B and just having info and just holding double sides, but makes sense. Damn, that might have been a shot, by the way.
Now with the
double satchel goes out. It was a double satchel, right? He didn't start door, I'm pretty sure.
You're also keeping Ye off and up.
The chance it was a shot.
Any chance to get to it.
No, they haven't really seen it yet. Might have had that one round where they could have picked it up, but even then, not able to recover it. Retla good for the first kill
nice
on the
trade.
site, but doesn't last long.
Guy has to kill everyone.
As now it's just going to be a Bulldog Stinger and a Sheriff left. And look at this, RQ, they're so far ahead. They say, eke around for you, doesn't matter. We'll use the lockdown and absolutely secure this. Scary still waiting to see if it's going to be a wraparound, but eventually it will not be. RQ not overthinking this either, as Darion gets a tag on that jump. Jemkin repeats this with the double. Almost loses both lives, but Elmimore will be the sacrificial lamb.
And that's going to bring
El Bello with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that.
Good. Can they hold on? Did that help?
Thank you.
Just taking Zez down as he's trying to creep in.
We're going to get another buy round next round.
As Scary was so far out.
It's
not much time
pretty much already done in terms of the map, but I would like to see some something decent so we can get some confidence going.
But right now, this is not the situation he wanted to find himself in. The paint shells tick him down. Might get the kills, but RQ.
Yeah, Fio, it is Bleed's pick. It's
will have to back off.
It's
just trying to fake
not
that
great.
Out. Just seeing if he can pick up a weapon even.
Really
Creeping up.
It, but it's gonna have to be quick.
Just looking for an exit frag, and now he says, okay, that's the last of the timers. Should be able to get out just in time, far away from the site as he gets out with a Vandal.
Yeah.
Okay, give me this replay. Was it a nice shot over towards A? I'm pretty sure he was
Been
satcheling.
holding on to it for quite a while since this operator has been so strong for Xfero. He's never really needed to get into a position, or they had to use a showstopper to take him down in one case. That's a nasty shot. That's a nasty shot.
I mean,
dude.
they found their right position.
I mean, I didn't see it.
It took a little while, but
Dude, it kind of
the primary offer,
like what?
energized. He looks happy to be in this new role.
I mean, at least the casters got to see it, man, because I just saw it in the space of like 0.1 seconds. What is going on here, man?
This swap is working a treat so far, and Jemkin just
And they
winning
go
out over
aggro.
Scary.
This can't be
Yeah,
their
there's that
aggro A
crossfire
though.
through the toxic screen. They get a sight of it, and they'll just spray
Like, where's the
him down.
util? They could at
Despite
least
the
learn the
util
molly
dump,
that goes
Bleed
over
just
towards here.
cannot
That would
gain
help them out a
control
little bit
early
from
on in the
B.
round on any
They
of
need
these
something.
So far, the 10 first rounds of Lotus.
Yeah, and you still have a Nightfall here for Elmimore, so this A hold, Ye trying to play close to the door, trying to see if he can play some counter to this ult that might come through. A lot of times teams are going to do it, but he's
Or
actually
like the
going to lead with
Omen
the
flash
Prowler first,
early,
and then they're going to change
or just
direction,
anything.
maybe over towards B once again. They've been doing this so many times to great effect.
Yeah, then the Nightfall into B. I mean, they know that Bleed was prepared for this with the util dump on Rubble, so they're just holding on to that. Still a one-for-one trade, and Jemkin just clears the site. Xfero's holding the angle just in case, but now they won't even take the chance. They'll go all the way to C site. RQ is here trying to make sure that they get a clean win today against
Yeah,
Bleed
they might not get
Esports.
around from what I'm watching.
They may not even drop a round at this rate
Yeah,
as they
it
clean
is
B site
actually
once again.
feeling like it.
I mean, just the brilliance here to just say, well, we know where the last couple players are. We can set up a crossfire.
MC,
move
I mean, that's
over,
doable by the
make it
sounds of
easy
what
on
I'm hearing.
ourselves. That's just tremendous understanding of the game, tremendous fundamentals that RQ is showing here right now. I mean,
Take me with you, man. We'll go together.
This is beyond
Up
desperate
it.
for Bleed at this point. 10 rounds already. I mean, yes, this is
Let's up it.
generally an attacker-sided map. Pacific, sometimes not. But
Why not?
you know, generally throughout the world. And now you have a couple ults. This round kind of has to go. You have a lockdown and a Nightfall of your own.
I mean, if you don't win this, that 13-0 is looming over your head.
Yep.
AI goes out. I mean, we just been getting free A control for sure.
Not the ones of the good kind. Bretla being pressured. He saw the decay, so he thinks he has a chance.
Holy.
But Jemkin is just on fire.
Fade ult goes in. We get the kill before it hits us.
As well. The double, the teamwork for RRQ.
Yeah, and then they can
back
just
off.
chill
They've
and just play map
lost
control
audio.
because
They
we got
don't
question
wanna
marks
just barrel in
created.
without
Prowler goes in. What is up with this Prowler
overheating
animation?
RRQ just not present today,
What is up with this
unfortunately
Prowler?
for Bleed.
I'm still hearing it at door.
Bleed slowly re-clearing the areas, but it's just the crossfires. They know Bleed. They are just
What the hell is
starving
this
for
today?
information. RQ waits for it, and they will be rewarded once again.
I mean, they should expect that someone could have
Scary's
got
gonna have to
here.
pull off another one of those just miraculous clutches. It feels like Ye's trying to come to help him. From there, okay.
Okay, spike down, individual round.
That is a spike down. Now 45 seconds. Xfero's ready,
All right,
but he's still
the
walking.
boys.
Now a
Damn,
2v2. Scary
2v5
holds
and
onto it.
yeah, is on it.
knows the lurk
Damn,
is coming.
2v5 is how they have to win it. Double
A
hero play.
desperately needed round win goes their way.
They're on the board.
That's what I wanted
Not
to
convincing
see.
by
I don't
any
like
means,
that
but
they
they're on
had
the
to be in
board.
that position in the first place. And I was just
Ten
going to
is
say
all they
earlier,
get.
I'm like, I don't know what else there. I mean, Jemkin just kind of backed into it, but it's like a truck. It just it's giving it away. But I mean, I like what RQ's doing. That's all I can say. I feel like a broken record coming through those 10 rounds in a row. Just so many good things being done. At individual heroics, okay, sure, that's nice, but is that going to be the start of anything for Bleed on this map, on their map pick?
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, you get the right
Three-person fight towards C. One of the only rounds I've liked at the beginning here. AI goes in, they get raised ult. They take B in return, they open door insta, Omen flash in to send it.
Baby door sees to clear out Waterfall. Now it's a quick flood in from rotating door from Ye, but he gets kind of stuck. Not much room to jiggle as that door's closing on him. And now the pit used to cover Baby door. Heaven still slightly open.
Viper ult just secures this. Wait, they actually get a pretty bad plant, so playing over towards Hobbit isn't good. They might double this. They have a good chance to double the rounds. Does the nade hit? The nade misses the ult.
from that lockdown. Scary looking for a timing. We're going to see the teams
Yeah, it's
come in.
looking
Arian
alright.
starts to push
Not good
in.
positions
The
for this
Viper's
one.
pit has to go down off of that Death the Prowler. They know that
Yeah,
Scary's
this guy
still here.
pressure
So
on
RQ
towards
wants to
door
push
as
out.
well.
They wanna
Very
figure this
nice.
out
They at
first.
least get
They're
it
trying
half.
to get
Spam
back
goes
in
in.
over
Guy
man.
can't get through
So
the
it's all
door.
up to Xfero. He can't get
Okay,
the
yeah.
spam through the
And if they'd
wall.
gone for a better
And that
plant
will
here, this
be
is a
the
different
second
round, but they
round for
decided to
Bleed
go
as
for
we
the
finish
plant
the
in the
first
pit.
half.
So
Yeah,
at the
I
end,
mean, eventually these alts
scrape
come into
out 2
play,
rounds.
give you a couple rounds for sure, and that's what you need. It just took way
10-2
too long there for
doable.
Bleed to get there.
Holy, there was not a
the
pretty
coordination
defense
still
half,
doesn't feel
man.
quite
It
right. The
like
read still didn't feel quite right for Bleed.
that
There's a
that
paranoia
A
sent
control
out
is
by
in when they
Scary
wanted to
towards
fight
C
A
door to try to
was
set up
not
game for that
good.
push that he went through.
Uta
Didn't hit
wise,
anyone.
not the one.
It completely missed RRQ, and then Elmi Moore just walks through and takes him down because, you know, you're expecting somebody to be blind, maybe a little bit more space for Ye to gain before he's going to make contact, but instead, it's red. That being said, still have the lockdown. You can still get in there, clear out that pit. You know, RQ kind of overcommitting to Scary's side a bit. That did cost them that round. However, I miss your prime time. Please come back. I know, we all do.
I mean, there's you just see the impact this guy used to have across the entire world with some of the most amazing highlights we've seen. But right now, Ye, it's really just focused on getting back into that comfort zone on stage. And it's not just about Ye alone. It's about the entire Bleed squad. Several of these players. I mean, Scary also used to send waves throughout APAC and SEA.
Who's the Bleed coach?
But
Legia.
currently not quite finding the same value on the
CSGO
big stage
coach
as he's
and
rejoining in
ex-player.
Tier 1 of VCT.
It is a bit unfortunate so far in that regard that Bleed hasn't really shown, you know, what we maybe hoped they could with this stacked roster. That being said, you know, you gotta tip your
I mean,
cap
they
to
gotta get
RQ.
pistol, man. They gotta
Game
get
plan's been good
pistol,
so far.
bonus, first buy,
Basically
second
a
buy.
must-win pistol
Then
for Bleed here coming
still
into their
not,
attacker side.
still not
Gonna
that
be
close after that.
three-man
But
stack, that quintessential sort of Omen, Fade, Raze combo towards Rubble. See, they've got the paranoia ready.
Fade Eye goes
Prowler's
in.
ready to try to contest
Then
the
they can
space, but going on a
either
bit of
it's clear
walkabout
they can set up.
Yay towards that B site.
Just
There
a
is that
straight up B
tricky
hit, alarm bot
right
into
around the
Omen
corner.
Flash maybe.
And Estrellas ready for it. Wants to make sure that he has an escape. He hears the Prowler. Does he use the
Yeah,
He's
and then
gonna
how many
use
did
it
he
to
kill on
try to
sight?
counter out. He actually catches A
No
on the
one
entry as
here
well.
to get the
And then
trade.
the top of the screen comes up. There's the
Holy.
decay. He does find himself in the middle of a drop, but Darian just
That nade
cannot
was
go
lovely
and
though. The
continue
nade
on
to
a
make sure that
second
they
kill.
couldn't flood
He's
out.
still got the
But they did
killjoy.
pretty good with the
Xfero
util
over
here
on
to
the
just
C
make
side.
sure that one was
Immediate backup
isolated.
from
Then again,
Waterfall.
one was isolated.
Flip
Once with the
Strider as
Omen
well.
Flash,
Now a
twice with
reset
the
on both sides. Bleed.
Raise nade.
Rotate.
The open door to create pressure over
Oh,
towards
no.
C,
He hears
and
the shot.
that pressure.
Good timing
Yeah,
for that
same
on.
again.
Yeah, it's so nice to get that in there. Just waiting for this. Our two players now sliding over for RRQ. The door to fake the C hit.
Again.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another attempt towards B.
Yeah, but Xfero's still holding that angle. He doesn't hear anything just yet. And
Was
look
he
at
like
this, I mean,
Fraud?
RQ,
Bro,
they're
Fraud was
all
like,
just hiding
Fraud was
themselves
like, you
until
remember
they know
Ye
for
at his
certain
peak?
where they
Fraud was
want
that
to
in,
go
in
for
like
the retake.
1.6 for
Now they'll
multiple
hear the
years.
plant. Just
Play
do have
for trade.
Fraud is
yeah,
a,
Omi Moore's
Fraud is a
little too
beast.
low, so RQ just letting the plant go,
Oh
but in
my.
fact, Bleed
People-
might
people
be
thought he
overthinking
was like
this
the
a
ass
bit,
pass,
as they want to
basically.
try to dwindle the numbers, but it's just too many members. The reloads come in, and eventually Xfero swings around for the
Okay.
trade. It's going to be RQ
Double pistol.
leading 11-2 off the
And this is
pistol.
going to be a short one.
Sort of a change up there attempted to be thrown by Bleed, but like you said, RRQ just sitting on that pitch, waiting for it, and they knock it out of the park.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
right?
the
I mean,
util was
when
good
you're
here,
down
though.
like
This
that,
guy needs
especially
to get
on
killed.
yes, you wanna dwindle the
That
numbers,
guy
you don't
there
have
has
enough time,
got
so
to
you
get
stick the
killed.
plan. You're gonna have an even tougher duel. But the
Like, I
thing
know that
is the
Omen
base
Flash,
just
but they
didn't
still
work,
see
and
him once he
B-side
gets
was
wrecked
already
with the Fade Eye.
prepared. And Elmi Moore
Yeah,
feeling
they're making it look
victory
easy.
close here on map 1.
And we force buy, and they didn't get a
Stands up to
plant,
send
so
a
we get
message across the
4.
stage.
Force buy has to come
We
through.
got
for
4
Bleed.
sheriffs and 1
a
stinger.
It's all they could afford.
No
though.
double satchels to
Not
get
the
through the
best
choke
force
point.
buy either, right?
No, and the outlaw as well can make
And everyone's
quick
just
work
going to
of
just
this.
take
Made
individual
going for
duels,
force
see what
buy
they
is
can
even
do.
more difficult with this gun
Bro,
in the
even the
current
Omen,
game.
even the Omen smoke
this
isn't low
angle?
enough.
No idea.
Holy hell,
Just
man.
under that one way, he's ready
Why is the Omen smoke not low enough? Again, for people that don't understand, when you're an Omen, you have this little angle, and you can do the Omen smoke at the top, but if you do it at the bottom, you get a lower one-way so that this person can't see. Man, this is crazy bad stuff that I'm seeing. Not even basic, simple stuff.
So much information early. You know that the full force still isn't there, so Xfero's still feeling safe.
You shouldn't be able to look from this angle like he does above this, under this one-way.
There's that poison cloud as well. He pops it. No one's entering through that on an eco. Now they just have to back out. Leaves a lurk.
They have no idea what to do. I mean, they're lost, and they know they can't go up against an Outlaw without losing at least one through that push. So they're going to try to reaggress towards a different part of the map, and this is the right thing to do in this scenario for sure. But it is going to be Elmimore with a Guardian going to hear that haunt, and he's going to be waiting.
It's kind of nice though. They insert one over towards C, for a lot of A pressure, and this guy's hoping to hear a rotate or at least take a timing. Doesn't work great if the turret's there though, but at least creates a little bit of pressure. And let's see what the 3 can do. 15 seconds to plant the spike, and they're going to let him plant and then just plod together. Omen flash, Fade Eye, Tether, Nade, combos potential.
Jerion holding close for the Stinger. Yeah, it's going to be predictable, but he'll still have to go for it. Has to shut down the crossfire.
They could maybe do their own thing here. Tether close, swing with the Sheriff, swing with the...
Only Scary, holding an off angle next to that spike. Now the push out from Bleed. And Xfero is ready for it. He knows that they'll have to get antsy. Still one more up there, but it's going to be the swing around.
Alright, 10 chances to finish this one, and it has been an annihilation. And it's a worrying sign when this is their map pick.
Tremendous work here from RRQ. Patience pays off in this round. Just holding tight on C and B. Kind of expecting one of those 2 sites with the weaker buy no matter what. You know, no matter how many credits they invest in that round, it wasn't going to be great for Bleed. That Outlaw.
Oh, it's personal for you, MC. I see.
Sure, he dies, but didn't matter. Yeah, he's like, go get my Outlaw, go get my Outlaw.
Yeah, he's been doing work with it.
All right, 10 chances to finish this. Dude, do we even get to 9? Do we even count down to 9? Probably not.
Elmimore 12-6. Everyone having, quite frankly, one of the best games they've had since joining.
Dude, they're all light armor.
And what a time to have it as they try to put another win on the board.
Yeah, everyone light armor, and we have the one-shot gun out.
Of course, still a best of 3, but this is their opponent's pick.
And you got to think with Icebox coming up next, hasn't been the best map for Bleed, so trying to right the wrongs of previous history. Certainly we see it all the time where teams are able to take their map picks off of each other.
Look at this. Guy can just hold this angle all the time.
Like a potential GG
then you can 3-person stack, 1-person watching this.
Map, right? Look at Xfero. He's already cleaned out the entire left half of the map, and Bleed. They're just trapped, but as you've called it before, Paper, then they still feel a little lost as they just don't have any information on their own. They might sense that they are trapped,
oh boy.
but
they're
not
going
feeling
back.
confident pushing in.
Yeah, and he doesn't overstep because he hears the turret
wish
here.
That there would be a peak. Normally RQ peaks. Normally they
Oh man, they're
overheat.
going to go
Why
back
is that
into
not
this.
happening?
Everyone one shot.
That's the thought behind
Here we go.
Bleed's head. And now a jump peek and a double, and Xfero still stabilizes for the second.
And he
Doesn't
gets around the
wanna
corner. He
waste
did
time on the
great.
reload.
Jaws
And now
over
the
towards
cutoff on the
site. No
backup as
smokes
well
on
from
this
the
one.
rotation.
Does.
RRQ
I mean, they're getting to see with no one here. There's at least that.
And you've still got some KJ.
This guy hears them all. Again, one shot for everyone.
Outside of the door, but gonna play it safe.
Okay.
Wait for the rest of the team.
Damn,
to get
they're
there.
pretty
The right move for sure. Flips,
pretty disciplined.
aware
Need to stop the plant. Actually looks good.
All 3 members of Bleed right there. That is a great
boy.
fake shells.
And the spam comes through the wall.
Spam comes in as well. This guy down to 50 HP. 2v4.
But the spam helps pick up the kill. And now just down to 2 members. I mean, a 4v3, maybe Bleed. They had a shot, but now just Darion and Retla, neither at full health. The Outlaw creeping up against him as well.
The drive by Dink.
One, and Retla gets 2. Can he get a
Oi.
third? He gets it. This spot and Bleed. Can the miracle happen again? No, it
Yeah,
will
not
be
even
a
anything. Not
Estrella
even some confidence
that
on this
shuts it
one.
down.
Oh man, that was
Absolute
annihilation. And
masterclass of
that
a
map needs some
13-2
work, bro.
scoreline for RRQ.
Blink and you miss it.
Yeah,
But
they gotta.
RRQ looking to make a statement
gotta
here in
clean that
stage
one up.
1. Certainly have to feel like they have a lot to prove. They should have been maybe one of the teams in Madrid. They just came up short against some of the best in the world. Teams that went 2nd and 3rd at Madrid were the teams that bested them. And this, to me, is a statement game for RRQ.
I mean,
Yeah, RRQ still played great though in terms of everything they were doing on attack. Like they made it hard, but they took all the map control they were given, and they were given a lot of map control.
Well, we think
And they could just get out A every
RQ
single round.
is looking better than ever. What a dominant win on Lotus, which was Bleed's map pick.
That's the wildest thing. I saw Bleed's Lotus against Talon last week. That was highly, highly competitive, very high IQ gameplay because it was almost like a battle between Cruz's IGLing and Scary's IGLing. Today, though, a 10-0 start in the first half. I mean, what was that?
I felt like I was watching a scrim. This was a complete and utter lack of the ability to adapt and to respond to what was being thrown at them.
Yeah, that's
RQ,
true.
incredible reads the whole way throughout, knew exactly where players were going to be and exactly what they were going to be doing. And then we're also just hitting their shots. It was just gorgeous play from them, and then from Bleed, just fairly absent. I felt like they were just, you know, AFK.
All right, champ, because spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit.
Every single round, every single
I'll leave this up for a little bit. Holy hell.
They just knew exactly when to swing over to a different site. They just
And it's
knew
pretty
when
savage.
to rotate. And like you said, just getting all their shots, the most important aspect of this game.
A lot of great info gathered. I think part of the reason why RQ lands so many of their shots, as you can see in these post-plant stats as well, they actually look very well rehearsed. You can see a lot of moments where not only is Jemkin very disciplined as a duelist, he's working with a team. He's not just going off solo missions by himself. He's often working together with Elmi more. There are so many times where you'll see the Prowler being used to check and clear. Jemkin's the one following through on it, and they are able to take down players like Ye off of that, for example. There are a few first kills for Bleed, and I think some of those actually come from Ye, though.
But yeah, sure, but they're not always translating into the round wins.
That's
So the few
thing,
times
yes.
that they're able to get that advantage, which only finding this many is all, fairly damning in and of itself. You can't get 100% conversion rate, from having that 5v4 advantage into wins. RQ just, they had the answer to every single question. It's like they had a crib sheet and they just knew what to just write down at every twist and turn. This was just brutality here at the hands of RQ. Jemkin having a whale of a time, just ends up, doubling his deaths and kills. 14 and 7 for him, 3 first kills. The one that surprised me, I think, the most was Xfero, because this is a guy who's an initiator player who's playing Killjoy while using an operator, and he's just absolutely tearing them to shreds. Yampi's somewhere watching, saying, like, please, God, I need to have that impact.
What I really like also is seeing the two MVPs here, Jemkin and Scare, are actually both of our Ascension players from last year. Star Ascension players too. But there's something lacking from Bleed's side. Clearly, maybe you're onto something, Achilleos, with Scary just readjusting to his IGL role here and just not really making the right reads.
It feels like it. The 2 rounds, the only rounds that Bleed won, it wasn't off of like coach timeout or anything like that. They had a lot of labored moments where, trying to punch into a site, they lose so many players. Scary's usually the last one left alive, but he finds himself in a very advantageous position. His teammates might have fallen, but he's holding a site by tree, and because of that, he's able to smoke out, he's able to watch the spike, and he covers and watches, and he's able to shoot down every angle. That only happens a few rounds, so that's the thing, and your team isn't there with you. It's kind of like, this exact moment. Whereas for RQ, the teamwork is prevalent in every single round, every single moment. Someone's, going to make a bit of a sacrificial play for a teammate just to create a bit more space, just to be able to control the map a little bit better. And that's just lovely, lovely teamwork from RRQ. That's what you want to see. This team is dotting their I's, crossing every single T across the board. They're checking these angles, they're checking the corners, and Bleed just kind of not able to, like what you said, Achilles, not able to adapt whatsoever.
I mean, it's a couple nice moments here and there, but unfortunately that's it. I mean, that final play there from Rutler trying to save the game somehow, trying to keep them in it. That's nice. That's a solid play. That's a highlight, but it's one of so few, and the team play, the rifling, it just was not there. So zero stability at all for the side of Bleed. Now we get ready to go into Icebox, which, RQ, 2 losses on it, a single win. Still feeling, relatively confident, and we're able to get a win the last time that they played it versus Team Secret just a week ago. Given what we saw, I was talking about with Team Secret in the previous series, I should say, how devastating that Lotus was for them. And I was like, okay, well, it's on, Vash to lead the charge, to be that veteran presence, to rally the team together. I don't see how that's possible after what we just witnessed from Bleed.
I mean, crazier things have happened, but you're right. If it's going to keep continuing on this trend right now, you boys have said it many, many times, especially Achilleos, Paper Thin, William too. I mean, full well supporting RRQ and that they could have made it to champions last year. You know, it's just, you know, the performance was there, but it was hard for them to prove it when they're going against literally the best of Pacific.
Now they actually get a chance to prove it, and then they can, after off this win, you know, hopefully a bit of an upwards trajectory for RRQ. That's the biggest thing, you know, the first map looked like a complete wash. That was Bleed's map pick, so statistically or logically, you would be thinking RRQ takes this one. If anything, though, I do want to say, it's just like for Bleed, obviously we want to see better IGLing, I think, overall, but also for Zest on this Gecko, are they going to swap things around, maybe go back to a bit of like a Sova, or if he is sticking on the Gecko, we need to see some improvements.
Yeah, we need to see improvement.
I'm Jux with the 9 months. Thank you very much, man.
But I don't necessarily
Appreciate
think
the prime.
shifting him off of, well, maybe if you're going to have somebody else play the Gecko, I think it's fine. Shifting that out of the comp, I think would be detrimental just because it has been such a prevalent pick. It has been getting an immense amount of values, you know, for the teams that are able to use it correctly on Icebox. So
Chulo as well.
That,
I nearly missed you, Chulo. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the prime usage. Thanks for the 2 months.
Something that he's much more known for playing, have somebody else pick up the slack with that Gecko. I think that could be good, but we have to wait and see.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited for that game.
Now, the question we have for the guessing game,
DRX looking good? Yes, they are looking good.
The question is which
Especially
team
Foxy 9 on Foxy 9 and Sentinel looks strong.
So quick.
And that was like my big worry really, or it's like rolls with him. And then Mako's looking insanely strong.
As decisive as RRQ
And then Boz is doing everything perfect on
Frankly,
Duelist.
when you go into your map pick and RRQ mentions
And
a
Bane's
roast you
fitting in
harder
well
than that 12-year-old
as well.
roasted yay with a sign, that is not great.
That's a good point, Theo. I need to work that one out.
Very
I need to double check that I'm called to do it.
They only have to get a couple rounds. This needs to be
Yeah, 5
a
liquid
miraculous
capsules
turnaround, a
and 1
monster blowout.
heretics.
We have seen teams get bodied on their map pick before and then be able to come back and win a
I'll double
series.
check today, and then
like
I'll
Fnatic versus DRX
be posted on
top 5.
Tuesday.
Bleed are not Fnatic of last year.
Okay. All right. I've heard your case for RRQ. How about you, Quack?
1 heretics,
I'm
yeah.
I'm
I said
my vote based on your
I said if
arguments
heretics qualified to Madrid, like before
Okay.
before any games in kickoff was done, that I would buy and give away 1 heretics bundle.
Never been good. It's like they win maybe a few rounds and then they try to
MC is
recover,
trolling
but
so
it's
heavy.
only like a few players
Surely
making
not.
That happen, and everything else just doesn't
Wait.
kind of gel together. If
Is the half a mil off of that,
based
MC?
off what we just saw
You can
on
tell
Lotus,
us that. We won't
it's
tell
gonna be
anyone.
RQ. They've got the teamwork going.
Okay. I almost want to choose Bleed
Really?
because support for Singapore, but no, sorry, it's gotta be RQ. It's gotta be RQ.
Look.
You guys have got me sold on this, but it's Valorant.
I think you
and
got
things happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. I would love to be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't care about this. I would love to be proven wrong because I want Bleed to be a team that can challenge. I don't want them to be a punching bag out here.
Yeah.
They came in with so much hype. They have hired some of the biggest talent that is out there. I want this team to
Low
find
keeper,
success.
just in time, mate.
You've convinced you to choose Bleed.
Hopefully you missed that map.
Bleed. Oh God, do I direct? Don't let me down, Bleed.
It is.
Come
the
on.
question is, which team
You
will
can
get
do
the
this.
first flawless? So
Savage time,
First flawless. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, you didn't even let Cupid go for it. Cupid has his own mod. He could have done it.
Unless they're going to come out and
Not
they're
gonna let him
start
fight
hitting
his
their
own
shots,
fights.
then it feels like it has to be RQ.
All right, Yay. Get the shots in. Come on.
He's on the jet again.
What did that sign say? Blurry eyes.
Yeah.
Here in Icebox. He has no more blurry eyes. He put in the eye drops. I know you got this, Yay. All right, we are going to find out what the agent picks are for Icebox. RQ looking stronger than ever. And Bleed, they have an uphill battle to get through.
Truly uphill. I mean, gotta agree, you don't want to see Bleed be a punching bag. We want great teams in Pacific, but yeah, same.
Okay.
Okay, but all they do is they change the harbor for the Viper, and I think this is a good
Not
change.
harbor anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a very good change. I was talking about this on Plat Chat.
Scary. is way more comfortable when it comes down to the Viper. I think that this
It just didn't make sense. You don't have the stopping power, you don't have the pressure.
How does the rest of the team look? Things were disjointed. Retla didn't look that comfortable when he was playing the Killjoy, which was surprising given his history on Sentinel. And then Zest, how does he look on this Gecko? Is he going to be able to match up against Flips?
That's why same sentiments. You know, the problem wasn't necessarily the Harbor Viper might be more comfortable for Scary, but I do need to see the rest of the team step up. I mean, Zest, Retla, like you mentioning, but also Ye. You know, always the big player, always El Diablo. Where's the Resurrection Stone? The Soul Stone Award, whatever it is, because he has been the one to start things off. He has been the one to find some opening picks for the team, but it's
So much
not
Gecko,
quite enough to
yeah,
carry
it's
them over that finishing line.
pretty much becoming meta on this map.
They have the pieces assembled. This is all going to come down to
Wingman
right
too
now,
strong.
It looks like RQ have that in spades.
Last chance for Bleed to bring it to a map 3. We're going to go over to our casters. William Paperthin, I got to ask you, who's going to win that first flawless?
Well, the real deal here is that we don't have
Man,
to
the
play
cast is undefeated.
That's right.
Okay,
Because
RQ on
we get to
defense,
cast
Bleed
the
on
game.
attack,
So
and we
we'll
get
tell you when
double
the first
Sheriff.
flawless happens,
We get a
and you
Sheriff
will
for a
take
Viper?
the rank up or the D rank.
I have an answer here. And
Sheriff
I want
for
it
a
to be
Viper.
Bleed just
Yeah,
so
double
Quack and
Sheriff,
Achilles are
triple
wrong.
Ghost.
You know what?
So
That's
they
actually a good
D-rank.
one. I'm with you on that.
That's all
All
right.
right, we're all cheering for the Bleed flawless, and I think a lot of fans around the world right now, win or lose, like you just want to see these players fire back a bit more. Cohesion,
yeah.
time, all of that. Sure, they're going
That's
to need
it.
more time for chemistry. That's all fair, but this is quite a star-studded roster, and to see them just not able to flex a single muscle in that first map has to be devastating.
Okay,
for a
Knife
lot of
goes
the
in,
fans.
bit of pressure
See if
over
they can
towards
bounce
A, and then
back.
group
Now
up towards
RQ
B, but
on this Icebox,
we have
it
a
wasn't
Strela just
clean
getting early
victory last
info,
week against Team
or at least we
Secret. It was
had
definitely a
that.
bit of a struggle
Yes.
until that overtime.
I mean, it took Jemkin heroics to really get them over the line in that one. I mean, this is the side of the map that Bleed did do some damage to Talon
Recon
on.
goes deep
Just
towards
concerned
A, clears all
about
this
when they switch
info,
over to that defender
and we
side.
get the
Maybe having that
rotate. And
Viper
looks
in
like the
there
rotate
is gonna
might
give
come
them
in
a little bit
time
more
as well.
comfort. It gives you a lot more map control than the Harbor does, especially on that defender
two
side.
people on
Those
site now.
toxic screens are
Might even get
so
Jet here.
valuable for delaying and setting up your retakes and things like that. I mean, you could try it with the Harbor, but it just didn't seem like
Okay, one
it was
person
there
fake in
just
terms
yet.
of just the knife
Bleed
used.
is taking their sweet
Sova
time trying to sell a
goes
bit of a
across with
fake,
that, so
and a few
the
members
fake with the
fighting
knife
for
works, and they got early
RRQ.
info,
It's
and this is
working
going to be
out, right?
a
Draw
molly
out
as soon as
only
they get
from that
contact.
Sova all the way from B
Right?
side, and now Estrella all alone as the lone Viper.
Oh, molly. I like
Look at
this
Steve
reaction, though,
Lurk
going
already
behind.
from
There's the
Estrella.
molly to
You've
stop
already
the
got
plant.
flank covered. He
There is a
will be
Killjoy
spotted by
turret
the
behind,
if he
though.
goes any further. For the time being, Spike Plant still
20
hasn't
seconds
happened.
plant.
There'll be more dancing on top of the bridge,
Drops,
but that's
man.
a double kill for Bleed. Scary
The
and
Viper
Ye1
Sheriff that I was
but an
talking
immediate
about.
answer back from Jemkin and Xfero. Now a 3v2
Banana in
Fever
time,
Bleed.
15
You
seconds.
still don't have the Spike planted. Wingman being sent out. Flips, he knows that he's at the pay for time, but dropping the screen to make sure
Yeah,
that
and with
you
the low
cover for
HP,
Wingman.
this
It's
might
going
be
to
their first
Bleed.
pistol.
Looking strong in the pistol, only 25 HP and a dream for Jemkin. Creeping forward.
This is so tough.
Yeah, I mean, they are spread out across, and on that first site, Retla
Right,
will
nicely
get
done. In
it.
terms of pistols
Bleed
altogether,
kicking
2-1,
off
obviously
with a
1-0.
lead for the first time here in this match.
And let's see how they approach
Just,
the buy.
Doing a good job just selling some fake info long enough that they're able to get to the site and kind of get their feet planted. And some big shots coming out from your big players, Scary and Ye, to open things up. That's what you need. That's what's going to get the engine churning here for Bleed. And even a little bit of a
Man
wry smile
planted
there
correctly?
from
Bro, I
Zest,
think that
starting to feel
overlaps.
Like, okay,
I think you're
maybe
wrong
we
there.
can do this. This is how it started on their attacker side with Talon.
I think that
Can
looked
we
like
get
a
the
good
win,
one.
Get the follow-up. Can they find some
All
value?
classics
All
go in,
classics
and
support the side
they're going
of
down.
RRQ.
They're going for the
Jemkin going for it. He gets the
double,
spot. That's
double
no,
ghost,
that's a rough one with the
triple,
classic, but what I love is that
triple
Bleed puts up
rifle,
that
and
turret,
sometimes
right?
this
They're aware of
backfires
that
if you
potential
don't have
push
good
out.
spacing,
They don't want to
and
take any
people
chances.
are
You're going to have to clear it on this eco.
not
So now
disciplined
5
enough.
classics on the side of RRQ.
3
yeah, you
HP
have to
on
read
this?
that it's an A push, but you don't have the weaponry to combat it. So now regrouping towards mid. RRQ just looking for a bit of a curveball that they can throw. The real deal here is on the map, you can see Scary holding on to Garage for B main. They've always had a rotate in the back of their minds. Continue to put on the pressure. Do we see Darion putting out any more util on the side of A? No, it's just going to be the hold from Retla from long range with the Bulldog.
I love this choice here from Bleed.
Yeah, and gamble
recognizing
stack.
that the A site was going to be the
They
more
don't.
difficult
I mean,
two
they
options
have
for sure,
util to
especially
clear all of
with
this, but they
that
don't really want to
longer
use like a
range
drone or
utility in your
anything.
hands.
Recon
Those right
goes
clicks
out,
around
does
those
get
corners,
shot,
around
so they might
410 and
stick
around
here
that.
in terms of the
Gonna be difficult.
numbers.
A little bit of damage to A on the turret. Xfero maybe looking for a one and done, but contact there, trying to delay, can't.
I love this from Zest as well, right? Taps the spike on his own first to see if there's a
the
peek
tap
out,
of the spike
backs
was
out
nice.
and sends Wingman afterwards. Just great.
A little bit risky having gone
usage
over
of that
towards
utility.
middle instead of it
Definitely
being a
looking lot
lurker.
more comfortable than he did his first time around with that Gecko. Give him a week. He'll start to learn all the tricks of the trade. Retla now going for a deep lurk through tube as well. Really wants to make sure they snowball their ult economy forward. Flips is watching for it though. He'll get one kill. Retla recognizing he's been spotted. He snaps onto two. Getting comfy on the stage here for Bleed Esports.
Last player standing.
Okay, very nice. We got one armor rebuy. This shouldn't be an armor rebuy.
Oh, there's the flawless.
Congrats, Victoria.
T-Rick for quacking to kill you. So, yes, everybody celebrate. I'm sorry, my friends. We are friends, just in case any of the viewers are wondering.
Yeah, that's friends want to see their friends lose. I mean,
I didn't even realize it was coming out that way. I totally forgot about it 2 rounds in. Oh, man.
Well, it just, it just.
Wishies with the prime. Thank you very much, man.
It is the.
Thanks for using Prime on me.
Anti-eco.
Welcome into the Slug Club as well, bro. Okay, so did we rebuy armor over towards here? No, we didn't. So money's looking good. Clean round from Bleed. Money's good. And we have the 5 rifles. So I don't really call it a bonus, just a straight up buy round.
All the way forward if you want to get to that third map of Breeze.
No doubt about it. And being a little bit proactive is RRQ. Just kind of checking some of those angles, seeing if there's a
Pinfu as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for that as well, bro. Welcome in.
Nobody other than the Gecko Flipsider just double checking, making sure that there's not going to be some kind of pincert attack onto the A site. Instead, just waiting this out are Jemkin and Elmimore. Flips now making his way back over. Let's see if RRQ
Dude,
can hang on.
Slow in all of these rounds. Drone comes in at 50-second mark.
Well, you've got Jemkin up on top of the screen.
Bots 1, 2.
Had the
wire. Lovely shot. Anything to stop this plant?
They dodge all the flashes as they're swarming over the site. And now the spike has been dropped as Zest once again
The util on this was very nice as well.
He gets picked off from long range. Elmimore with another kill. Scary answers back, but it's still a 2v4. Spike down inside the site. And Elmimore creeps forward off of that toxic screen, and he's ready for the quick
huge round for him, 2 away from his ult as well, and a convincing first buy round. They get 1 kill. There's one person that has low money for the next round, but other than that, not bad at all.
Then after it's expended, it's like they just snap their fingers, and they are going to hammer you down. Now it helps that Jemkin hits
the double wingman's on site.
That absolutely opens up some space. But still, the decisiveness, Elmimore tucking himself in behind that toxic screen. And the expected round win for RRQ in a way.
That is an early timeout.
A very, very early timeout. I mean,
this is a little surprising.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you had a rough first map, but it has to be something that he's hearing in the comms, something breaking off, because from what we've seen, yes, RQ played this very well. Yes, you might have been caught off guard a little bit. Yeah, he gets taken out early. But all in all, you know, it's an upgraded bonus for you. It was a little bit rough. You now read a little bit of what's going on. And perhaps that's a part of it. Perhaps Legia feeling that, you know, the players in the server not able to catch on to the patterns quick enough. He wants to kind of mitigate the bleeding, so to speak, no pun intended, early on in this map.
Nah, embrace the puns. Embrace the bad puns, Will.
It was all intended.
Yeah.
Bleed is bleeding.
Yeah, RRQ might take this as well, to be honest. Can talk about a lot of stuff that's going on. They're giving them a lot of space.
In my mind, if
I'll be interested to see if RRQ decide to do something a little bit more aggro.
I watched that Icebox, and I want to get
Potentially,
ahead
with the attack timeout, they're thinking more of what they want to do.
Not being,
So it could be a good chance to catch them off.
Targets where they need to. Finding ways to push and pull the map a little bit more. Try to bait out some of the utility of RRQ. Try to bait out some of their
it looks like we're going across the rope, going a bit.
Some of them. See if you can do a little bit more damage.
Not at all.
A bit of a pacier hit. Potentially, nope, they're just going to...
Okay, Flips goes aggro A, picks up the orb. Go away from both the initiator ults. Knife goes in, hit one.
To accomplish.
Yeah, they were all kind of tunnel visioned on one side. Just trying to change up the timings, but at the very
this
least,
comp, I think this is good against this. This is something that I'm starting to see when people are playing no Sova. I think this is like a very good way of approaching this, because Sova's great at clearing towards yellow because the recon goes here, clears back at yellow, but most teams, when I watch them, a knife will come in here and their protocol for getting over towards yellow isn't great. Most teams will normally do like a flash into a smoke, into a jet dash.
Nanoswarm's not popped just
But
yet.
we'll see.
The
We'll see what they
Zalarbot
got.
not destroyed yet. One way comes up, and Bleed, they're gonna dash in, and Ye is caught in all this util. He already took so
And the
much
punish over towards
damage.
here is good, but that's a very nice trade back. Yeah, this actually worked pretty well. One out the jewels, heavy committed.
Wingman being sent rather for
Spike
that
out in the open. Are they on top of this luck?
Now stranded right outside
The
of
big
the
jewel,
plant
30
zone.
seconds to get the plant.
Tied 1v1.
Okay, this
Jemkin
is
eliminates
open
him.
round now.
Now a stabilized 3v3. Recon spends a little extra time. 20 seconds. Shock dart out to delay the plant even further. All three members of RQ have arrived on the scene. It's a quick kill for Elmimore. Scary answers back. You have to stick the plant. Elmimore takes out Scary.
Damn, he's just wrecking everyone. Bro is fragging heavy.
Tied up for RQ.
It's his ult into the next round as well. Money over towards Bleed, 2-4 loss bonus. So it's okay.
Really good
Like
patience.
2-9, 2-8.
Tremendous patience from X-Sparrow
Could
on
be
this.
a low buy.
Him and Estrella just waiting this until the last possible moment to pop their mollies and shut Gay down. And then
They dash
this
about the
lurk
flash. They had
accounted for
the.
by Jemkin.
They sent the
Repla just
Gecko
a step
flash
too
out for
late
it, right? I think.
Catch Jemkin in the back. What can you say about RQ today? It seems like they're just so well mentally prepared for all the situations that they could run into.
Hey,
on
low
this
buy goes
map.
in.
And
Sheriffs.
Bleed, I
All
think
5 of them. No stingers, no
good
nothing
things
like
in
that.
round, it's just not enough.
Yeah, that's
Just
true.
all hit your one
definitely
shots.
looking a lot better with a game plan here on Icebox compared to their own pick on Lotus. So sure, it's early on in the game. We've seen a lot of 2-2 score lines, and things will flip on its head on an instant, but this one's going to be a tough round to make that happen as it's all Sheriffs. They spot the op.
Yeah, they at
Ye
least
doesn't
find out
wanna
that the
deal
op
with
is
that. It's
there.
going to be a quick rotate all the way over to A, but they'll
But
have
this
to
has
make it
happened as
speedy.
well. So I think the wall's
As
up
we're
right
gonna
now
start
because
to
these two are
see
still
the
just trying to
rotates
spam
coming
down
up
these
from
lines.
RQ shortly. Operator on the minimap
Once they get spotted and they see the op, they want to
slowly
avoid it
receding away from
instant. Send over towards here.
Meanwhile,
Fish
just holding
all
onto the
on the
screens, two
eco.
initiators. Thrash will
This is
be
a good
used as
pathing
well.
that everyone's doing
Bleed
though.
wanting to make sure that they can take as much space
Yeah,
as
this
possible
pathing is so
to set up
nice. You
for
can
the
go
post
in,
plant.
check
But
the
with
site,
all
and you can
Sheriffs,
always
what's
get
the
back.
most ideal
Jumping
scenario
off.
here? Shock darts coming out, and so is Hunter's Fury. They
Yeah,
want to
and I mean,
deny the
80
plant to
HP
make
for
sure that they
Wingman
can
takes
go
him
for
down
one
in one
retake.
hit, so it
Zero
can be
point
worth
denies any
sometimes.
more
They still
shots
got a
out of that
plant. We get
ultimate.
4
But
people
now
here for the
RQ
flood.
has all arrived. If they've got the weaponry, the Dizzy will hold them at bay for the time being. Darion already down.
Guy still has a
Nanoswarm's
drone.
activated. Wingman trying to buy time to clear out the site just a bit further here for RQ. Estrella gets another shot on that double peak. 3 members led for Bleed, all pushed out away from the site. Retla gets one on the push out. There's the mosh, but it's just outside, it seems, as Jemkin will be able to stick the defuse.
Yeah, this was a nice round though.
Well, a few consolation kills at the end of the
Yeah,
round.
this
but
was.
it is
I
gonna
think they
be
handled this well.
cleanup for
The ult
X-Sparrow.
to one-shot Wingman
at
and
the
then
end.
create a lot of pressure. Wall goes up in time, so you can
like,
just flood the site
I feel like
fast.
I'm watching the same game that we watched earlier on
Yeah, and
Icebox.
then one person's
I mean, it's the
committed,
exact
and then
same
they feel
kind
like
of
they have to
strategy. You use the
plant and
Hunter's
use
Fury
util they
delay,
didn't want to
set up for
protect the
these
plant.
retakes. You dodge all the early utility. The Thrash
Pretty good.
completely wasted.
Escar, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 13 months. Thank you, thank you.
You don't want to use that to clear the space and do those kind of things. But RRQ is a step
13
ahead
months,
of you.
man.
They know
Appreciate
that
it.
this utility's coming. They expect it, and therefore they're just playing outside of A. They're over in mid by Boiler, just chilling, just waiting, and there's no pressure on them. They can just wait you out and then just flood retake. So, what are you gonna do?
I mean, we've
It's
seen
tough,
it so
man.
much, yeah, on this map with these comps that the strength is the double flash, the strength is the util dump. You just wait for it. That post plant gets a little tricky. So Bleed now trying to work the middle of the map a little bit as well. Maybe give themselves a little bit more breathing room with a lurk or at least some extra pressure. And RQ, their thought process is, let's just clear it. Give the site once again. Sure, there's a pit in Scary's hand, but we have Thrash on the side of Flips. And RQ, they clear out mid, no lurk remaining for the time. So now all eyes set onto the A site once again.
They got options. Do they
Screen
wanna?
goes up. See the util dump once again. Again, so much used. Mosh, you
Knife
see the
goes
flash
in.
drives, you see the
Wingman
dizzy.
plant. No
There's
one
0
goes for the
point, and
orb,
now
even
a
though
pit
they're one
goes
away
up.
from a lot of
The Thrash,
players.
what's the timing on it? It's going to be used before the spike finishes. Yay on the outside.
Viper
This
ult
is gonna
covers
be
the left
crucial
of sight.
for
Elmimore
RQ
just
to be able to
sends
try
it
to clear
through
that
the
out. Scary
Viper
will get
ult
one
really
kill
early
onto
on his
Elmimore.
own.
Now Thrash already
Questionable.
expended. Scary holding on close inside the pit and back. Starts back out. Yay getting 1 kill. He gets traded out immediately, but the pit still stays alive. Scary's outside of it. He dives
did
back
great.
in.
Good
He is
reposition from
all
him.
over the spike as RQ cannot find an approach. Bleed finally stabilizing and resetting the round score as Estrella just waits to see if he can get a couple more kills. The Cred situation very healthy on the side of RQ. He wants to do some damage, try to get up to
Good
that
damage,
Viper's
though.
pit. He'll get a couple extra points for it.
Yeah, good damage. Save the op.
This is pretty well
Keep
drawn
the money
up
low for a
by
lot of
Scary.
this.
The Scary wins them this round with his positioning, with the way he places the Viper's pit, because he knows there's the Thrash to counter it.
The ult, yeah, the ult was sick towards the left side. Dude, I'm telling you, Elmi Moore, if we get his POV, absolutely, he absolutely sent it on his own. He was just trying to take like a risk, see if he could try kill the Viper early.
That's what you need to see here. You want to see that bounce back. You want to see these counter ideas. So well thought out.
And now you've got the Blade Storm as well for another shot, and the Null Command. So RRQ perhaps expecting a fast push. They want to meet him outside of A site. Now Bleed's not going to quite jump in for that early, but yeah, they're ready for it. They send in the util, the Molly, and the Shock Dart to deny an early push out. Now Jemkin, yeah, sets up.
That's an op, man.
Recon goes in, but these two avoid it. Yes, they at least know they were here because they placed the turret and the knife came in, so they kind of know there's two over towards A right now.
But you suspect that
Instant group again once they find out where the op is, so Bleed, not enjoying going where the op is, just find out the op, go to the other side.
You do have the null command for Darion as well.
Yeah, it gets used immediately. There's the dash out.
Ult goes in, should mean that they should be able to get a plant pretty easy.
Good entry in from Ye. No kills just yet, but Darion will find one on a swivel right outside of that toxic screen, and they are trying to take so much space, and they will be rewarded so far, but Elmimore just drops out a nest all of a sudden, and now Bleed surrounded. They cannot catch this Sova.
Recon goes in, it still has a drone again.
Recon destroyed.
Every time I check this guy has a drone.
Up in the hands of Jemkin. And surely Bleed, they don't want to
Double Viper Molly. Molly goes out now.
Losest has no idea. He has been creeping up.
Second Molly goes out now.
There's the pit. How are you going to defend this post plant? The peek out from Scary.
Be close, timing-wise.
Hasn't happened yet, but Scary knows that there's more than one member.
Dude, Elmimore is just...
for Elmimore.
He's just winning rounds on his own.
Now. He is just running these rounds over.
Yeah, he is.
Just spectacular play. Spectacular
Not losing jewels, dude. He's an absolute god. They get the opening 2 kills and he just jumps down.
It's a good push. It's a good
Yeah, it's a crazy push. Gets the second kill. 3 on 3. Recon's good.
He's so
and then this last goes wild.
Just a step ahead of a couple of these players. That is filthy there, that last kill.
Yeah, I mean, he seems dialed in, but quite frankly, you can't really.
And he's got the drone for the whole round.
To drop out a nest like that on your own to hold
Doesn't
on
even
to the
need
site.
the drone. He can't kill people when he's in the drone. Dude, he's 13 to 4.
Broken through the site.
Very few.
Yeah, it's one of those
Icebox.
moves where just 1 second too early or too late, and it looks like a silly one.
Look where Flip's got.
He's going for the record.
He's already going to back off. A little bit wary. That maybe overstayed his welcome.
Okay, the late scope in, but both of them whiffing their first shots. The Jets will just back out. Don't want to deal with each other. Both of them giving the respect that on a repeat, either of them could win.
This round's so crucial for Bleed. Their economy on a precipice of being turned into another eco. You do have the lockdown available. However, Hunter's Fury to counter at a lockdown.
He's allowed to
well.
send it through the Viper ult. Yeah.
So
when he's doing this, I agree.
Yeah, the lurk spotted from both sides. But Xfero, quite frankly, just wanting to know if there's a lurk at all.
Okay, double Molly in sight. Let's see if we can stop the original plant.
Spike
Gets him a little bit of damage on TA.
On the A side. Flips is already inside the site a little bit. Clears out screen side with Wingman, and he starts to creep up. Destroys the opponent's Wingman as well.
That means that the flood could potentially come in again. Timing on this is huge.
Elmimore trying for a trade, gets one. Now the
Killjoy goes in, still no plant. Spike still not picked up. Killjoy ult goes back. Sova ult to break it. Oh boy. And then they got to go back through into the site with the wall up.
I thought for a second there he might have missed it. Oh, Jemkin as well with the operator. Going to take down Retla.
Yeah, this is one heck of a reset.
Yeah, we use mollies, we've got fuel, and then we just wall up now.
And yay, he did spot him on that swing around the corner, but not able to land the headshot.
10 seconds left.
Scary will do his best. But as you mentioned, a crucial round that they need to win. And time is running out. RRQ just has to stay alive to get their 5th round win in the first half.
Yeah, this is, again, having that extra ult in the
dude,
bag
it looks like as soon as the wingman doesn't plant,
RRQ's way.
It's a lost round.
They have the Hunter's Fury to counter that lockdown. That is one of the important
It's pure
factors
panic
to
station.
consider in the agent compositions. You know, you don't have a null command, maybe shut down blade storms, things like that. They make your executes a little bit easier, but doesn't matter. When you're playing as smart as RRQ is playing back, getting Jemkin into position where he can do some serious damage with that op as well, buying him some time, buying him some space. All of those things working out in RRQ's favor. And now Jemkin being aggressive with this op.
Now once again, it's just a fast push out, trying to hide away from that turret. The
Oh,
flash lands long
okay,
enough.
he was not
thinks he might
expecting
not
a swing
push
with
on
it.
We've seen some players eating flashes and having the confidence. This time it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, that's the hero
Jemkin
gun.
will pay
Damn,
for
that
it,
was
but
fast.
Elmimore's truly the superstar
Yeah,
of this
bro,
map
this
as
guy
he
wants
goes
to
for
just
another
duel
open kill.
everyone. Gets the guns out of there as well. Knows they're on
juggle
eco.
it back.
This was nice from him.
Just off 1 kill. Oh no.
Flips fine.
Guy's a little bit committed now. Kind of needs his teammates to come back. Yeah, honestly, losing the flash for this is so fine.
Just a bit longer. Estrella catches sight of 1, catches sight of 2. Realizes he's trapped. Back up, not in time just yet. But Poison Cloud is Xfero. How does he reset for that? Moving to the side, resets for the headshot, and now you know Bleed stranded on B main.
Just 2 Sheriffs and 1 Vandal available. You do have a Thrash for Zest, so done a good job of getting those into his hands, but now you're looking at a difficult crossfire.
And with the toxic screen coming up, it's just going to be a snake bite and a bit of a spray to gain some information. RRQ not taking any chances. Xfero still clearing out any of that lurk. And Bleed will start to creep in closer. Yay. Trying to hold these close angles.
Nothing to
right
stop
under.
this. We've
Be
got to
a
keep an eye on the
curveball,
Killjoy
a wild
flanking
card,
behind.
a joker
Could go a
that RRQ
little
does
bit
not
wrong. Could
expect.
give them a gun if he goes too early.
Man spots him. It's bouncing back. It doesn't quite, but Elmimore will
Well,
catch him at
or you
long
just wait
range
for the
with
fish
operator,
ult,
and here's
and
the
you get
flank
2.
from Xfero all the way around mid. Flips will set the defuse first. Doesn't quite
Was
finish
this
that,
the
but it
fast
doesn't
use
matter
of
as
the
they have
fish
so
ult?
much time to
Or
get
had we
their
seen this
6th
already?
round win.
Just beautiful stuff here from RRQ. Tremendous patience from
Was it
Estrella.
second? Okay.
Playing his life so nicely. I mean, Elmimore just, again, sacrificing himself, you know, throwing himself out there to make sure that he can get that op juggled back.
Nice, bro.
Doing all the right things at the right time, you know, Flips with that weird
Yeah,
kind of deep play. He's trying to get under
they're taking their
that nest a
timings
couple
well as
times,
well.
Almost gets a kill out of it. Yeah, he has to use the Dizzy to get out, but so what?
This was an
You know,
impressive
your other
flank on
players are
this.
playing so
Okay,
well.
another big buy
Xfero,
round,
beautiful
and
timing on
we
the
would
lurk.
get
I
another
could see
eco
Zest
after
watching
this if
for
they
it.
lost
That's
it.
actually
2-9 loss bonus.
keen
Unless they get a
eye to
plant,
Zest,
then
but
we'll probably
once
see a force.
that Ye went down,
And
he
you
had
know
to
it's
turn his
desperate when
attention, had
teams
to
start
throw
to go over
Thrash in
towards
and try to
middle.
make it go, and Ye's
Oh,
just
they
red.
read this as well. The push on to 2,
Oh,
the
yeah.
spray down from Xfero. RRQ is just leaps ahead of Bleed in this best of 3 so far. It looked like things might stabilize a bit, and Zest will do his best to
Okay,
do
we just
so.
want to go hope the raid
But
boss comes in
Elmimore
18
now
to
all
5.
the way up to 18 kills in the first half. Nearly 2 kills per round for
Oh,
the
he used his
solo
drone.
RRQ.
Damn. It's so over when
They
this guy
stopped
starts
the
using
plant,
his
too, to
drone,
make
that's the
matters
thing.
worse.
Yeah, it's stranded
It's
once
a nice
again. How many times have
reposition,
we
but
seen this in
the
this
problem
first
is they're
half?
just all holding the spike.
Retla, he'll creep forward, and he expects it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a triple, high, low, left, right, it's everywhere. And RRQ will continue the lead. Bleed looked like they had a good reset in between the maps, but now they're facing off against an Elmimore that is fired up, and Xfero that has the read. And RRQ, perhaps this is the type of play, the type of potential that a lot of their fans have been waiting for.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is just incredible to see them firing on all cylinders like this, reading this tube push like a book. I like, again, don't mind the idea, don't mind the change of play from Bleed, where they're trying to go for, it's not quite the same as, you remember those old
I like that I was
TRX
laughing
pushes
as
underneath tube when
smiling
it
at the
was
good timing
play on
to
the top. It's
Yeah,
not
the
quite
jet
the same.
flies up.
Good
yeah.
luck.
Yeah, not quite the same, but had a little bit of that feel to it. It just is, again, read so well, and it's, you know, just thwarted at the point
The
of
vibes
attack.
are up.
Yeah,
Oh, bro, how
honestly,
can
like
they
you
not
mentioned,
be?
It's a good variation of that mid hit, right? It's not all
Vibes
in
are
under
through the
2,
roof
but you
after
send
that
the jet
first map.
above to be your scout. You guys can still walk through your own poison cloud. But have the thoughts to it. It's just that RQ reads it. I mean, they just know that something is coming mid. I don't know if Xfero knew quite well that it was always going to be up on top of Tube, and you can see
Oh,
he
man.
calls for the timeout, but
Doesn't look good
it's
when we see the
stressing them
coach
out
cam.
as they are now down 3-7.
So far,
3-3.
one buy
Second
round.
timeout gone.
Again, in the first half.
Yeah.
We'll see if this time it's enough to try to stabilize things. They'll kind of regain a heartbeat here in the first half as we
Stressed?
only have 2
Yeah, he
rounds
looks crazy
remaining.
stressed.
And
Not
boy, oh
an
boy,
enjoyable
we're
situation
seeing
for
2
anyone
games
involved.
today with 0 kills on a player, but very different tones for sure.
Yeah, you're gonna need a defibrillator to get this heart going again. It feels like,
Well,
dude, it is.
I mean,
is
maybe
rough.
something like an ace, right? Something
There you go.
to really get you going.
Yay, Guardian
Fear
Ace.
one kill
Love-
away
I
from
would love to
getting
see
his
it.
ult,
I'd be so
and
happy.
This is one of those rounds where if he
That
oversteps,
sounds good here for Bleed.
he can just hold this the whole time.
Space,
And he just wins his team the round.
For.
You hold this the whole time. We have alarm bot, we have turret, all persons focusing over towards A. Doesn't need to make any more of a play than
this. This is a risk that Jemkin takes, but a very timely one. Yellow being given up relatively free. Estrella just hiding. They think that Yellow's free. Eventually they swing around, but it's going to be the rest. The trees are just there. Elmimore and Xfero, the duo continuing to rack up more kills onto the scoreboard. We talked about it, but the ace not going to happen in this round. And it's going to be Xfero this time with a 4K.
And shout out to Silent MVP Jemkin for this one. Just locks them in, doesn't overstep.
There's a chance to make this 8-4.
Lets his team do it. And if the team loses with 4 people on site, then you can just blame them.
over to an 8-4, and you've corrected some of the wrongs that you showed against Talon on your defender side on this map. There's still hope here for Bleed. I really do feel that way. And they even won the Eco.
How you doing, bro?
Talon.
Dom, you're putting up some numbers recently, bro. Keep it up, man.
And then it was the Eco win by the
I've been checking in.
follow-up round as well for Bleed. But
Oh my goodness.
They did not win a single round in that half, so certainly...
Okay, Elmimore is 1 kill away from getting another ult into this one, and why get a kill when you can just pick up the orb for free?
Gathered by Elmimore, lockdown as well in
Yeah, not seen any utils to cancel this at any point.
Very, very tall order. The op there as well, and meanwhile, you don't have your ultimates online. Another flash, it spots Jemkin, and they know they've pushed him off of the box. So A weakened up just a bit, but Bleed, they've tried this before. They think just by pushing the operator that RQ will rotate. And this time, it's actually the reverse. They'll just send the operator to the other side, reading that Bleed will most likely go for another shift onto the B side.
And I see pings over towards Snowman, so does that mean that they want to wall up, flash the back of Snowman and take control?
Snowman gets spotted by the Dizzy. He'll have to back out, respect the top of the screen. But what in the world?
What the hell? Yeah, he gets him in tube.
Catches Ratla.
Yeah, and this was what they were pinging about. Flash deep, take map control, off down. Still no plant yet. Good map control though. Oi, how did he die in sight? Killjoy goes down. Big Joe. Bro, this guy can't run anywhere. This guy's getting ulted no matter what, right? Yeah, he looks behind him and he's like, well.
In the corner. That is too much distance for you to escape. And eventually
and this play is huge, man. He doesn't check behind and see the guy running in. Wait, what's going on? This guy's managed to be stunned the whole time and gets out of it.
Yay. Xfero tapping the spike. Doesn't quite see him yet.
That's madness. What a mad round. Second buy round. One. Oh, I can't say your name, man. Doggy, thank you for the prime, bro. Thank you.
I mean, it's a tremendous deep push by Ye. Set up nicely by the flash, but
yeah, the Killjoy just didn't think that the Viper was going to jump back into the ult here, I'm pretty sure.
Kind of overheated a little bit in that round. He might have went for a long-range kill. It was a little ambitious, having to re-peek that angle, but I mean, he was feeling it, so it is what it is. I'm not
when you got a player nearly 20 kills right in the first half, you can't really blame him, I guess.
Yeah, buy the Bleed bundle. Yes, please do.
Buy all the bundles.
Yeah,
all
support
the Pacific bundles.
Yes, all of them.
The Americas and EMEA ones, they're kind of cool, but
they're
you know,
okay. If you want to.
I mean, you do you, but as long as you buy the Pacific bundles.
I mean, I'm sure Leviathan got a bump today after
yeah, that's true.
Dropped that 47 bomb, but
that's true.
Even Depp was deciding to bring it out earlier, so you know you gotta like it. But
some fans of the Korean casters as well out in the crowd.
Heck yeah, I am too.
8-4 looks promising.
We've got a good spread of casters out here on Pacific on both sides, putting in the work to really showcase
2 buy rounds not
what these teams and players
too promising. They got to win a pistol, and in theory they're on the. In theory that was the easier side.
Now, with things getting a bit more competitive, and maybe some of these games getting harder to read, a lot of eyes on here.
Look, we're one best of 5 from being the best region in the world.
3 times, 4 times.
We are one best of 5 away.
That's true. That's true.
We're so close.
I mean, listen, DFM has really caught the eyes of all the co-streamers around the world.
Yeah.
You better be paying attention.
Everybody's a DFM fan now.
Yeah, you want to be there when it happens. When DFM wins champions, you want to be there. You don't want to miss it.
21
to 7.
Everybody's
now like coming out of the woodwork, be like, I was always a DFM fan. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's going to be a fast hit this time.
They look sick though.
Up on top of 2,
they did look good. Knife goes in and Knife hit a lot of it towards A.
Times in the past as well, where you just plant Jemkin and then some main force elsewhere.
Oh, he stuck around.
To put their duelist on the lurk.
And Jemkin hoping to outduel
Big
Retla.
Joe.
Retla though tucking himself in behind the box. Still Jemkin
Arm
gets the
on
better
this.
of him.
just on that second shot. Bounces right up to the head.
In reaction, Scary decides to push out, and he is going to maybe get one and get out of there.
RQ recognizing that it might be
Alright, that's my bad. I'll take 50% of that. He takes the other 50%.
If he could have gotten just one kill, even backing out, allowing for his teammates to pinch, but no, it will be the death. And now a 4v2 advantage for RQ.
That's a heartbreaker.
Oh, the ayahs come out.
There it is. There's the ayah.
Oh, man.
Ayah.
Well, he's a double team here. No, they're going to split up. Darion just checking for mid. Zest spots one. Now they've been spotted. RQ trying to see if the other one's gone the flank around. And the Dizzy sent out, but it's closer than Zest thinks. And they just cannot get the pinch. The reload.
Boy, that's how we're ending it. Another 3K, 20 kills.
Tell me more. Just has to now get a kill by somehow bouncing the
what's he
recon
on
dart
now?
with enough velocity. He'll have gotten a kill with almost
It is
everything in this game.
24 to 7.
But somebody with the owl drone to get a kill, just like...
I mean, 24 in 14 rounds. Ridiculous by this guy.
He's having just an unbelievable match.
Just so we're clear, Flips also still has 0 kills, but maybe it's just because LBMore's stealing all of them.
Doesn't matter.
It just, I mean, sometimes it doesn't matter, you're right.
It might happen,
I guarantee
MC.
Flips does not care one.
Okay, even pistols for this one though. 1-1 in terms of the pistols, same as the first map.
After all.
Right? That's right.
Well, you know, kills or not, RQ definitely feeling good about this match. So far, the Outlaw back in Xfero's hands. We saw how much damage this thing can do on both maps. And he'll just start to creep forward, clear all the angles for his team. Holds that as the drone clears out all the close little
Got a
cubbies.
hero Marshall.
And B main is clear.
And it's over towards the other side.
But that's on the other side of the map. Damage done to Scary. Has to back out. It's just the decay and shock darts to clear the corners. RRQ looking to set up a potentially comfy post plant, but they're really taking their time here.
Yeah, they're relaxing on this one.
There wasn't any contact really, other than a little bit from Scary. So
Mosh pit over towards site.
Now, and I think RQ might want to pull back and try a different site. They're going to go for it.
Oh, they wait for the screen to go back up and then immediately goes down as they start the plant. Draws out everyone from the woodworks to bleed. And now
I like this idea though. They felt like they had waited too long and that there would be a stack here, so they mosh pit the back of site and then drop ward and just take the jaws.
Low, but Xfero's the one with full health, watching out from afar. Not quite checking the right angle. And Zest
Good amount of damage though. Could have been a lot worse. 47, 24,
That could have been a
63.
little bit worse for RQ.
Yeah.
That took
Maybe they
a
get
little
away
bit
with one a little
longer
bit.
than I thought that they would. You know, maybe just feeling confident. I expected them to kind of pull the trigger on that plan a little bit quicker, but again, it felt wrong, so they had to hold up. Still eventually going for it. Yay, good for one with the Marshall, but immediately shut down by Xfero, who has been phenomenal with the sniper rifles for RRQ today. Doing a great job holding angles, being that backline support. In that case,
Really, we don't get
right
2
on
games
the
today where
plant
people
site,
don't get kills.
holding it down for 'em.
Not 2 maps.
And now, a lot of half armors in here for Bleed, so that Outlaw could still do some serious damage.
Still clearing out these angles on B, and boy, oh boy, that's a lot of vision gained by Xfero. He'll get spotted, doesn't mind at all. Knows that if anything, that might create more pressure for Bleed to leave one person on the anchor. The toxic screen going up as well. Now RQ, they think they've sold this fake quite a bit, and maybe they have after waiting a couple extra seconds as it's been absolutely
that shot
silent on
broke
the
both
side.
trips.
The nanoswarms have been cleared out
Triple,
by the
so
shock
this
dart.
is
Jeff
so
gets
much
the
better.
first kill far away,
See how
all
like
the way
Bleed
to the
was
back
sending
corner.
Lil
The
Bro
Bosch
in,
pushes him out.
and then it
Red
was
Left
like
trades for one.
just kind of letting him plant and then playing far back. They wait for the tap of the spike and 3-person duel towards the back of site.
He just has to clear
Oh
screens
nice,
first,
just
sure,
so much
but
better.
it's too many angles for you to clear alone. Ye goes down, and Bleed. It's a 10-4 scoreline. You don't have creds, but you feel like you need to claw your way back in on this anti-bonus.
Gotta win
They
it.
will not be able to.
Just gonna
Darion
go
will
save.
have to save this rifle.
I really
And
felt
guns
like
down to
Bleed
get
had
some
a good
upgrades.
read on this round. It felt like they were going to be able to contest this plant, but they never got confident. It just seems like
Bro.
jeez,
Come on, man.
But they just never felt
Too
like
much. Does it get an upgrade
really
from? Yeah,
understood
okay,
the
all
timing of the
upgrades as well.
situation altogether. You know, there are a couple players playing on site, and there's a couple players playing back. They either need to decide we're
Yeah,
gonna
this
play
plan
full
was nice.
retake or we're gonna
Shot
try
to break the
commit
trip.
to preventing,
Wingman goes in
the
as a
spike plan,
plant
or at
goes
least
in, and potentially they're getting util out to
execute as
break
best
it.
as
They
we
triple
can.
swing back of
Neither
sight.
of those happen.
It's really good.
Completely disjointed for Bleed. The map read is correct, but the tactical read is
20,
not there for
28
them.
to 8.
And that's
0,
super
9.
concerning. Elmi
The
Moore
hell's
with the
going on
Hunter's
here?
Fury. Guardians, as Bleed knows that they are on their last legs.
Yeah, don't want to give up match point. You want to fight for it. It's going to be the early
Okay.
util, and Ye's already ahead of it. That's the start that Bleed needs. Taking out
5
Elmi,
Guardians.
pulling him off, takes away that initiator. Now Darion holding close. He sees the gun barrel. He's waiting for him to peek out. He's patient, and he will be rewarded. RRQ, couple of their tendencies, the weakness tendencies starting to show where they start to try to just answer back. They love to fight, and Bleed uses that against them.
Yeah, it's so funny, yeah. And it's also taking a page out of RRQ's book there. Flips was pushing that angle all the time in the previous half. And so they're saying, well, we can do that too. And now we've got these Guardians with these cracked aimers. Should be able to put them to good use, and they have so far. The real question is even with a 3v5, somehow, some way, you feel like RRQ is going to fight their way back into this.
I mean, especially looking at the hold right now from Bleed. Yeah, you're holding a bit of a crossfire, but it's within the site. You don't have really quick exits yet. Darion will be able to spot X-Rail first. They both get spotted, and Darion calls her back up. There's a crossfire,
Nice
but it's
trade.
an instant trade. And RRQ now only 2 members remaining.
Yeah,
He will get the spike
2v4.
plant. 1 point towards that Thrash for Flips. He's up to 4.
Here we go,
Flank
surely.
Coming in from Ye. You'd have
Just
Estrella
one for the
wary of it. If
confidence.
he can get this kill and regroup in time, RQ
Oh,
might
yeah.
have a shot,
Uh-oh.
but Ye misses the first shot, but he knows they have the numbers advantage. They just need to buy for time. Flips cleared out in the site. Now you can
Poor
start
guy.
to push and pull back in towards the site as you start the defuser tap for it. Estrella swings out, but he won't connect to the second. And Bleed trying to catch up with their 5th round win.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, they
looking
got to be
good now
careful
for
though.
Bleed.
2 deaths,
Starting to
2
work the
armory
map a little bit
buys,
more,
money
being a little bit more
reset. They
patient.
got a
You know,
KO
off the rip,
online, but
obviously the aggressive push works out, but after that, you know, Ye taking his time, not over-aggressing on that angle, not giving up a free kill. Starts out hot, gets Darion into position. That little bait and switch at the beginning. Retla hitting some good shots, so the Guardians are going to come through. There's still hope here. Still Darion trying to keep him in the game. Zest has an ult, Darion has the null command. Elmi Moore still with
he's
that
still on the
Hunter's
winning
Fury.
team. Yeah, that's very true.
Now you have an opportunity to potentially start to
I
change
get
your
2-0
destiny a little bit.
scores, and
economy going,
both
see
their
if you
teams
can
win.
Stop this momentum that
Is in the
RRQ
series.
seemingly has
Yeah,
been
this is
building
nice. You can
throughout
go
this entire
back
map.
up here to get
Yeah,
extra
you just
height.
pull them
Not
off,
sure
right?
that's
Starts
worth
gaining
though,
more momentum.
really.
We
I mean, you
know
get to see a
that
little bit
Valorant
more of
can
this.
sometimes be a
I guess you
very
could see top of
streaky
pipes if
game.
they're crouched.
Bleed hoping
Maybe.
for the best of it. As Ye, the only one holding inside the site, but he does have an exit prepared right around screens. Mosh coming down. He's trying
Well, he
to clear
goes
the
deep.
mollies.
It's just a straight up
He's trying
retake
to
on
let
this one.
RQ know that there is presence on the site. Jemkin
Shot.
sees where the shots are coming from, though, and he is trained in. Takes down El Diablo, and Jemkin holding on to the site, guarding the wingman.
Missed the first Killjoy
Now
out
we
here, but
see
they at least have a
RRQ
Killjoy
moments
molly,
away
so they at least have one.
creating
Well,
match
they had
point
one before the ult
against
came in.
Bleed Esports. Thrash will have to be used. Bleed, they don't want to let this go away. They clear all the close corners, but they don't quite find anyone detained. Jemkin will go for the drop.
Around the luck v
Trying to
luck.
fake it out. Scary
Estrella
on the lurk out. He finds
didn't have his gun out for
Estrella
this.
with his gun down, and it's going to be
Over
Jemkin
ult
now
goes
fighting for
out.
his life.
That should be a
Hunter's
kill
Fury
back
coming
to
in.
sight.
Elmi Moore
Yeah.
catches one. Does he find another? No, he's
2v4.
instantly
This
just going to
position
have
is
to
so
buy for
strong.
time. A quick pass through the toxic screen.
What a sick round from Jemkin, and it's the worst possible outcome of no money. Like this guy's literally on 1,900.
I mean, Ye
They got
just
7
overstays
chances
his
to end
welcome
this.
there a little bit. Should have just
Oh man,
backed off, waited for the
they got a rough
reinforcements.
season ahead of
So
them.
Scary's able to catch the lurker.
It's a rough
Then he's
season.
caught trying to catch up to Jemkin, and
Still no
Jemkin's
kills.
just moving
Maybe that's what we're
silently.
focusing on here.
Scary has to hook it through, trying to press, trying to get into these deep post plants. You know that there's mollies and lineups for days that are going to be behind this spot. And
Wait, did they actually
it's
Prodigy?
just great positioning, great map awareness. I love the way Jemkin navigates all that utility. You know, he's able to dodge the Thrash, work on down, and here we go. They're pushing hard, and they're taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's
Ye
getting
got spotted by the
tanked
0
up.
point. Thinks he might be able to still sneak in, but that 0 point doesn't quite cover pipe, so it's immediately spraying through the wall. There's a close drone. He tries to swing on it. He can't
Nice
get
trade
to
no
as
matter
there's
what.
still
Yeah,
going to be
Ye's-
the crossfire.
Ye's
Zest
low.
only
And
dropping
if they
the
win
opponent's
this,
Gecko, so it'll be a trade for trade. No more
if they
wingmans
win
in
this,
round. Darion doesn't want to give up this position.
It might be the
Finds one, but
second
doesn't land
one.
The first shot, he knows he has to back off. Can't get a weapon upgrade.
might actually have two
right now,
two
your
people
life
joining
ever so valuable
Magnum
as you hold
in
on
the
to
0
another
kills.
flash drive and a
group.
fragment. Can he get this? It looks like they might
Look
be
like it
trying
might
to
be
body
on.
block that fragment as well.
Looking decent.
Doesn't look like it would have worked.
Nice.
Still going to destroy that lockdown.
Yeah, nice lineup. I like the thought from RRQ. Try and put it in a different position, but Darion with
They
a good
will win the
lineup
map.
with
I mean, yeah,
fragment.
doesn't matter.
Now the full forces of RRQ.
The people will still
stream on
flame
in.
him. That's the
Trying to
thing.
clear if there's
That's
any
the
damage.
mad thing
There
about
were
it.
none. Jemkin gonna get up on
Win the
the
map
rafters, see if he can
13-5.
cut off this
They'll still get
position, set
flamed
up a
slightly.
Dangerous crossfire.
God, this is so much space as well. Only more on top of Ness, and it's just a late regroup for Bleed. And they're aware they have to clear every single possibility. They're trying
Dude, this
to
ult is
jiggle
too strong, right?
onto
This
that
should be it
It's
done.
going to be given up by Elmimore, but he's back on the
Got
box.
a Molly as
Jemkin now
well.
hiding on the
Killjoy,
side. Elmimore eventually
Killjoy
gets
Molly.
traded.
Why do I
It's
keep
still
calling
a
Mollies ults?
3v3 as Bleed start
Shot.
to approach, but they can't quite clear Jemkin in time. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The pit
Yeah,
still
Molly
up,
goes
but it's going
out.
to be Estrella far back away from the site. He actually starts to creep in towards it, trying to hold close. This is absolutely
The dive bomb. The dive bomb, but he's repositioned.
moved on into the middle of it, and Skier will find him at
There's
the
no
last
time
moment.
on this.
But time is ticking
Holy.
away.
Well,
RRQ
they got
will
7
get a
rounds in 2
2-0
maps.
victory in their first match of week 2, getting another on the board.
It's beautiful. It's clean.
30
Valorant
kills as well.
From RRQ. The game plan, immaculate from Ewok and company.
0 kill win. The
Really
30.
good. A big
bomb.
sigh of relief from Flips. That was definitely quite
Yeah,
the
you
trick.
gotta laugh it off,
Yeah,
man. It
see,
happens
I think
sometimes.
that's part of
He
it, right?
did.
Is that 0 kills,
Who
so if they
cares?
didn't win it, that would
Can
have
you
come to
believe
bite
that?
him back.
What the hell is going on today?
I mean, this might be another record where a team is winning so one-sidedly with one player having 0 kills, but it's not the Jet, it's not anything else, it's your Sova that goes on a 30-kill rampage for Elmimore.
Was RRQ like just switching places with Zeta today? I don't know. It's like it was so weird. Like it was just kind of like a tale of very two similar stories.
Yeah,
Just
RRQ
you saw
looked
the same
great though.
maps.
Like
Saw
in terms of what I saw
similar
from them,
play
really,
in
really
terms of how the
impressive.
maps played out in a way, except for
And
Lotus, which is very different,
Bleeds,
but
yeah,
I mean,
got a lot to work
2-0
on.
kill
I think this is going to be a
games from players, I mean,
really,
again, they're very
really
different
rough
result
year,
for
man.
RRQ. But I mean, I wouldn't care at all if I'm
I
Flips.
mean,
I'd be
yeah,
like,
as an IGL, you got to be happy that your reads were correct.
They play
You were
Zeta on
able to
Tuesday.
Keep up the momentum, never let it go over. Well, a dominant look from RRQ, and that's for the analyst test to break it down further.
Flips.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna end here. I'm gonna end here. We're gonna raid Ryan. I think Ryan's doing China right now.
It doesn't matter because
There's a good amount of time.
finishes
Nice early finish, so I might try and get some sleep.
2-0 fashion
So I'll send you all to.
Bleed.
Ryan's offline.
This is
Wait,
their
why's Ryan
time.
offline?
Shine.
It really is. I mean,
Elmimore was like wiping the sweat from his
oh man.
forehead.
Is he casting
20
Polaris
plus
maybe?
kills for this guy as the support player. He
What's
dropped 30 by the end
what's the
of it,
situation?
yeah.
Is it only
I mean,
one
that's,
map?
That's the funniest thing too. It's just like we flipped roles and Flips ended still on 0 kills. But he is a true MVP because the calling, everyone doing their job on this
Okay,
map,
yeah, we'll wait for the
just shows
interview
so
and we'll
much
raid
in
Yinsu.
RQ's
Let's do
prep
that.
Work, the coaching from Coach Ewok, they knew exactly what they had to do and they did it right.
It was just beautifully done, and I think for RRQ, coming away from this match and not having a dominant showing in both or 3 of the maps would have been a cause for concern because we've been expecting a lot from this team coming into this year. William especially diving on the grenade, not predicting them to spare them perhaps, but this is a team that has an immense amount of talent, the hype signing of Jemkin, etc. They have to go up against Genji twice in kickoff. They push them, they take maps off of them. How do they look coming into kickoff? Minor struggles in the opening series. This matchup, though, we wanted to see them in form. They absolutely were. We also wanted to see Bleed make improvements. Didn't have as much.
Damn,
Well,
bro.
we're seeing the makings now of a champion level team from RRQ. They continue on this trajectory.
I mean, the thing is, Bleed, they just look disjointed. I think there's just one word for it. It's disjointed.
Oh, yeah.
They get some kills, but it's a lot of individual plays. Zest, Retla, some of them, they try, and there are some, supportive efforts coming through, but apart from it, it's not enough to bring them over to a win. Meanwhile, if I were to summarize RQ, to analyze their game in one round, it would be the pistol round in the second half, their attacking half, where you see Jemkin diving into mid, creating a lot of presence just to buy a bit of attention away. Meanwhile, the rest of the
Combined
4
with
players
flips, I think it was
rush down A,
30.
and they contact
Yeah,
Ye
that's
on pipes. There
the
are
one.
4 players there. Ye cannot take them on by himself, so they trade, and then they all rotate over to B and successfully take it because they have numbers advantage. That's the teamwork that RQ has. Bleed doesn't do that.
But you know what Bleed did
Oh.
on round 2?
Let's do it.
Oh, flawless.
Oh, God.
That's what they did.
I forgot about that.
No. And then it keep crashing down.
Okay, take this as your victory, Bleed, but it is hollow. This is a crown of thorns, not of gold.
Oh, here.
Push me down to bronze.
All
It's
the
fine.
salts, all the salty tears, because I rank up.
Wow. Wait, where's Victoria now? Oh,
Back and dive in.
I'm gonna drop down.
Can we just look at
Just
this?
You gotta zoom in
just
on
do
that.
it.
Just
do it.
Focus on it.
Doesn't matter.
Killing Achilles.
He can't
I don't
even.
care.
Doesn't matter.
Achilles.
I'm killing it in the predictions
Hey.
game.
That's true. You're
That's
like
the main
Flips
thing.
right now.
Also,
You're just like 0, but
Damn.
like the team's still winning as a whole. So you're good.
Oh, I gotta drop down
yeah, you gotta
too.
move Quack
I
down
did.
as well.
You were plat, and I just.
Oh,
Who
was
did
that?
it?
Not
Oh yeah.
Oh.
What did the audience predict? Oh yeah.
Audience.
The audience
You're
went for
also
RQ.
wrong.
Completely forgot about that.
You didn't believe in Bleed.
Join me in my
Maybe rightfully so.
join me in my
because
pit
they
of
lost.
despair, but not really because you know it's a silly old game. We have fun with it.
Yes,
I
it's-
act mad, but I don't care.
It's okay. Oh, sorry, wingman. Let me fix it
Okay,
there.
make it perfect. There we go.
Gotta respect the wingman. Respect our wingman here. All right, well, that was great. That was a good game. I enjoyed today's games back where I started. It's great. Anyway, you know what was great? RQ. RQ was fantastic. Let's talk about RQ again.
Yeah, the delay for
Where to
the
start?
We start with Xpero
Where do we
Operator.
start?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
Oh,
another-
yes,
delay for
really
this
love
one.
that
I,
moment.
I had more questions about whether or not these roles were gonna stick through, and they did, and it looked so much better.
Damn,
RQ
Free, what the
clearly
hell?
putting in more time, even Estrella widely, more so jumping onto that smokes role than he had before. It's just looking cleaner and cleaner. The team cohesion, it seems like no matter what they, how they mix things up, who they put what on, they just work together incredibly well. I mean, you can see here, there was 9 first kills for Bleed on that map. They just couldn't really utilize their advantages at all. Only being able to get the 5 rounds, like, yeah, it's better than Lotus, but not by much. RQ just, it never felt like this game was getting away from them. Even when
What happened?
Bleed started stringing together a couple after those opening rounds, it never was convincing enough to feel
I mean,
like,
they just
oh,
never
I
got
did,
into the
and I
game,
actually think
man.
it's a 3.
What were you mentioning, Quack, earlier
Lotus
about the
was
timeouts
a-
as well? And
Lotus was a-
interestingly not
Round
impactful
3.
for Bleed. Yeah.
was really
Yeah, they did
not
call
great,
it really
man.
early timeout. They tried and they did find a bit more success at the start of the first half. But then once RQ started to find that streak, there was a second timeout, and
Egg
just,
jam,
you
like,
could
what?
see that feeling or that look of frustration all across, and they weren't able to come back at all after that. So it's just tough for Bleed. They find those first kills, they find those moments, but it's all individualistic. Meanwhile, RQ just completely
29
working together.
ACS, yeah.
We joke about it. We do joke about it. It's very funny to watch Flips with his reactions. 0 kills. But truly, it doesn't matter. It really, really doesn't matter because they work so well together.
They work so well together, and I think the big crucial difference, granted, he didn't have that many assists, but the big difference between this
look at
performance
this,
and what we
man.
had seen from
This is
Jesse
just
Bash, like,
stupid.
made on Lotus was that
Like, this is just
Flips
so
was getting
stupid.
use out of his util.
Discord,
he was
yeah.
clearing space with
Sounds good
mollies.
for
He was trying to open things up. He was getting plants in with these wingmen. It was
Killing
just
the opponent's wingman too.
Yeah, it was just a lot more involved comparatively. So even though it is very funny that he is 0 and 11, 29 ACS, I think 24 ADR or something to that effect, with like 5 assists across the map.
Yeah, I'll do that as
there
well,
was
yeah.
a lot more going on here. He wasn't getting caught with dizzy in hand and that kind of stuff. So he also just didn't need to have any impact. That's the thing. This guy, he comes in, he just IGLs the team to a victory. Doesn't get a single kill, and it doesn't matter because Elmimore drops 30 and Xpero drops 23. It was a star-studded performance from these guys the whole way through. I mean, 440 ACS from a Sova, that's just not something you see every day.
I mean, that's another thing. He's playing Elmimore, 30 kills. He's playing the support role. He was a support role in the previous map as well. And he's finding so much impact, so many kills, partially maybe because of the calling from Flips, but just having the awareness of when to go in.
Right, Theo, see you
there
later,
were
man. Thank you,
rounds
thank
where
you.
I think Bleed's trying to work the
EDG
map,
game.
trying to
We'll watch the
travel
interview and then I'll
across and
host
pull off,
Yinsu. I'm pretty sure
some
Yinsu's
fakes and
watching it.
rotations here and there. And Elmimore is always
I want to
like
go get some
tailing
food. I
behind
want
them, and he's
to
able to strike
sleep a
them in
little
the
bit
back,
more than I
you know,
did
collecting
yesterday.
on those quadruple kills, double kills. There are so many of them that's why maybe Elmimore got all the kills and then he left none for flips.
I really like their tempo all throughout both maps, but especially on Icebox. You can see how confident they were. Elmimore just pushing through on the defense.
Bro, what
the
is going on
moment
here?
he
Raider
knows
VTuber?
that,
Dude, I
Bleed
only
is
know
on
Ache the
site.
dog.
Now,
That's the only one.
Paperthin tweeted earlier something about Depp getting 30 kills.
Ache Dog's
by the
only
ZETA bundle,
the
but
only
he
one
should
I
have been
know.
betting on RQ.
Should have already bought the RQ bundle. It looks pretty clean.
Yeah, I think they deserve the bundle buy actually today. And you saw the 12-year-old in the
Look at
audience
the group
saying
diff.
buy a Bleed bundle. I think they need all the support they can get. Alpha Group does get one
Group-
more
the
championship
group diff
point
is
today.
mad.
Thanks to Team Secret, and Omega Group though continues on being, fairly, the dominant group here between the two. RQ placing now in the second position.
It's just a brutal fall off, though. Even with the teams that, with Secret picking up their win, they're still in a negative map differential. That might not matter too much in the
Not
end.
the
because
count.
it doesn't
And
seem
they
like
got to
there's
win
gonna be that
two,
many other
right?
teams challenging
Everyone has
them
to
for
win
these
two.
playoff positions. But we'll have
Wait,
to see how that
DFM are in a
continues
good
to develop.
spot.
I mean, right now, yeah, Omega is just feasting.
Omega is doing a great job, and you
They
know what?
might
It's
get in
actually
from
gonna be
no
very
one else
tough
getting two.
within their group when we move on closer to champions.
Maybe an
Without
alpha lol instead of an Omega lol.
Omega, Alpha
Alpha
Lol. Anyway, let's go down to the stage for the interview with our MVP.
Standing here with RRQ's Elmimore now. Massive congrats, Elmi. Did you know you just broke the record for single map highest kill for stage 1?
I don't know, but it sounds very good to me.
It sounds amazing. Now,
Yeah.
what the heck happened to you today? Were you just feeling it on the day? What was different?
I just listened Taylor Swift the whole day and then I popped off.
Okay, Taylor Swift whole day, that's your secret?
Yeah,
All right, what song did you listen to before you came up on the stage?
Enchanted.
Enchanted, that's the secret. Enchanted, listen to that, everybody. Now, what did Flipsider say after that Icebox?
He is just saying like, oh my god, what did I do this map? He say, how did we win?
Yeah. How did we win with 0 kills? But that's all good. That's all good. I mean, he got a little bit upset at me looking at the monitor, checking out the stats. Once again, he was like, "What are you doing? Why?" But yeah, good game, good game. Now let's talk about that role swap between you and Xpharaoh because we had Jemkin on stage last week, and he actually said the role swap was your idea, the players' idea, and that the players kind of asked for it. So what was the reason, and how do you think that kind of affects your performance personally? Because we could see the difference.
So the first main problem usually because we have Estrella. Estrella English is not that good, so I think I talked to the coach and the players like how about we change the role so because I can speak English more fluent than Estrella, so yeah, and then naturally I'm initiator main from past teams before RRQ, so yeah, I really like the role now.
How's Xpharaoh feeling about taking on the Sentinel role as well?
He likes because he is a natural lurker. He always bait. We always call him the baiter.
That's a good role for him.
Yeah. So when I say I think you play Sentinel, then yes.
Okay, so everyone's feeling comfortable.
Yeah.
Comms are flowing way better. Now 13-2 on Lotus. That's not what Bleed's Lotus looked like last week. So it must be something you guys doing something right. So what do you think went well?
Well, actually, I don't watch their match against Thailand. I forgot. So we just do what we usually do in practice, and usually our main problem on stage is always about the comms. But today, the comms is very very good, and I'm proud of my team. And yeah, we can win easily. Like if we comms good every day.
Yeah. I love how you guys found out the solution that fits for you guys,
Didn't even
and the
watch 'em.
brotherhood and the friendship is kind of there. The energy is up high. Now, next up, you guys are playing T1. What's your mindset?
I'm very ready. I'm very. I cannot wait to face Xcuret because he's my friend. I'm so close with him. We always hang out every time, every weekend.
Every
So,
week, okay.
Yeah.
Listening to Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Elmi Moore, and good luck in the upcoming match.
Thank you.
And good night. Well, that was Elmi Moore from
Okay.
RRQ for our
Let's,
post-match interview.
let's
and
raid
that's all we
Yinsu then.
have for today. But stay tuned for tomorrow because
That's
we have
Radiant
Gen
Suit.
G
For
versus
people that are
TFM
here in
Global
8
Esports
hours, we have Americas as well.
We'll see you tomorrow.
If you want to watch that as well, will be around 4 Pacific in the morning. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate you all. And yeah, if you want to catch Americas, then we'll be on for it. And again, Pacific tomorrow. And we get DFM tomorrow, so that's exciting as well. Let's hope it lives up to it. What's the other game? Global Talon? Oh, man. Okay. We got some games tomorrow. All right. Peace, everyone. Peace. Thank you so much.